Section 1 of Microbe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Warren Kati. Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. Leeuwenhoek, first of the Microbe Hunters. Part 1. 250 years ago, an obscure man named Leeuwenhoek looked for the first time into a mysterious new world peopled with 1,000 different kinds of tiny beings, some ferocious and deadly, others friendly and useful, many of them more important to mankind than any continent or archipelago. Leeuwenhoek, unsung and scarce remembered, is now almost as unknown as his strange little animals and plants were at the time he discovered them. This is the story of Leeuwenhoek, the first of the Microbe Hunters. It is the tale of the bold and persistent and curious explorers and fighters of death who came after him. It is the plain history of their tireless peerings into this fantastic world. They have tried to chart it, these microbe hunters and death fighters. So trying, they have groped and fumbled and made mistakes and roused vain hopes. Some of them, who were too bold, have died, done to death by the immensely small assassins they were studying, and these have passed to an obscure small glory. Today it is respectable to be a man of science. Those who go by the name of scientist form an important element of the population. Their laboratories are in every city. Their achievements are on the front pages of the newspapers, often before they are fully achieved. Almost any young university student can go in for research and, by and by, become a comfortable science professor at a tidy little salary in a cozy college. But take yourself back to Leeuwenhoek's day, 250 years ago, and imagine yourself just through high school, getting ready to choose a career, wanting to know. You have lately recovered from an attack of mumps. You ask your father, what is the cause of mumps? And he tells you, a mumpish evil spirit has got into you. His theory may not impress you much, but you decide to make believe you believe him, and not to wonder any more about what is mumps, because, if you publicly don't believe him, you are in for a beating, and may even be turned out of the house. Your father is authority. That was the world 300 years ago, when Leeuwenhoek was born. It had hardly begun to shake itself free from the superstitions. It was barely beginning to blush for its ignorance. It was a world where science, which only means trying to find truth by careful observation and clear thinking, was just learning to toddle on vague and wobbly legs. It was a world where Servetus was burned to death for daring to cut up and examine the body of a dead man, where Galileo was shut up for life for daring to prove that the earth moved around the sun. Antony Leeuwenhoek was born in 1632 amid the blue windmills and low streets and high canals of Delft, in Holland. His family were burghers of an intensely respectable kind, and I say intensely respectable because they were basket makers and brewers are respectable and highly honored in Holland. Leeuwenhoek's father died early, and his mother sent him to school to learn to be a government official, but he left school at 16 to be an apprentice in a dry goods store in Amsterdam. That was his university. Think of a present-day scientist getting his training for experiment among bolts of gingham, listening to the tinkle of the bell on the cash drawer, being polite to an eternal succession of Dutch housewives who shopped with a penny-pinching, dreadful exhaustiveness. But that was Leeuwenhoek's university for 6 years. At the age of 21, he left the dry goods store, went back to Delft, married, set up a dry goods store of his own there. For 20 years after that, very little is known about him, except that he had 2 wives in succession and several children, most of whom died. But there is no doubt that during this time he was appointed janitor of the City Hall of Delft, and that he developed a most idiotic love for grinding lenses. He had heard that if you very carefully ground very little lenses out of clear glass, you would see things look much bigger than they appeared to the naked eye. Little is known about him from 20 to 40, but there is no doubt that he passed in those days for an ignorant man. The only language he knew was Dutch. That was an obscure language, despised by the cultured world as a tongue of fishermen and shopkeepers and diggers of ditches. Educated men talked Latin in those days, but Leeuwenhoek could not so much as read it, and his only literature was the Dutch Bible. Just the same, you will see that his ignorance was a great help to him, for, cut off from all of the learned nonsense of his time, he had to trust to his own eyes, his own thoughts, his own judgment. And that was easy for him, because there never was a more mulish man than this Antony Leeuwenhoek. It would be great fun to look through a lens and see things bigger than your naked eye showed them to you. But buy lenses? Not Leeuwenhoek. There never was a more suspicious man. Buy lenses? He would make them himself. During these 20 years of his obscurity, he went to spectacle makers and got the rudiments of lens grinding. He visited alchemists and apothecaries and put his nose into their secret ways of getting metals from ores. He began fumblingly to learn the craft of the gold and silversmiths. He was a most pernickety man, and was not satisfied with grinding lenses as good as those of the best lens grinder in Holland. They had to be better than the best, and then he still fussed over them for long hours. Next, he mounted these lenses in little oblongs of copper or silver or gold, which he had extracted himself, over hot fires, among strange smells and fumes. Today, searchers pay $75 for a fine shining microscope, turn the screws, peer through it, make discoveries, without knowing anything about how it is built. But Leeuwenhoek— Of course, his neighbors thought he was a bit cracked, but Leeuwenhoek went on burning and blistering his hands. Working forgetful of his family and regardless of his friends, he bent solitary to subtle tasks in still nights. The good neighbors sniggered, while that man found a way to make a tiny lens, less than 1/8 of an inch across, so symmetrical, so perfect, that it showed little things to him with a fantastic clear enormousness. Yes, he was a very uncultured man, but he alone, of all men in Holland, knew how to make those lenses, and he said of those neighbors, "We must forgive them, seeing that they know no better." Now this self-satisfied dry goods dealer began to turn his lenses onto everything he could get hold of. He looked through them at the muscle fibers of a whale and the scales of his own skin. He went to the butcher shop and begged or bought ox eyes, and was amazed at how prettily the crystalline lens of the eye of the ox is put together. He peered for hours at the build of the hairs of a sheep, of a beaver, of an elk, that were transformed from their fineness into great rough logs under his bit of glass. He delicately dissected the head of a fly. He stuck its brain on the fine needle of his microscope. How he admired the clear details of the marvelous big brain of that fly! He examined the cross-sections of the wood of a dozen different trees, and squinted at the seeds of plants. He grunted, "Impossible," when he first spied the outlandish, large perfection of the sting of a flea and the legs of a louse. That man Leeuwenhoek was like a puppy who sniffs, with a totally impolite disregard of discrimination, at every object of the world around him. There never was a less sure man than Leeuwenhoek. He looked at this bee's sting or that louse's leg again and again and again. He left his specimens sticking on the point of his strange microscope for months. In order to look at other things, he made more microscopes, till he had hundreds of them. Then he came back to those first specimens to correct his first mistakes. He never set down a word about anything he peeped at. He never made a drawing until hundreds of peeps showed him that, under given conditions, he would always see exactly the same thing. And then he was not sure. He said, "People who look for the first time through a microscope say now I see this and then I see that, and even a skilled observer can be fooled. On these observations I have spent more time than many will believe, but I have done them with joy, and I have taken no notice of those who have said, 'Why take so much trouble, and what good is it?' But I do not write for such people, but only for the philosophical." He worked for 20 years that way, without an audience. But at this time, in the middle of the 17th century, great things were astir in the world. Here and there in France and England and Italy, rare men were thumbing their noses at almost everything that passed for knowledge. "We will no longer take Aristotle's say-so, nor the Pope's say-so," said these rebels. "We will trust only the perpetually repeated observations of our own eyes, and the careful weighings of our scales. We will listen to the answers experiments give us, and no other answers." So in England, a few of these revolutionists started a society called the Invisible College. It had to be invisible because that man Cromwell might have hung them for plotters and heretics if he had heard of the strange questions they were trying to settle. What experiments those solemn searchers made! Put a spider in a circle made of the powder of a unicorn's horn, and that spider can't crawl out. So said the wisdom of that day. But these invisible collegians? One of them brought what was supposed to be powdered unicorn's horn, and another came carrying a little spider in a bottle. The college crowded around under the light of high candles. Silence, then the hushed experiment, and here is their report of it. A circle was made with the powder of unicorn's horn, and a spider set in the middle of it, but it immediately ran out. Crude, you exclaim. Of course. But remember that one of the members of this college was Robert Boyle, founder of the science of chemistry, and another was Isaac Newton. Such was the Invisible College, and presently, when Charles II came to the throne, it rose from its depths as a sort of blind pig scientific society to the dignity of the name of the Royal Society of England. And they were Antony Leeuwenhoek's first audience. There was one man in Delft who did not laugh at Antony Leeuwenhoek, and that was Renier de Graaf, whom the lords and gentlemen of the Royal Society had made a corresponding member because he had written them of interesting things he had found in the human ovary. Already Leeuwenhoek was rather surly and suspected everybody, but he let de Graaf peep through those magic eyes of his, those little lenses whose equal did not exist in Europe or England, or the whole world for that matter? What de Graaf saw through those microscopes made him ashamed of his own fame, and he hurried to write to the Royal Society. Get Antony Leeuwenhoek to write you telling of his discoveries. And Leeuwenhoek answered the request of the Royal Society with all the confidence of an ignorant man who fails to realize the profound wisdom of the philosophers he addresses. It was a long letter. It rambled over every subject under the sun. It was written with a comical artlessness in the conversational Dutch that was the only language he knew. The title of that letter was A Specimen of Some Observations Made by a Microscope Contrived by Mr. Leeuwenhoek Concerning Mold upon the Skin, Flesh, etc., the Sting of a Bee, etc. The Royal Society was amazed. The sophisticated and learned gentlemen were amused, but principally the Royal Society was astounded by the marvelous things Leeuwenhoek told them he could see through his new lenses. The secretary of the Royal Society thanked Leeuwenhoek and told him he hoped his first communication would be followed by others. It was, by hundreds of others, over a period of 50 years. They were talkative letters, full of salty remarks about his ignorant neighbors, of exposures of charlatans, and of skilled explodings of superstitions, of chatter about his personal health, but sandwiched between paragraphs and pages of this homely stuff, in almost every letter, those lords and gentlemen of the Royal Society had the honor of reading immortal and gloriously accurate descriptions of the discoveries made by the magic eye of that janitor and shopkeeper. What discoveries! When you look back at them, many of the fundamental discoveries of science seem so simple, too absurdly simple. How was it men groped and fumbled for so many thousands of years without seeing things that lay right under their noses? So with microbes. Now, all the world has seen them cavorting on movie screens. Many people of little learning have peeped at them swimming about under lenses of microscopes. The greenest medical student is able to show you the germs of I don't know how many diseases. What was so hard about seeing microbes for the first time? But let us drop our sneers to remember that when Leeuwenhoek was born, there were no microscopes, but only crude hand lenses that would hardly make a 10-cent piece look as large as a quarter. Through these, without his incessant grinding of his own marvelous lenses, that Dutchman might have looked till he grew old, without discovering any creature smaller than a cheese mite. You have read that he made better and better lenses with the fanatical persistence of a lunatic, that he examined everything, the most intimate things and the most shocking things, with the silly curiosity of a puppy. Yes, and all this squinting at bee stings and mustache hairs and what not were needful to prepare him for that sudden day when he looked through his toy of a gold-mounted lens at a fraction of a small drop of clear rainwater to discover. What he saw that day starts this history. Leeuwenhoek was a maniac observer, and who but such a strange man would have thought to turn his lens on clear, pure water just come down from the sky? What could there be in water but just water? You can imagine his daughter Maria. She was 19, and she took such care of her slightly insane father, watching him take a little tube of glass, heat it red hot in a flame, draw it out to the thinness of a hair. Maria was devoted to her father. let any of those stupid neighbors dare to snigger at him. But what in the world was he up to now, with that hair-fine glass pipe? You can see her watch that absent-minded, wide-eyed man break the tube into little pieces, go out into the garden to bend over an earthen pot kept there to measure the fall of the rain. He bends over that pot. He goes back into his study. He sticks the little glass pipe onto the needle of his microscope. What can that dear, silly father be up to? He squints through his lens. He mutters guttural words under his breath. Then, suddenly, the excited voice of Leeuwenhoek. "Come here, hurry! There are little animals in this rainwater. They swim, they play around. They are 1,000 times smaller than any creatures we can see with our eyes alone. Look! See what I have discovered!" Leeuwenhoek's day of days had come. Alexander had gone to India and discovered huge elephants that no Greek had ever seen before. But those elephants were as commonplace to Hindus as horses were to Alexander. Caesar had gone to England and come upon savages that opened his eyes with wonder. But these Britons were as ordinary to each other as Roman centurions were to Caesar. Balboa, what were his proud feelings as he looked for the first time at the Pacific? Just the same. That ocean was as ordinary to a Central American Indian as the Mediterranean was to Balboa. But Leeuwenhoek? This janitor of Delft had stolen upon and peeped into a fantastic subvisible world of little things, creatures that had lived, had bred, had battled, had died, completely hidden from and unknown to all men from the beginning of time. Beasts these were of a kind that ravaged and annihilated whole races of men 10 million times larger than they were themselves. Beings they were, more terrible than fire-spitting dragons or hydra-headed monsters. They were silent assassins that murdered babes in warm cradles and kings in sheltered places. It was this invisible, insignificant, but implacable, and sometimes friendly, world that Leeuwenhoek had looked into for the first time of all men of all countries. This was Leeuwenhoek's day of days. End of section 1. Section 2 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2, Leeuwenhoek, first of the Microbe Hunters, Part 2. That man was so unashamed of his admirations and his surprises at a nature full of startling events and impossible things. How I wish I could take myself back, could bring you back, to that innocent time when men were just beginning to disbelieve in miracles, and only starting to find still more miraculous facts. How marvelous it would be to step into that simple Dutchman's shoes, to be inside his brain and body, to feel his excitement. It is almost nausea. At his first peep at those cavorting, wretched beasties. That was what he called them, and, as I told you, this Leeuwenhoek was an unsure man. Those animals were too tremendously small to be true. They were too strange to be true. So he looked again, till his hands were cramped with holding his microscope, and his eyes full of that smarting water that comes from too long looking. But he was right. Here they were again. Not one kind of little creature, but here was another, larger than the first. Quote, moving about very nimbly because they were furnished with divers incredibly thin feet. End quote. Wait, Here is a third kind, and a fourth, so tiny I can't make out his shape, but he is alive. He goes about, dashing over great distances in this world of his water drop and the little tube. What nimble creatures! They stop, they stand still as 'twere upon a point, and then turn themselves round with that swiftness, as we see a top turn round, the circumference they make being no bigger than that of a fine grain of sand. So wrote Leeuwenhoek. For all this seemingly impractical sniffing about, Leeuwenhoek was a hard-headed man. He hardly ever spun theories. He was a fiend for measuring things. Only how could you make a measuring stick for anything so small as these little beasts? He wrinkled his low forehead. How large really is this last and smallest of the little beasts? He poked about in the cobwebbed corners of his memory, among the thousands of other things he had studied, with you can't imagine what thoroughness. He made calculations. This last kind of animal is 1,000 times smaller than the eye of a large louse. That was an accurate man. For we know now that the eye of one full-grown louse is no larger nor smaller than the eyes of 10,000 of his brother and sister lice. But where did these outlandish little inhabitants of the rainwater come from? Had they come down from the sky? Had they crawled invisibly over the side of the pot from the ground? Or had they been created out of nothing by a God full of whims? Leeuwenhoek believed in God as piously as any 17th-century Dutchman. He always referred to God as the maker of the great all. He not only believed in God, but he admired him intensely. What a being to know how to fashion bees' wings so prettily! But then Leeuwenhoek was a materialist too. His good sense told him that life comes from life. His simple belief told him that God had invented all living things in 6 days, and, having set the machinery going, sat back to reward good observers and punish guessers and bluffers. He stopped speculating about improbable gentle rains of little animals from heaven. Certainly God couldn't brew those animals in the rainwater pot out of nothing. But wait, maybe. Well, there was only one way to find out where they came from. I will experiment, he muttered. He washed out a wine-glass, very clean. He dried it. He held it under the spout of his eaves trough. He took a wee drop in one of his hair-fine tubes. Under his lens it went. Yes, they were there, a few of those beasts swimming about. They are present even in very fresh rainwater. But then that really proved nothing. They might live in the eaves trough and be washed down by the water. Then he took a big porcelain dish, glazed blue within. He washed it clean. Out into the rain he went with it, and put it on top of a big box, so that the falling raindrops would splash no mud into the dish. The first water he threw out to clean it still more thoroughly. Then, intently, he collected the next bit in one of his slender pipes. Into his study he went with it. I have proved it. This water has not a single little creature in it. They do not come down from the sky. But he kept that water. Hour after hour, day after day, he squinted at it. And on the 4th day, he saw those wee beasts beginning to appear in the water, along with bits of dust and little flecks of thread and lint. That was a man from Missouri. Imagine a world of men who would submit all of their cocksure judgments to the ordeal of the common-sense experiments of a Leeuwenhoek. Did he write to the Royal Society to tell them of this entirely unsuspected world of life he had discovered? Not yet. He was a slow man. He turned his lens onto all kinds of water, water kept in the close air of his study, water in a pot kept on the high roof of his house, water from the not too clean canals of Delft, and water from the deep, cold well in his garden. Everywhere he found those beasts. He gaped at their enormous littleness. He found many thousands of them did not equal a grain of sand in bigness. He compared them to a cheese mite, and they were to this filthy little creature as a bee is to a horse. He was never tired with watching them, quote, swim about among one another gently like a swarm of mosquitoes in the air. End quote. Of course, this man was a groper. He was a groper and a stumbler, as all men are gropers, devoid of prescience, and stumblers, finding what they never set out to find. His new beasties were marvelous, but they were not enough for him. He was always poking into everything, trying to see more closely, trying to find reasons. Why is the sharp taste of pepper? That was what he asked himself one day, and he guessed. There must be little points on the particles of pepper, and these points jab the tongue when you eat pepper. But are there such little points? He fussed with dry pepper. He sneezed. He sweat. But he couldn't get the grains of pepper small enough to put under his lens. So, to soften it, he put it to soak for several weeks in water. Then, with fine needles, he pried the almost invisible specks of the pepper apart and sucked them up in a little drop of water into one of his hair-fine glass tubes. He looked. Here was something to make even this determined man scatterbrained. He forgot about possible small sharp points on the pepper. With the interest of an intent little boy, he watched the antics of, quote, an incredible number of little animals of various sorts, which moved very prettily, which tumble about and sideways, this way and that. End quote. So it was Leeuwenhoek stumbled on a magnificent way to grow his new little animals. And now to write all this to the great men off there in London. Artlessly he described his own astonishment to them. Long page after page, in a superbly neat handwriting, with little common words, he told them that you could put 1,000,000 of these little animals onto a coarse grain of sand, and that one drop of his pepper water, where they grew and multiplied so well, held more than 2,700,000 of them. This letter was translated into English. It was read before the learned skeptics, who no longer believed in the magic virtues of unicorn horns, and it bowled the learned body over. What? The Dutchman said he had discovered beasts so small that you could put as many of them into one little drop of water as there were people in his native country? Nonsense. The cheese mite was absolutely and without doubt the smallest creature God had created. But a few of the members did not scoff. This Leeuwenhoek was a confoundedly accurate man. Everything he had ever written to them they had found to be true. So a letter went back to the scientific janitor, begging him to write them in detail the way he had made his microscope and his method of observing. That upset Leeuwenhoek. It didn't matter that these stupid oafs of Delft laughed at him, but the Royal Society? He had thought they were philosophers. Should he write them details, or should he from now on keep everything he did to himself? Great God, you can imagine him muttering, these ways I have of uncovering mysterious things, how I have worked and sweat to learn to do them, what jeering from how many fools haven't I endured to perfect my microscopes and my ways of looking. But creators must have audiences. He knew that these doubters of the Royal Society should have sweat just as hard to disprove the existence of his little animals as he himself had toiled to discover them. He was hurt, but creators must have an audience. So he replied to them in a long letter, assuring them he never told anything too big. He explained his calculations, and modern microbe hunters, with all their apparatus, make only slightly more accurate ones. He wrote these calculations out, divisions, multiplications, additions, until his letter looked like a child's exercise in arithmetic. He finished by saying that many people of Delft had seen, with applause, the strange new animals under his lens. He would send them affidavits from prominent citizens of Delft, 2 men of God, 1 notary public, and 8 other persons worthy to be believed. But he wouldn't tell them how he made his microscopes. That was a suspicious man. He held his little machines up for people to look through, but let them so much as touch the microscope to help themselves to see better, and he might order them out of his house. He was like a child, anxious and proud to show a large red apple to his playmates, but loath to let them touch it, for fear they might take a bite out of it. So the Royal Society commissioned Robert Hooke and Nehemiah Grew to build the very best microscopes, and brew pepper water from the finest quality of black pepper. And on the 15th of November, 1677, Hooke came carrying his microscope to the meeting, agog, for Antony Leeuwenhoek had not lied. Here they were, those enchanted beasts. The members rose from their seats and crowded round the microscope. They peered. They exclaimed, "This man must be a wizard observer." That was a proud day for Leeuwenhoek, and a little later the Royal Society made him a fellow, sending him a gorgeous diploma of membership in a silver case with the coat of arms of the Society on the cover. "I will serve you faithfully during the rest of my life," he wrote them. And he was as good as his word, for he mailed them those conversational mixtures of gossip and science till he died at the age of 90. But send them a microscope? Very sorry, but that was impossible to do while he lived. The Royal Society went so far as to dispatch Dr. Molyneux to make a report on this janitor discoverer of the invisible. Molyneux offered Leeuwenhoek a fine price for one of his microscopes. Surely he could spare one, for there were hundreds of them in cabinets that lined his study. But no. Was there anything the gentlemen of the Royal Society would like to see? Here were some most curious little unborn oysters in a bottle. Here were divers, very nimble little animals. And that Dutchman held up his lenses for the Englishman to peep through, watching all the while out of the corner of his eye to see that the undoubtedly most honest visitor didn't touch anything or filch anything. "But your instruments are marvelous," cried Molyneux. "1,000 times more clear. They show things than any lens we have in England." "How I wish, sir," said Leeuwenhoek, "that I could show you my best lens, with my special way of observing, but I keep that only for myself, and do not show it to anyone, not even to my own family." Those little animals were everywhere. He told the Royal Society of finding swarms of those subvisible beings in his mouth, of all places. "Although I am now 50 years old," he wrote, "I have uncommonly well-preserved teeth, because it is my custom every morning to rub my teeth very hard with salt, and, after cleaning my large teeth with a quill, to rub them vigorously with a cloth." But there still were little bits of white stuff between his teeth. When he looked at them with a magnifying mirror, what was this white stuff made of? From his teeth he scraped a bit of this stuff, mixed it with pure rainwater, stuck it in a little tube onto the needle of his microscope, closed the door of his study. What was this that rose from the gray dimness of his lens into clear distinctness as he brought the tube into focus? Here was an unbelievably tiny creature, leaping about in the water of the tube, like the fish called a pike. There was a second kind that swam forward a little way, then whirled about suddenly, then tumbled over itself in pretty somersaults. There were some beings that moved sluggishly and looked like wee bent sticks, nothing more, but that Dutchman squinted at them till his eyes were red-rimmed, and they moved. They were alive, no doubt of it. There was a menagerie in his mouth. There were creatures shaped like flexible rods that went to and fro with the stately carriage of bishops in procession. There were spirals that whirled through the water like violently animated corkscrews. Everybody he could get hold of, as well as himself, was an experimental animal for that curious man. Tired from his long peering at the little beasts in his own mouth, he went for a walk under the tall trees that dropped their yellow leaves on the brown mirrors of the canals. It was hard work, this play of his. He must rest. But he met an old man, a most interesting old man. I was talking to this old man, wrote Leeuwenhoek to the Royal Society, an old man who led a very sober life, who never used brandy nor tobacco, and very seldom wine, and my eye chanced to fall on his teeth, which were badly grown over, and that made me ask him when he had last cleaned his mouth. I got for an answer that he had never cleaned his teeth in his whole life. Away went all thought of his aching eyes. What a zoo of wee animals must be in this old fellow's mouth! He dragged the dirty but virtuous victim of his curiosity into his study. Of course, there were millions of wee beasties in that mouth, but what he wanted particularly to tell the Royal Society was this, that this old man's mouth was host to a new kind of creature that slid along among the others, bending its body in graceful bows like a snake. The water in the narrow tube seemed to be alive with those little fellows. You may wonder that Leeuwenhoek nowhere in any of these hundreds of letters makes any mention of the harm these mysterious new little animals might do to men. He had come upon them in drinking water, spied upon them in the mouth. As the years went by, he discovered them in the intestines of frogs and horses, and even his own discharges. In swarms he found them on those rare occasions when, as he says, he was troubled with a looseness. But not for a moment did he guess that his trouble was caused by those little beasts, and from his unimaginativeness and his carefulness not to jump to conclusions, modern microbe hunters, if they only had time to study his writings, could learn a great deal. For, during the last 50 years, literally thousands of microbes have been described as the authors of hundreds of diseases, when, in the majority of cases, those germs have only been chance residents in the body at the time it became diseased. Leeuwenhoek was cautious about calling anything the cause of anything else. He had a sound instinct about the infinite complicatedness of everything that told him the danger of trying to pick out one cause from the tangled maze of causes which control life. The years went by. He tended his little dry goods store. He saw to it the city hall of Delft was properly swept out. He grew more and more crusty and suspicious. He looked longer and longer hours through his hundreds of microscopes. He made 100 amazing discoveries. In the tail of a little fish stuck headfirst into a glass tube, he saw for the first time of all men the capillary blood vessels through which blood goes from the arteries to the veins. So he completed the Englishman Harvey's discovery of the circulation of the blood. The most sacred and improper and romantic things in life were only material for the probing, tireless eyes of his lenses. Leeuwenhoek discovered the human sperm, and the cold-blooded science of his searching would have been shocking if he had not been such a completely innocent man. The years went by, and all Europe knew about him. Peter the Great of Russia came to pay his respects to him, and the Queen of England journeyed to Delft only to look at the wonders to be seen through the lenses of his microscopes. He exploded countless superstitions for the Royal Society, and aside from Isaac Newton and Robert Boyle, he was the most famous of their members. But did these honors turn his head? They couldn't turn his head because he had, from the first, a sufficiently high opinion of himself. His arrogance was limitless, but it was equaled by his humility when he thought of that misty unknown that he knew surrounded himself and all men. He admired the Dutch God, but his real God was truth. Quote, "My determination is not to remain stubbornly with my ideas, but I'll leave them and go over to others as soon as I am shown plausible reasons which I can grasp. This is the more true, since I have no other purpose than to place truth before my eyes, so far as it is in my power to embrace it, and to use the little talent I have received to draw the world away from its old heathenish superstitions, and to go over to the truth, and to stick to it." End quote. He was an amazingly healthy man, and at the age of 80, his hand hardly trembled as he held up his microscope for visitors to peep at his little animals or to exclaim at the unborn oysters. But he was fond of drinking in the evenings, as what Dutchman is not, and his only ill seems to have been a certain seediness in the morning after such wassail. He detested physicians. How could they know about the ills of the body when they didn't know 1/1000th of what he did about the build of the body? So Leeuwenhoek had his own theories, and sufficiently foolish they were, about the cause of this seediness. He knew that his blood was full of little globules. He had been the first of all men to see them. He knew those globules had to go through very tiny capillaries to get from his arteries to his veins. Hadn't he been the man to discover those wee vessels in a fishtail? Well, after those hilarious nights of his blood got too thick to run properly from the arteries to the veins. So he would thin it. So he wrote to the Royal Society, quote, "When I have supped too heavily of an evening, I drink in the morning a large number of cups of coffee, and that as hot as I can drink it, so that the sweat breaks out on me, and if by so doing I can't restore my body, a whole apothecary's shop couldn't do much, and that is the only thing I have done for years when I have felt a fever." End quote. That hot coffee drinking led him to another curious fact about the little animals. Everything he did led him to pry up some new fact of nature, for he lived wrapped in those tiny dramas that went on under his lenses, just as a child listens open-mouthed with saucer eyes to the myths of Mother Goose. He never tired of reading the same story of nature. There were always new angles to be found in it. The pages of his book of nature were thumbed and dog-eared by his insatiable interest. Years after his discovery of the microbes in his mouth one morning in the midst of his sweating from his vast curative coffee drinkings, he looked once more at the stuff between his teeth. What was this? There was not a single little animal to be found. Or there were no living animals, rather, for he thought he could make out the bodies of myriads of dead ones, and maybe one or two that moved feebly, as if they were sick. "Blessed saints," he growled, "I hope some great lord of the Royal Society doesn't try to find those creatures in his mouth and fail and then deny my observations. But look here, he had been drinking coffee, so hot it had blistered his lips almost. He had looked for the little animals in the white stuff from between his front teeth. It was just after the coffee he had looked there. Well, with the help of a magnifying mirror, he went at his back teeth. Presto! Quote, with great surprise I saw an incredibly large number of little animals, and in such an unbelievable quantity of the aforementioned stuff that it was not to be conceived of by those who have not seen it with their own eyes. End quote. Then he made a delicate experiment in tubes, heating the water with its tiny population to a temperature a little warmer than that of a hot bath. In a moment the creatures stopped their agile runnings to and fro. He cooled the water. They did not come back to life. So, it was that hot coffee that had killed the beasties in his front teeth. With what delight he watched them once more. But he was bothered, he was troubled, for he couldn't make out the heads or tails of any of his little animals. After wiggling forward in one direction, they stopped. They reversed themselves and swam backward, just as swiftly without having turned around. But they must have heads and tails. They must have livers and brains and blood vessels as well. His thoughts floated back to his work of 40 years before, when he had found that, under his powerful lenses, fleas and cheese mites, so crude and simple to the naked eye, had become as complicated and as perfect as human beings. But try as he would, with the best lenses he had, and those little animals in his mouth were just plain sticks of spheres or corkscrews. So he contented himself by calculating, for the Royal Society, what the diameter of the invisible blood vessels of his microbes must be. But, mind you, he never for a moment hinted that he had seen such blood vessels. It only amused him to stagger his patrons by speculations of their unthinkable smallness. If Antony Leeuwenhoek failed to see the germs that cause human disease, if he had too little imagination to predict the role of assassin for his wretched creatures, he did show that subvisible beasts could devour and kill living beings much larger than they were themselves. He was fussing with mussels, shellfish that he dredged up out of the canals of Delft. He found thousands of them unborn inside their mothers. He tried to make these young ones develop outside their mothers in a glass of canal water. I wonder, he muttered, why our canals are not choked with mussels when the mothers have each one so many young ones inside them. Day after day he poked about in his glass of water with its slimy mass of embryos. He turned his lens on to them to see if they were growing. But what was this? Astounded, he watched the fishy stuff disappear from between their shells. It was being gobbled up by thousands of tiny microbes that were attacking the mussels greedily. Life lives on life. It is cruel, but it is God's will, he pondered. And it is for our good, of course, because if there weren't little animals to eat up the young mussels, our canals would be choked by those shellfish, for each mother has more than 1,000 young ones at a time. So Antony Leeuwenhoek accepted everything and praised everything, and in this he was a child of his time, for in his century searchers had not yet, like Pasteur, who came after them, begun to challenge God, to shake their fists at the meaningless cruelties of nature toward mankind, her children. He passed 80, and his teeth came loose, as they had to, even in his strong body. He didn't complain at the inexorable arrival of the winter of his life, but he jerked out that old tooth and turned his lens onto the little creatures he found within that hollow root. Why shouldn't he study them once more? There might be some little detail he had missed those 100 other times. Friends came to him at 85, and told him to take it easy and leave his studies. He wrinkled his brow and opened wide his still bright eyes. The fruits that ripen in autumn last the longest, he told them. He called 85 the autumn of his life. Leeuwenhoek was a showman. He was very pleased to hear the oohs and ahs of people. They must be philosophical people and lovers of science, mind you, whom he let peep into his subvisible world, or to whom he wrote his disjointed, marvelous letters of description. But he was no teacher. "I've never taught one," he wrote to the famous philosopher Leibniz, "because if I taught one, I'd have to teach others. I would give myself over to a slavery, whereas I want to stay a free man. But the art of grinding fine lenses and making observations of these new creatures will disappear from the earth if you don't teach young men," answered Leibniz. Quote, "The professors and students of the University of Leiden were long ago dazzled by my discoveries. They hired 3 lens grinders to come to teach the students, but what came of it?" End quote, wrote that independent Dutchman. "Nothing so far as I can judge, for almost all of the courses they teach there are for the purpose of getting money through knowledge, or for gaining the respect of the world by showing people how learned you are. And these things have nothing to do with discovering the things that are buried from our eyes. I am convinced that of 1,000 people, not one is capable of carrying out such studies, because endless time is needed, and much money is spilled, and because a man has always to be busy with his thoughts if anything is to be accomplished." End quote. That was the first of the Microbe Hunters. In 1723, when he was 91 years old and on his deathbed, he sent for his friend Hoogvliet. He could not lift his hand. His once glowing eyes were rheumy, and their lids were beginning to stick fast with the cement of death. He mumbled, "Hoogvliet, my friend, be so good as to have those 2 letters on the table translated into Latin. Send them to London to the Royal Society." So he kept his promise made 50 years before, and Hoogvliet wrote, along with those last letters, quote, "I send you, learned sirs, this last gift of my dying friend, hoping that his final word will be agreeable to you." End quote. So he passed, this first of the Microbe Hunters. You will read of Spallanzani, who was much more brilliant, of Pasteur, who had 1,000 times his imagination, of Robert Koch, who did much more immediate apparent good in lifting the torments that microbes bring to men. These and all the others have much more fame today, but not one of them has been so completely honest, so appallingly accurate as this Dutch janitor, and all of them could take lessons from his splendid common sense. End of section 2. Section 3 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Spallanzani. Microbes Must Have Parents. Part 1. Leeuwenhoek is dead. It is too bad. It is a loss that cannot be made good. Who now will carry on the study of the little animals? Asked the learned men of the Royal Society in England. Asked Réaumur and the brilliant Academy in Paris. Their question did not wait long for an answer, for the janitor of Delft had hardly closed his eyes in 1723 for the long sleep that he had earned so well, when another microbe hunter was born, in 1729, 1,000 miles away in Scandiano, in northern Italy. This follower of Leeuwenhoek was Lazzaro Spallanzani, a strange boy who lisped verses while he fashioned mud pies, who forgot mud pies to do fumbling, childish, and cruel experiments with beetles and bugs and flies and worms. Instead of pestering his parents with questions, he examined living things in nature, by pulling legs and wings off them, by trying to stick them back on again. He must find out how things worked. He didn't care so very much what they looked like. Like Leeuwenhoek, the young Italian had to fight to become a microbe hunter against the wishes of his family. His father was a lawyer and did his best to get Lazzaro interested in long sheets of legal foolscap. But the youngster sneaked away and skipped flat stones over the surface of the water, and wondered why the stones skipped and didn't sink. In the evenings he was made to sit down before dull lessons, but when his father's back was turned, he looked out of the window at the stars that gleamed in the velvet black Italian sky, and next morning lectured about them to his playmates until they called him the astrologer. On holidays he pushed his burly body through the woods near Scandiano, and came wide-eyed upon foaming natural fountains. These made him stop his romping, and caused him to go home, sunk in unboyish thought. What caused these fountains? His folks and the priest had told him they had sprung in olden times from the tears of sad, deserted, beautiful girls who were lost in the woods. Lazzaro was a dutiful son, and a politician of a son, so he didn't argue with his father or the priest, but to himself he said bunk to their explanation, and made up his mind to find out, some day, the real why and wherefore of fountains. Young Spallanzani was just as determined as Leeuwenhoek had been to find out the hidden things in nature, but he set about getting to be a scientist in an entirely different way. He pondered. My father insists that I study law, does he? He kept up the pretense of being interested in legal documents, but in every spare moment he boned away at mathematics and Greek and French and logic, and during his vacations watched skipping stones and fountains, and dreamed about understanding the violent fireworks of volcanoes. Then, craftily, he went to the noted scientist Vallisneri, and told this great man what he knew. "But you were born for a scientist," said Vallisneri. "You waste time foolishly studying law books." "Ah, master, but my father insists." Indignantly, Vallisneri went to Spallanzani Sr. and scolded him for throwing away Lazzaro's talents on the merely useful study of law. "Your boy," he said, "is going to be a searcher. He will honor Scandiano and make it famous. He is like Galileo." And the shrewd young Spallanzani went to the university at Reggio, with his father's blessing, to take up the career of a scientist. At this time it was much more respectable and safe to be a scientist than it had been when Leeuwenhoek began his first grinding of lenses. The Grand Inquisition was beginning to pull in its horns. It preferred jerking out the tongues of obscure alleged criminals and burning the bodies of unknown heretics to persecuting Servetuses and Galileos. The invisible college no longer met in cellars or darkened rooms, and learned societies all over were now given the generous support of parliaments and kings. It was not only beginning to be permitted to question superstitions, it was becoming fashionable to do it. The thrill and dignity of real research into nature began to elbow its way into secluded studies of philosophers. Voltaire retired for years into the wilds of rural France to master the great discoveries of Newton, and then to popularize them in his country. Science even penetrated into brilliant and witty and immoral drawing rooms, and society leaders like Madame de Pompadour bent their heads over the forbidden encyclopedia to try to understand the art and science of the making of rouge and silk stockings. Along with this excited interest in everything from the mechanics of the stars to the caperings of little animals, the people of Spallanzani's glittering century began to show an open contempt for religion and dogmas, even the most sacred ones. 100 years before, men had risked their skins to laugh at the preposterous and impossible animals that Aristotle had gravely put into his books on biology, but now they could openly snicker at the mention of his name and whisper, "Because he's Aristotle, it implies that he must be believed, even though he lies." Still, there was plenty of ignorance in the world, and much pseudoscience, even in the royal societies and academies. And Spallanzani, freed from the horror of an endless future of legal wranglings, threw himself with vigor into getting all kinds of knowledge, into testing all kinds of theories, into disrespecting all kinds of authorities, no matter how famous, into association with every kind of person, from fat bishops, officials, and professors to outlandish actors and minstrels. He was the very opposite of Leeuwenhoek, who so patiently had ground lenses and looked at everything for 20 years before the learned world knew anything about him. At 25, Spallanzani made translations of the ancient poets and criticized the standard and much admired Italian translation of Homer. He brilliantly studied mathematics with his cousin, Laura Bassi, the famous woman professor of Reggio. He now skipped stones over the water in earnest, and wrote a scientific paper on the mechanics of skipping stones. He became a priest of the Catholic Church, and helped support himself by saying masses. Despising secretly all authority, he got himself snugly into the good graces of powerful authorities, so that he might work undisturbed. Ordained a priest, supposed to be a blind follower of the faith, he fell savagely to questioning everything, to take nothing for granted except the existence of God, of some sort of supreme being. At least, if he questioned this, he kept it, rogue that he was, strictly to himself. Before he was 30 years old, he had been made professor at the University of Reggio, talking before enthusiastic classes that listened to him with saucer eyes. Here he started his first work on the little animals, those weird new little beings that Leeuwenhoek had discovered. He began his experiments on them as they were threatening to return to that misty unknown from which the Dutchman had dredged them up. The little animals had got themselves involved in a strange question, in a furious fight, and had it not been for that, they might have remained curiosities for centuries, or even have been completely forgotten. This argument, over which dear friends grew to hate each other, and about which professors tried to crack the skulls of priests, was briefly this: can living things arise spontaneously, or does every living thing have to have parents? Did God create every plant and animal in the first 6 days, and then settle down to be managing director of the universe? Or does he, even now, amuse himself by allowing new animals to spring up in humorous ways? In Spallanzani's time, the popular side was the party that asserted that life could arise spontaneously. The great majority of sensible people believed that many animals did not have to have parents, that they might be the unhappy, illegitimate children of a disgusting variety of dirty messes. Here, for example, was a supposedly sure recipe for getting yourself a good swarm of bees. take a young bullock, kill him with a knock on the head, bury him under the ground in a standing position with his horns sticking out, leave him there for a month, then saw off his horns, and out will fly your swarm of bees. Even the scientists were on this side of the question. The English naturalist Ross announced learnedly that, quote, "To question that beetles and wasps were generated in cow dung is to question reason, sense, and experience." End quote. Even such complicated animals as mice didn't have to have mothers or fathers. If anybody doubted this, let him go to Egypt, and there he would find the fields literally swarming with mice, begot of the mud of the river Nile, to the great calamity of the inhabitants. Spallanzani heard all these stories, which so many important people were sure were facts. He read many more of them that were still more strange. He watched students get into brawls in excited attempts to prove that mice and bees didn't have to have fathers or mothers. He heard all these things and didn't believe them. He was prejudiced. Great advances in science so often start from prejudice, on ideas got not from science, but straight out of a scientist's head, on notions that are only the opposite of the prevailing superstitious nonsense of the day. Spallanzani had violent notions about whether life could rise spontaneously. For him, it was on the face of things absurd to think that animals, even the wee beasts of Leeuwenhoek, could arise in a haphazard way from any old thing or out of any dirty mess. There must be law and order to their birth. There must be a rhyme and reason. But how to prove it? Then one night, in his solitude, he came across a little book, a simple and innocent little book, and this book told him of an entirely new way to tackle the question of how life arises. The fellow who wrote the book didn't argue with words. He just made experiments. And God, thought Spallanzani, how clear are the facts he demonstrates. He stopped being sleepy and forgot the dawn was coming, and read on. The book told him of the superstition about the generation of maggots and flies. It told of how even the most intelligent men believed that maggots and flies could arise out of putrid meat. Then, and Spallanzani's eyes nearly popped out with wonder, with excitement, as he read of a little experiment that blew up this nonsense, once and for always. A great man, this fellow Reddy, who wrote this book, thought Spallanzani, as he took off his coat and bent his thick neck toward the light of the candle. See how easy he settles it. He takes 2 jars and puts some meat in each one. He leaves one jar open, and then puts a light veil over the other one. He watches, and sees flies go down into the meat in the open pot, and in a little while there are maggots there, and then new flies. He looks at the jar that has the veil over it, and there are no maggots or flies in that one at all. How easy! It is just a matter of the veil keeping the mother flies from getting at the meat. But how clever, because for 1,000 years people have been getting out of breath arguing about the question, and not one of them thought of doing this simple experiment that settles it in a moment. Next morning, it was one jump from the inspiring book to tackling this same question, not with flies, but with the microscopic animals. For all the professors were saying just then that though maybe flies had to come from eggs, little subvisible animals certainly could arise by themselves. Spallanzani began fumblingly to learn how to grow wee beasts and how to use a microscope. He cut his hands and broke large expensive flasks. He forgot to clean his lenses and sometimes saw his little animals dimly through his fogged glasses, just as you can faintly make out minnows in the water riled up by your net. He raved at his blunders. He was not the dogged worker that Leeuwenhoek had been, but, despite his impetuousness, he was persistent. He must prove that these yarns about the animalcules were yarns, nothing more. But wait, if I set out to prove something, I am no real scientist. I have to learn to follow where the facts lead me. I have to learn to whip my prejudices. And he kept on learning to study little animals, and to observe with a patient, if not an unprejudiced eye. And gradually he taught the vanity of his ideas to bow to the hard clearness of his facts. At this time another priest, named Needham, a devout Catholic who liked to think he could do experiments, was becoming notorious in England and Ireland, claiming that little microscopic animals were generated marvelously in mutton gravy. Needham sent his experiments to the Royal Society, and the learned fellows deigned to be impressed. He told them how he had taken a quantity of mutton gravy hot from the fire, and put the gravy in a bottle, and plugged the bottle up tight with a cork, so that no little animals or their eggs could possibly get into the gravy from the air. Next, he even went so far as to heat the bottle and its mutton gravy in hot ashes. "Surely," said the good Needham, "this will kill any little animals or their eggs that might remain in the flask." He put this gravy flask away for a few days, then pulled the cork, and, marvel of marvels, when he examined the stuff inside with his lens, he found it swarming with animalcules. "A momentous discovery, this," cried Needham to the Royal Society. "These little animals can only have come from the juice of the gravy. Here is a real experiment showing that life can come spontaneously from dead stuff." He told them mutton gravy wasn't necessary. A soup made from seeds or almonds would do the same trick. The Royal Society and the whole educated world were excited by Needham's discovery. Here was no old wives' tale. Here was hard experimental fact. And the heads of the society got together and thought about making Needham a fellow of their remote aristocracy of learning. But away in Italy, Spallanzani was reading the news of Needham's startling creation of little animals from mutton gravy. While he read, he knit his brows and narrowed his dark eyes. At last he snorted, "Animalcules do not arise by themselves from mutton gravy or almond seeds or anything else. This fine experiment is a fraud. Maybe Needham doesn't know it is. But there's a nigger in the woodpile somewhere. I'm going to find it." The devil of prejudice was talking again. Now Spallanzani began to sharpen his razors for his fellow priest. The Italian was a nasty fellow who liked to slaughter ideas of any kind that were contrary to his. He began to whet his knives, I say, for Needham. Then one night, alone in his laboratory, away from the brilliant clamor of his lectures, and remote from the gay salons where ladies adored his knowledge, he felt sure he had found the loophole in Needham's experiment. He chewed his quill. He ran his hands through his shaggy hair. Why have those little animals appeared in that hot gravy, and in those soups made from seeds? Undoubtedly because Needham didn't heat the bottles long enough, and surely because he did not plug them tight enough. Here the searcher in him came forward. He didn't go to his desk to write Needham about it. Instead, he went to his dusty, glass-strewn laboratory and grabbed some flasks and seeds and dusted off his microscope. He started out to test, even to defeat, if necessary, his own explanations. Needham didn't heat his soups long enough. Maybe there are little animals or their eggs which can stand a tremendous heat. Who knows? So Spallanzani took some large glass flasks, round-bellied with tapering necks. He scrubbed and washed and dried them till they stood in gleaming rows on his table. Then he put seeds of various kinds into some, and peas and almonds into others, and following that, poured pure water into all of them. "Now I won't only heat these soups for a short time," he cried, "but I'll boil them for an hour." He got his fires ready. Then he grunted, "But how shall I close up my flasks? Corks might not be tight enough. They might let these infinitely wee things through." He pondered. "I've got it. I'll melt the necks of my bottles shut in a flame. I'll close them with glass. Nothing, no matter how small, can sneak through glass." So he took his shining flasks, one by one, and rolled their necks gently in a hot flame till each one was fused completely shut. He dropped some of them when they got too hot. He sizzled the skin of his fingers. He swore, and got new flasks to take the smashed ones' places. Then, when his flasks were all sealed and ready, "Now for some real heat," he muttered, and for tedious hours he tended his bottles, as they bumped and danced in cauldrons of boiling water. One set he boiled for a few minutes only, another he kept in boiling water for a full hour. At last, his eyes near stuck shut with tiredness, he lifted the flasks of stew steaming from their kettles, and put them carefully away, to wait for nervous, anxious days to see whether any little animals would grow in them. And he did another thing, a simple one which I almost forgot to tell you about. He made another duplicate set of stews in flasks, plugged up with corks, not sealed, and after boiling these for an hour, put them away beside the others. Then he went off for days, to do the 1,000 things that were not enough to use up his buzzing energy. He wrote letters to the famous naturalist Bonnet in Switzerland, telling him his experiments. He played football. He went hunting and fishing. He lectured about science, and told his students not of dry technicalities only, but of 100 things, from the marvelous wee beasts that Leeuwenhoek had found in his mouth, to the strange eunuchs and the veiled multitudinous wives of Turkish harems. At last he vanished, and students and professors and ladies asked, "Where is the Abbé Spallanzani?" He had gone back to his rows of flasks of seed soup. End of section 3. Section 4 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. Spallanzani. Microbes Must Have Parents. Part 2. He went to the row of sealed flasks first, and one by one he cracked open their necks, and fished down with the slender hollow tube to get some of the soup inside them, in order to see whether any little animals at all had grown in these bottles that he had heated so long, and closed so perfectly against the microscopic creatures that might be floating in the dust of the outside air. He was not the lively, sparkling Spallanzani now. He was slow, he was calm, like some automaton, some slightly animated wooden man. He put one drop of seed soup after another before his lens. He first looked at drop after drop of the soup from the sealed flasks, which had been boiled for an hour, and his long looking was rewarded by nothing. Eagerly he turned to the bottles that had been boiled for only a few minutes, and cracked their seals as before, and put drops of the soup inside them before his lens. "What's this?" he cried. Here and there in the grey field of his lens he made out an animalcule, playing and sporting about. These weren't large microbes, like some he had seen, but they were living little animals just the same. "Why, they look like little fishes, tiny as ants," he muttered, and then something dawned on him. These flasks were sealed. Nothing could get into them from the outside, yet here are little beings that have stood a heat of boiling water for several minutes. He went with nervous hands to the long row of flasks he had only stoppered with corks, as his enemy Needham had done, and he pulled out the corks, one by one, and fished in the bottles once more with his tubes. He growled excitedly. He got up from his chair. He seized a battered notebook and feverishly wrote down obscure remarks in a kind of scrawled shorthand. But these words meant that every one of the flasks, which had been only corked, not sealed, was alive with little animals. Even the corked flasks, which had been boiled for an hour, were like lakes in which swim fishes of all sizes, from whales to minnows. "That means the little animals get into Needham's flasks from the air," he shouted. "And besides, I have discovered a great new fact. Living things exist that can stand boiling water and still live. You have to heat them to boiling almost an hour to kill them." It was a great day for Spallanzani, and though he did not know it, a great day for the world. Spallanzani had proved that Needham's theory of little animals arising spontaneously was wrong, just as the old master Reddy had proved the idea was wrong that flies can be bred in putrid meat. But he had done more than that, for he had rescued the baby science of microbe hunting from a fantastic myth, a mother goose yarn that would have made all scientists of other kinds hold their noses at the very mention of microbe hunting as a sound branch of knowledge. Excited, Spallanzani called his brother Niccolò and his sister and told them his pretty experiment, and then, bright-eyed, he told his students that life only comes from life. Every living thing has to have a parent, even these wretched little animals. Seal your soup flasks in a flame, and nothing can get into them from outside. Heat them long enough, and everything, even those tough beasts that can stand boiling, will be killed. Do that, and you'll never find any living animals arising in any kind of soup. You could keep it till doomsday. Then he threw his work at Needham's head in a brilliant, sarcastic paper, and the world of science was thrown into an uproar. Could Needham really be wrong? Asked thoughtful men, gathered in groups under the high lamps and candles of the scientific societies of London and Copenhagen, of Paris and Berlin. The argument between Spallanzani and Needham didn't stay in the academies among the highbrows. It leaked out through heavy doors onto the streets and crept into stylish drawing rooms. The world would have liked to believe Needham, for the people of the 18th century were cynical and gay. Everywhere men were laughing at religion and denying any supreme power in nature, and they delighted in the notion that life could arise haphazardly. But Spallanzani's experiments were so clear and so hard to answer, even with the cleverest words. Meanwhile, the good Needham had not been resting on his oars exactly. He was an expert at publicity, and to help his cause along, he went to Paris and lectured about his mutton gravy. And in Paris he fell in with the famous Count Buffon. This count was rich. He was handsome. He loved to write about science. He believed he could make up hard facts in his head. He was rather too well dressed to do experiments. Besides, he really knew some mathematics and had translated Newton into French. When you consider that he could juggle most complicated figures, that he was a rich nobleman as well, you will agree that he certainly ought to know, without experimenting, whether little animals could come to life without fathers or mothers. So argued the godless wits of Paris. Needham and Biffault got on famously. Biffault wore purple clothes and lace cuffs that he didn't like to muss up on dirty laboratory tables, with their dust and cluttered glassware and pools of soup spilled from accidentally broken flasks. So he did the thinking and writing, while Needham messed with the experiments. These two men then set about to invent a great theory of how life arises, a fine philosophy that everyone could understand, that would suit devout Christians as well as witty atheists. The theory ignored Spallanzani's cold facts. But what would you have? It came from the brain of the great Biffault, and that was enough to upset any fact, no matter how hard, no matter how exactly recorded. What is it that causes these little animals to arise in mutton gravy, even after it has been heated, my lord? You can hear Needham asking of the noble Count. Count Biffault's brain whirled in a magnificent storm of the imagination. Then he answered, "You have made a great, a most momentous discovery, Father Needham. You have put your finger on the very source of life. In your mutton gravy you have uncovered the very force. It must be a force. Everything is force, which creates life. Let us then call it the vegetative force, my lord," replied Father Needham. "An apt name," said Biffault, and he retired to his perfumed study and put on his best suit and wrote, not from dry laboratory notes or the exact records of lenses or flasks, but from his brain. He wrote, I say, about the marvels of this vegetative force that could make little animals out of mutton gravy and heated seed soups. In a little while, vegetative force was on everybody's tongue. It accounted for everything. The wits made it take the place of God, and the churchmen said it was God's most powerful weapon. It was popular like a street song or an off-color story, or like present-day talk about relativity. Worst of all, the Royal Society tumbled over itself to get ahead of the men in the street, and elected Needham a Fellow, and the Academy of Sciences of Paris made him an associate. Meanwhile, in Italy, Spallanzani began to walk up and down his laboratory and sputter and rage. Here was a danger to science. Here was ignoring cold facts, without which science is nothing. Spallanzani was a priest of God, and God was perhaps reasonably sacred to him. He didn't argue with anyone about that. But here was a pair of fellows who ignored his pretty experiments, his clear, beautiful facts. But what could Spallanzani do? Needham and Biffault had deluged the scientific world with words. They had not answered his facts. They had not shown where Spallanzani's experiment of the sealed flasks was wrong. The Italian was a fighter, but he liked to fight with facts and experiments, and here he was laying about him in this fog of big words, and hitting nothing. Spallanzani stormed and laughed and was sarcastic and bitter about this marvelous hoax, this mysterious vegetative force. It was the force, prattled Needham, that had made Eve grow out of Adam's rib. It was the force, once more, that gave rise to the remarkable worm tree of China, which is a worm in winter, and then, marvelous to say, is turned by the vegetative force into a tree in summer, and much more of such preposterous stuff, until Spallanzani saw the whole science of living things in danger of being upset by this alleged vegetative force, with which, next thing people knew, Needham would be turning cows into men and fleas into elephants. Then, suddenly, Spallanzani had his chance, for Needham made an objection to one of his experiments. "Your experiment does not hold water," he wrote to the Italian, "because you have heated your flasks for an hour, and that fierce heat weakens and so damages the vegetative force that it can no longer make little animals." This was just what the energetic Spallanzani was waiting for, and he forgot religion and large classes of eager students, and the pretty ladies that loved to be shown through his museum. He rolled up his wide sleeves and plunged into work, not at a writing desk, but before his laboratory bench, not with a pen, but with his flasks and seeds and microscopes. "So Needham says heat damages the force in the seeds, does he? Has he tried it? How can he see or feel or weigh or measure this vegetative force? He says it is in the seeds. Well, we'll heat the seeds and see." Spallanzani got out his flasks once more and cleaned them. He brewed mixtures of different kinds of seeds, of peas and beans and vetches, with pure water, until his workroom almost ran over with flasks. They perched on high shelves. They sat on tables and chairs. They cluttered the floor so it was hard to walk around. "Now we'll boil a whole series of these flasks different lengths of time, and see which one generates the most little animals," he said, and then doused one set of his soups in boiling water for a few minutes, another for a half hour, another for an hour, and still another for 2 hours. Instead of sealing them in the flame, he plugged them all up with corks. Needham said that was enough, and then he put them carefully away to see what would happen. He waited. He went off fishing and forgot to pull up his rod when a fish bit. He collected minerals for his museum and forgot to take them home with him. He plotted for higher pay. He said masses and studied the copulation of frogs and toads, and then disappeared once more to his dim workroom with its regiments of bottles and weird machines. He waited. If Needham were right, the flasks boiled for minutes should be alive with little animals, but the ones boiled for an hour or 2 hours should be deserted. He pulled out the corks, one by one, and looked at the drops of soup through his lens, and at last laughed with delight. The bottles that had been boiled for 2 hours actually had more little animals sporting about in them than the ones he had heated for a few minutes. Vegetative force! What nonsense! So long as you only plug up your flasks with corks, the little animals will get in from the air. You can heat your soups till you're black in the face. The microbes will get in just the same and grow, after the broth has cooled. Spallanzani was triumphant, but then he did the curious thing that only born scientists ever do. He tried to beat his own idea, his darling theory, by experiments he honestly and shrewdly planned to defeat himself. That is science. That is the strange, self-forgetting spirit of a few rare men, those curious men to whom truth is more dear than their own cherished whims and wishes. Spallanzani walked up and down his narrow workroom, hands behind him, meditating. Wait, maybe after all Needham has guessed right. Maybe there is some mysterious force in these seeds that strong heat might destroy. Then he cleaned his flasks again and took some seeds, but instead of merely boiling them in water, he put them in a coffee roaster and baked them till they were soot-colored cinders. Next he poured pure distilled water over them, growling, "Now, if there was a vegetative force in those seeds, I have surely roasted it to death." Days later, when he came back to his flasks, with their soups brewed from the burned seeds, he smiled a sarcastic smile, a smile that meant squirmings for Buffon and Needham, for, as one bottle after another yielded its drops of soup to his lens, every drop from every bottle was alive with wee animals that swam up and down in the liquid and went to and fro, living their funny, limited little lives as gaily as any animals in the best soup made from unburned seeds. He had tried to defeat his own theory, and so trying, had licked the pious Needham and the precious Buffon. They had said that heat would kill their force, so that no little animals could arise. And here were seeds, charred to carbon, furnishing excellent food for the small creatures. This so-called force was a myth. Spallanzani proclaimed this to all of Europe, which now began to listen to him. Then he relaxed from his hard pryings into the loves and battles and deaths of little animals by making deep studies of the digestion of food in the human stomach, and to do this he experimented cruelly on himself. This was not enough, so he had to launch into weird investigations in the hot, dark attic of his house on the strange problem of how bats can keep from bumping into things although they cannot see. In the midst of this, he found time to help educate his little nephews and to take care of his brother and sister, obscure beings who did not share his genius, but they were of his blood, and he loved them. But he soon came back to the mysterious question of how life arises, that question which his religion taught him to ignore, to accept with blind faith as a miracle of the Creator. He didn't work with little animals only. Instead, he turned his curiosity onto larger ones, and began vast researches on the mating of toads. What is the cause of the violent and persistent way in which the male toad holds the female? He asked himself, and his wonder at this strange event set his ingenious brain to devising experiments of an unheard-of barbarity. He didn't do them out of any fiendish whim to hurt the father toad, but this man must know every fact that could possibly be known about how new toads arose. What will make the toad let go this grip? And that mad priest cut off the male toad's hind legs in the midst of its copulation. But the dying animal did not relax that blind grasp to which nature drove it. Spallanzani mused over his bizarre experiment. This persistence of the toad, he said, is due less to his obtuseness of feeling than to the vehemence of his passion. In his sniffing search for knowledge, which let him stop at nothing, he was led by an instinct that drove him into heartless experiments on animals, but it made him do equally cruel and fantastic tests on himself. He studied the digestion of food in the stomach. He gulped down hollowed-out blocks of wood with meat inside them, then tickled his throat and made himself vomit them up again, so that he could find out what had happened to the meat inside the blocks. He kept insanely at this self-torture until, as he admitted at last, a horrid nausea made him stop the experiments. Spallanzani held immense correspondences with half the doubters and searchers of Europe. By mail, he was a great friend of that imp Voltaire. He complained that there were few men of talent in Italy. The air was too humid and foggy. He became a leader of that impudent band of scientists and philosophers who unknowingly prepared the bloodiest of revolutions while they tried so honestly to find truth and establish happiness and justice in the world. These men believed that Spallanzani had spiked, once for all, that nonsense about animals, even the tiniest ones, arising spontaneously. Led by Voltaire, they cracked vast jokes about the vegetative force and its parents, the pompous Buffon and his laboratory boy, Father Needham. "But there is a vegetative force," cried Needham, "a mysterious something, I'll admit you can't see it or weigh it, that can make life arise out of gravy or soup or out of nothing at all, perhaps. Maybe it can stand all that roasting that Spallanzani applies to it, but what it needs particularly is a very elastic air to help it. And when Spallanzani boils his flasks for an hour, he hurts the elasticity of the air inside the flasks." Spallanzani was up in arms in a moment, and bawled for Needham's experiments. Has he heated air to see if it got less elastic? The Italian waited for experiments, and got only words. Then I'll have to test it out myself, he said, and once again he put seeds in rows of flasks, and sealed off their necks in a flame, and boiled them for an hour. Then one morning he went to his laboratory, and cracked off the neck of one of his bottles. He cocked his ear. He heard a little whist. "What's this?" he muttered, and grabbed another bottle, and cracked off its neck, holding his ear close by. Whist! There it was again. "That means the air is coming out of my bottle, or going into it," he cried, and he lighted a candle, and ingeniously held it near the neck of a third flask as he cracked the seal. The flame sucked inward toward the opening. "The air's going in. That means the air in the bottle is less elastic than the air outside. That means maybe Needham is right." For a moment, Spallanzani had a queer feeling at the pit of his stomach. His forehead was wet with nervous sweat. His world tottered around him. Could that fool Needham have made a lucky stab, a clever guess about what heat did to air in sealed-up flasks? Could this windbag knock out all of this careful finding of facts, which had taken so many years of hard work? For days, Spallanzani went about troubled, and snapped at students, to whom before he had been gentle, and tried to comfort himself by reciting Dante and Homer, and this only made him more grumpy. A relentless torturing imp pricked at him, and this imp said, "Find out why the air rushes into your flasks when you break the seals. It may not have anything to do with elasticity." The imp woke him up in the night. It made him get tangled up in his masses. Then, like a flash of lightning, the explanation came to him, and he hurried to his workbench. It was covered with broken flasks and abandoned bottles, and its muddled disarray told his discouragement. He reached into a cupboard and took out one of his flasks. He was on the track. He would show Needham was wrong, and even before he had proved it, he stretched himself with a heave of relief. So sure was he that the reason for the little whistling of air had come to him. He looked at the flasks, then smiled and said, "All the flasks that I have been using have fairly wide necks. When I seal them in the flame, it takes a lot of heat to melt the glass till the neck is shut off. All that heat drives most of the air out of the bottle before it's sealed up. No wonder the air rushes in when I crack the seal." He saw that Needham's idea that boiling water outside the flask damaged the elasticity of the air inside was nonsense, nothing less. But how to prove this? How to seal up the flasks without driving out the air? His devilish ingenuity came to help him, and he took another flask, put seeds into it, and filled it partly with pure water. Then he rolled the neck of the bottle around in a hot flame until it melted down to a tiny narrow opening, very, very narrow, but still open to the air outside. Next, he let the flask cool. Now the air inside must be the same as the air outside. Then he applied a tiny flame to the now almost needle-fine opening. In a jiffy the flask was sealed, without expelling any of the air from the inside. Content, he put the bottle in boiling water and watched it bump and dance in the kettle for an hour, and while he watched, he recited verses and hummed gay tunes. He put the flask away for days. Then, one morning, sure of his result, he came to his laboratory to open it. He lighted a candle. He held it close to the flask neck. Carefully he broke the seal. Whist! But the flame blew away from the flask this time. The elasticity of the air inside the flask was greater than that outside. All of the long boiling had not damaged the air at all. It was even more elastic than before, and elasticity was what Needham said was necessary for his wonderful vegetative force. The air in the flask was superelastic, but fishing drop after drop of the soup inside, Spallanzani couldn't find a single little animal. Again and again, with the obstinacy of a Leeuwenhoek, he repeated the same experiment. He broke flasks and spilled boiling water down his shirt front. He seared his hands. He made vast tests that had to be done over, but always he confirmed his first result. End of section 4. Section 5 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Spallanzani. Microbes Must Have Parents. Part 3. Triumphant, he shouted his last experiment to Europe, and Needham and Buffon heard it, and had to sit sullenly amid the ruins of their silly theory. There was nothing to say. Spallanzani had spiked their guns with a simple fact. Then the Italian sat down to do a little writing himself. A virtuoso in the laboratory, he was a fiend with his quill when once he was sure his facts had destroyed Needham's pleasant myth about life arising spontaneously. Spallanzani was sure now that even the littlest beasts had to come, always, from beasts that had lived before. He was certain, too, that a wee microbe always remained a microbe of the same kind that its parents had been, just as a zebra doesn't turn into a giraffe or have musk oxen for children, but always stays a zebra and has zebra babies. In short, shouted Spallanzani, Needham is wrong, and I have proved that there is a law and order in the science of animals, just as there is in the working of the stars. Then he told the muddle that Needham would have turned the science of little animals into, if good facts hadn't been found to beat him. What animals this weird vegetative force could make, what tricks it could do, if it had only existed. It could make, said Spallanzani, a microscopic animal found sometimes in infusions, which, like a new protean, ceaselessly changes its form, appearing now as a body thin as a thread, now as an oval or spherical form, sometimes coiled like a serpent, adorned with rays and armed with horns. This remarkable animal furnishes Needham an example to explain easily how the vegetative force produces now a frog, and again a dog, sometimes a midge, and at others an elephant, today a spider, and tomorrow a whale, this minute a cow, and the next a man. So ended Needham and his vegetative force. It became comfortable to live once more. You felt sure there was no mysterious, sinister force sneaking around, waiting to change you into a hippopotamus. Spallanzani's name glittered in all the universities of Europe. The societies considered him the first scientist of the day. Frederick the Great wrote long letters to him, and with his own hand made him a member of the Berlin Academy. And Frederick's bitter enemy, Maria Theresa, Empress of Austria, put it over the great king by offering Spallanzani the job of professor in her ancient and run-down University of Pavia in Lombardy. A pompous commission came, a commission of eminent privy councillors, weighed down with letters and imperial seals, and begged Spallanzani to put this defunct college on its feet. There were vast, interminable arguments and bargainings about salary. Spallanzani always knew how to feather his nest. Bargains that ended in his taking the job of professor of natural history and curator of the Natural History Cabinet of Pavia. Spallanzani went to the museum, the Natural History Cabinet, and found that cupboard bare. He rolled up his sleeves. He lectured about everything. He made huge public experiments, and he awed his students because his deft hands always made these experiments turn out successfully. He sent here and there for an astounding array of queer beasts and strange plants and unknown birds to fill up the empty cabinet. He climbed dangerous mountains himself and brought back minerals and precious ores. He caught hammerhead sharks and snared gay-plumed fowl. He went on incredible collecting expeditions for his museum, and to work off that tormenting energy that made him so fantastically different from the popular picture of a calm scientist. He was a Roosevelt with all of Teddy's courage and appeal to the crowd, but with none of Teddy's gorgeous inaccuracy. In the intervals of this hectic collecting and lecturing, he shut himself in his laboratory with his stews and his microscopic animals, and made long experiments to show that these beasts obey nature's laws, just as men and horses and elephants are forced to follow them. He put drops of stews swarming with microbes on little pieces of glass, and blew tobacco smoke at them, and watched them eagerly with his lens. He cried out his delight as he saw them rush about trying to avoid the irritating smoke. He shot electric sparks at them and wondered at the way the little animals, quote, became giddy, unquote, and spun about, and quickly died. The seeds or eggs of the little animals may be different from chicken eggs or frogs' eggs or fish eggs. They may stand the heat of boiling water in my sealed flasks, but otherwise these little creatures are really no different from other animals, he cried. Then, just after that, he had to take back his confident words. Every beast on earth needs air to live, and I am going to show just how animal these little animals are by putting them in a vacuum and watching them die, said Spallanzani to himself, alone one day in his laboratory. He cleverly drew out some very thin tubes of glass, like the ones Leeuwenhoek had used to study his little animals. He dipped the tube into a soup that swarmed with his microbes. The fluid rushed up into the hair-fine pipe. Then Spallanzani sealed off one end of it and ingeniously tied the other end to a powerful vacuum pump, and set the pump going, and stuck his lens against the thin wall of the tube. He expected to see the wee animals stop waving the, quote, little arms which they were furnished to swim with, end quote. He expected them to get giddy and then stop moving. The pump chugged on, and nothing whatever happened to the microbes. They went nonchalantly about their business and did not seem to realize there was such a thing as life-maintaining air. They lived for days, for weeks, and Spallanzani did the experiment again and again, trying to find something wrong with it. This was impossible. Nothing can live without air. How the devil do these beasts breathe? He wrote his amazement in a letter to his friend Bonnet. Quote, the nature of some of these animalcules is astonishing. They are able to exercise in a vacuum the functions they use in free air. They make all of their courses. They go up and down in the liquid. They even multiply for several days in this vacuum. How wonderful this is! For we have always believed there is no living being that can live without the advantages air offers it. End quote. Spallanzani was very proud of his imagination and his quick brain, and he was helped along in this conceit by the flattery and admiration of students and intelligent ladies and learned professors and conquering kings. But he was an experimenter too. He was really an experimenter first, and he bent his head humbly when a new fact defeated one of the brilliant guesses of his brain. Meanwhile, this man who was so rigidly honest in his experiments, who would never report anything but the truth of what he found amid the smells and poisonous vapors and shining machines of his laboratory, this superbly honest scientist, I say, was planning low tricks to increase his pay as professor at Pavia. Spallanzani, the football player, the climber of mountains and explorer, this Spallanzani whined to the authorities at Vienna about his feeble health. The fogs and vapors of Pavia were like to make him die, he said. To keep him, the emperor had to increase his pay and double his vacations. Spallanzani laughed and cynically called his lie a political gesture. He always got everything he wanted. He got truth by dazzling experiments and close observation and insane patience. He obtained money and advancement by work and by cunning plots and falsehoods. He received protection from religious persecution by becoming a priest. Now, as he grew older, he began to hanker for wild researches in regions remote from his little laboratory. He must visit the site of ancient Troy, whose story thrilled him so. He must see the harems and slaves and eunuchs, which to him were as much a part of natural history as his bats and toads and little animals of the seed infusions. He pulled wires, and at last the Emperor Joseph gave him a year's leave of absence and the money for a trip to Constantinople for his failing health, which had never been more superb. So Spallanzani put his rows of flasks away and locked his laboratory and said a dramatic and tearful goodbye to his students. On the journey down the Mediterranean, he got frightfully seasick. He was shipwrecked, but didn't forget to try to save the specimens he had collected on some islands. The Sultan wined and dined him. The doctors of the Seraglios let him study the customs of the beauteous concubines. And afterward, good 18th century European that he was, Spallanzani told the Turks that he admired their hospitality and their architecture, but detested their custom of slavery and their hopeless, fatalistic view of life. We Westerners, through this new science of ours, are going to conquer the seemingly unavoidable, the apparently eternal torture and suffering of man. You can imagine him telling his polite but stick-in-the-mud Oriental friends, He believed in an all-powerful God, but while he believed, the spirit of the searcher, the fact-finder, flashed out of his eye, burdened all his thought and talk, forced him to make excuses for God by calling him nature and the unknown, compelled him to show that he had appointed himself first assistant to God in the discovery and even the conquering of this unknown nature. After many months, he returned overland through the Balkan Peninsula, escorted by companies of crack soldiers, entertained by Bulgarian dukes and Wallachian hospodars. At last he came to Vienna to pay his respects to his boss and patron, the Emperor Joseph II. It was the dizziest moment, so far as honors went, of his entire career. Drunk with success, he thought, you may imagine, of how all his dreams had come true. And then, while Spallanzani was on his triumphant voyage, a dark cloud gathered away to the south, at his university, the school at Pavia that he had done so much to bring back to life. For years, the other professors had watched him take their students away from them. They had watched, and ground their tusks, and sharpened their razors, and waited. Spallanzani, by tireless expeditions, and through many fatigues and dangers, had made the once empty natural history cabinet the talk of Europe. Besides, he had a little private collection of his own at his old home in Scandiano. One day, Canon Volta, one of his jealous enemies, went to Scandiano and by a trick got into Spallanzani's private museum. He sniffed around, then smiled an evil grin. Here were some jars, and there a bird, and in another place a fish, and all of them were labeled with the red tags of the University Museum of Pavia. Volta sneaked away, hidden in the dark folds of his cloak, and on the way home worked out his malignant plans to cook the brilliant Spallanzani's goose. And just before Spallanzani got home from Vienna, Volta and Scarpa and Scopoli let hell loose by publishing a tract and sending it to every great man and society in Europe, and this tract accused Spallanzani of the nasty crime of stealing specimens from the University of Pavia and hiding them in his own little museum at Scandiano. His bright world came down around his ears. In a moment he saw his gorgeous career in ruins. In hideous dreams he heard the delighted cackles of men who praised him and envied him. He pictured the triumph of men whom he had soundly licked with his clear facts and experiments. He imagined even the return to life of that full vegetative force. But in a few days he came back on his feet, the center of a dreadful scandal, it is true, but on his feet with his back to the wall, ready to face his accusers. Gone now was the patient hunter of microbes, and gone the urbane correspondent of Voltaire. He turned into a crafty politician. He demanded an investigating committee and got it. He founded Ananias clubs and fought fire with fire. He returned to Pavia, and on his way there I wonder what his thoughts were. Did he see himself slinking into the town, avoided by old admirers and a victim of malignant hissing whispers? Possibly, but as he got near the gates of Pavia, a strange thing happened, for a mob of adoring students came out to meet him, told him they would stick by him, escorted him with yells of joy to his old lecture chair. The once self-sufficient, proud man's voice became husky. He blew his nose. He could only stutteringly tell them what their devotion meant to him. Then the investigating committee had him and his accusers appear before it, and knowing Spallanzani as you already do, you may imagine the shambles that followed. He proved to the judges that the alleged stolen birds were miserably stuffed, draggle-feathered creatures which would have disgraced the cabinet of a country school. They had been merely pitched out. He had traded the lost snakes and the armadillo to other museums, and Pavia had profited by the trade. Not only so, but Volta, his chief accuser, had himself stolen precious stones from the museum and given them to his friends. The judges cleared him of all guilt, though it is today not perfectly sure that he wasn't a little guilty. Volta and his complotters were fired from the university, and all parties, including Spallanzani, were ordered by the emperor to stop their deplorable brawling and shut up. This thing was getting to be a smell all over Europe. Students were breaking up the classroom furniture about it, and other universities were snickering at such an unparalleled scandal. Spallanzani took a last crack at his routed enemies. He called Volta a perfect bladder, full of wind, and invented hideous and unprintably improper names for Scarpa and Scopoli. Then he returned peacefully to his microbe hunting. Many times in his long years of looking at the animalcules, he had wondered how they multiplied. Often he had seen two of the wee beasts stuck together, and he wrote to Bonnet, quote, "When you see two individuals of any animal kind united, you naturally think they are engaged in reproducing themselves." End quote. But were they? He jotted his observations down in old notebooks and made crude pictures of them, but, impetuous as he was in many things, when it came to experiments or drawing conclusions, he was almost as cagey as old Leeuwenhoek had been. Bonnet told Spallanzani's perplexity about the way little animals multiplied to his friend, the clever but now unknown de Saussure. And this fellow turned his sharp eye through his clear lenses onto the breeding habits of animalcules. In a short while he wrote a classic paper telling the fact that when you see two of the small beasts stuck together, they haven't come together to breed. On the contrary, marvelous to say, these coupled beasts are no more nor less than an old animalcule which is dividing into two parts, into two new little animals. This, said de Saussure, was the only way the microbes ever multiplied. The joys of marriage were unknown to them. Reading this paper, Spallanzani rushed to his microscope, hardly believing such a strange event could be so. But careful looking showed that de Saussure was right. The Italian wrote the Swiss a fine letter congratulating him. Spallanzani was a fighter and something of a plotter. He was infernally ambitious and often jealous of the fame of other men, but he lost himself in his joy at the prettiness of de Saussure's sharp observations. Spallanzani and these naturalists of Geneva were bound by a mysterious cement, a realization that the work of finding facts and fitting facts together to build the high cathedral of science is greater than any single finder of facts or mason of facts. They were the first haters of war, the first citizens of the world, the first genuine internationalists. Then Spallanzani was forced into one of the most devilishly ingenious researches of his life. He was forced into this by his friendship for his pals in Geneva, and by his hatred of another piece of scientific claptrap almost as bad as the famous vegetative force. An Englishman named Ehrlich wrote a paper saying de Saussure's observations about the little animals splitting into two was all wrong. Ehrlich admitted that the little beasts might occasionally break into two, but that, cried Ehrlich, doesn't mean they are multiplying. It simply means, he said, That one little animal, swimming swiftly along in the water, bangs into another one amidships and breaks him in half. That's all there is to De Saussure's fine theory. What is more, Ellis went on, little animals are born from each other just as larger beasts come from their mothers. When I look carefully with my microscope, I can actually see young ones inside the old ones, and looking still more closely, you may not believe it, I can see grandchildren inside these young ones. Rot, thought Spallanzani. All this stuff smelled very fishy to him, but how to show it wasn't true, and how to show that animalcules multiplied by breaking in two. He was first of all a hard scientist, and he knew that it was one thing to say Ellis was feeble-minded, but quite another to prove that the little animals didn't bump into each other and so knock each other apart. In a moment, the one way to decide it came to him. All I have to do, he meditated, is to get one little beast off by itself, away from every other one, where nothing whatever can bump into it, and then just sit and watch through the microscope to see if it breaks into two. That was the simple and the only way to do it, no doubt, but how to get one of these infernally tiny creatures away from his swarms of companions? You can separate one puppy from a litter, or even a little minnow from its myriads of brothers and sisters, but you can't reach in with your hands and take one animalcule by the tail, curse it. It is 1,000,000 times too small for that. Then this Spallanzani, this fellow who reveled in gaudy celebrations and vast, enthusiastic lecturings, this hero of the crowd, this magnifico, crawled away from all his triumphs and pleasures to do one of the cleverest and most marvelously ingenious pieces of patient work in his hectic life. He did no less a thing than to invent a sure method of getting one animalcule, a few 25,000ths of an inch long, a living animalcule, off by itself. He went to his laboratory and carefully put a drop of seed soup, swarming with animalcules, on a clean piece of crystal glass. Then, with a clean hair-fine tube, he put a drop of pure distilled water, that had not a single little animal in it, on the same glass, close to the drop that swarmed with microbes. Now I shall trap one, he muttered, as he trained his lens on the drop that held the little animals. He took a fine, clean needle. He stuck it carefully into the drop of microbe soup, and then made a little canal with it across to the empty water drop. Quickly he turned his lens onto the passageway between the two drops, and grunted satisfaction as he saw the wriggling, cavorting little creatures begin to drift through this little canal. He grabbed for a little camel's hair brush. There's one of the wee ones, just one, in the water drop. Deftly he flicked the little brush across the small canal, wiping it out, so cutting off the chance of any other wee beast getting into the water drop to join its lonely little comrade. God, he cried, I've done it. No one's ever done this before. I've got one animalcule all by himself. Now nothing can bump him. Now we'll see if he'll turn into two new ones. His lens hardly quivered as he sat with tense neck and hands and arms, back bent, eyes squinting through the glass at the drop with its single inhabitant. How tiny he is, he thought. He is like a lone fish in the spacious abysses of the sea. Then a strange sight startled him, not less dramatic for its unbelievable littleness. The beast, it was shaped like a small rod, began to get thinner and thinner in the middle. At last, the two parts of it were held together by the thickness of a spider-web thread, and the two thick halves began to wriggle desperately, and suddenly they jerked apart. There they were, two perfectly formed, gently gliding little beasts, where there had been one before. They were a little shorter, but otherwise couldn't be told from their parent. Then, what was more marvelous to see, these two children of the first one, in a score of minutes, split up again, and now there were four, where there had been one. Spallanzani did this ingenious trick a dozen times, and got the same result, and saw the same thing. And then he descended on the unlucky Ellis like a ton of brick, and flattened into permanent obscurity Ellis and his fine yarn about the children and the grandchildren inside the little animals. Spallanzani was sniffish. He condescended. He advised. He told Ellis to go back to school and learn his ABCs of microbe hunting. He hinted that Ellis wouldn't have made his mistake if he'd read the fine paper of de Saussure carefully, instead of inventing preposterous theories that only cluttered up the hard job of getting genuine new facts from a stingy nature. A scientist, a really original investigator of nature, is like a writer or a painter or a musician. He is part artist, part cool searcher. Spallanzani told himself stories. He conceived himself the hero of a new epic exploration. He compared himself, in his writings even, to Columbus and Vespucci. He told of that mysterious world of microbes as a new universe, and thought of himself as a daring explorer making first groping expeditions along its boundaries only. He said nothing about the possible deadliness of the little animals. He didn't like to engage in print in wild speculations, but his genius whispered to him that the fantastic creatures of this new world were of some sure but yet unknown importance to their big brothers, the human species. Early in the year 1799, as Napoleon started thoroughly smashing an old world to pieces, and just as Beethoven was knocking at the door of the 19th century with the first of his mighty symphonies, war cries of that defiant spirit of which Spallanzani was one of the chief originators, in the year 1799, I say, the great microbe hunter was struck with apoplexy. 3 days later he was poking his energetic and irrepressible head above the bedclothes, reciting Tasso and Homer to the amusement and delight of those friends who had come to watch him die. But though he refused to admit it, this, as one of his biographers says, was his canto di cigno, his swan song, for in a few days he was dead. Great Egyptian kings kept their names alive for posterity by having the court undertaker embalm them into expensive and gorgeous mummies. The Greeks and Romans had their likenesses wrought into dignified statues. Paintings exist of 100 other distinguished men. What is left for us to see of the marvelous Spallanzani? In Pavia there is a modest little bust of him, and in the museum nearby, if you are interested, you may see his bladder. What better epitaph could there be for Spallanzani? What relic could more perfectly suggest the whole of his passion to find truth, that passion which stopped at nothing, which despised conventions, which laughed at hardship, which ignored bad taste and the feeble, pretty fitness of things? He knew his bladder was diseased. "Well, have it out after I'm dead," you can hear him whisper as he lay dying. "Maybe you'll find an astonishing new fact about diseased bladders." That was the spirit of Spallanzani. This was the very soul of that cynical, sniffingly curious, coldly reasoning century of his, the century that discovered few practical things, but the same century that built the high, clean house for Faraday and Pasteur, for Arrhenius and Emil Fischer and Ernest Rutherford to work in. End of section 5. Section 6 of Microbe Hunters by Paul D. Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Pasteur. Microbes Are a Menace. Part 1. In 1831, 32 years after the magnificent Spallanzani died, microbe hunting had come to a standstill once more. The subvisible animals were despised and forgotten, while other sciences were making great leaps ahead. Clumsy, horribly coughing locomotives were scaring the horses of Europe and America. The telegraph was getting ready to be invented. Marvelous microscopes were being devised, but no man had come to squint through these machines. No man had come to prove to the world that miserable little animals could do useful work which no complicated steam engine could attempt. There was no hint of the somber fact that these wretched microbes could kill their millions of human beings mysteriously and silently, that they were much more efficient murderers than a guillotine or the cannon of Waterloo. On a day in October in 1831, a 9-year-old boy ran frightened away from the edge of a crowd that blocked the door of the blacksmith shop of a village in the mountains of eastern France. Above the awed, excited whispers of the people at the door, this boy had heard the crackling tss of a white-hot iron on human flesh, and this terrifying sizzling had been followed by a groan of pain. The victim was the farmer Nicole. He had just been mangled by a mad wolf that charged, howling, jaws dripping poison foam, through the streets of the village. The boy who ran away was Louis Pasteur, son of a tanner of Arbois, and great-grandson of a serf of the Count of Udressier. Days and weeks passed, and 8 victims of the mad wolf died in the choking, throat-parched agonies of hydrophobia. Their screams rang in the ears of this timid, some called him stupid, boy, and the iron that had seared the farmer's wound burned a deep scar in his memory. "What makes a wolf or a dog mad, father? Why do people die when mad dogs bite them?" asked Louis. His father, the tanner, was an old sergeant of the armies of Napoleon. He had seen 10,000 men die from bullets, but he had no notion of why people die from disease. Perhaps a devil got into the wolf, and if God wills you are to die, you will die. There is no help for it. You can hear the pious tanner answer. That answer was as good as any answer from the wisest scientist or the most expensive doctor in the world. In 1831, no one knew what caused people to die from mad dog bites. The cause of all disease was completely unknown and mysterious. I am not going to try to make believe that this terrible event made the 9-year-old Louis Pasteur determined to find out the cause and cure of hydrophobia someday. That would be very romantic, but it wouldn't be true. It is true, though, that he was more scared by it, haunted by it for a longer time, brooded over it more, that he smelled the burned flesh and heard the screams 100 times more vividly than an ordinary boy would. In short, he was of the stuff of which artists are made, and it was this stuff in him, as much as his science, that helped him to drag microbes out of that obscurity into which they had passed once more, after the gorgeous Spallanzani died. Indeed, for the first 20 years of his life he showed no signs at all of becoming a great searcher. This Louis Pasteur was only a plodding, careful boy, whom nobody noticed particularly. He spent his playtime painting pictures of the river that ran by the tannery, and his sisters posed for him until their necks grew stiff and their backs ached grievously. He painted curiously harsh, unflattering pictures of his mother. They didn't make her look pretty, but they looked like his mother. Meanwhile, it seemed perfectly certain that the little animals were going to be put permanently on the shelf, along with the dodo and other forgotten beasts. The Swede, Linnaeus, most enthusiastic pigeonholer, who toiled at putting all living things in a neat, vast card catalogue, threw up his hands at the very idea of studying the wee beasts. They are too small, too confused. No one will ever know anything exact about them. We will simply put them in the class of chaos, said Linnaeus. They were only defended by the famous round-faced German, Ehrenberg, who had immense quarrels, in moments when he wasn't crossing oceans or receiving medals, futile quarrels about whether the little animals had stomachs, strange arguments about whether they were really complete little animals or only parts of larger animals, or whether, perchance, they might be little vegetables instead of little animals. Pasteur kept plugging at his books, though, and it was while he was still at the little college of Arbois that the first of his masterful traits began to stick out, traits good and bad, that made him one of the strangest mixtures of contradictions that ever lived. He was the youngest boy at the college, but he wanted to be a monitor. He had a fiery ambition to teach other boys, particularly to run other boys. He became a monitor. Before he was 20, he had become a kind of assistant teacher in the College of Besançon, and here he worked like the devil, and insisted that everybody else work as hard as he worked himself. He preached in long inspirational letters to his poor sisters, who, God bless them, were already trying their best. "To will is a great thing, dear sisters," he wrote, "for action and work usually follow will, and almost always work is accompanied by success. These three things, work, will, success, fill human existence. Will opens the door to success, both brilliant and happy. Work passes these doors, and at the end of the journey, success comes to crown one's efforts." When he was 70, his sermons had lost their capital letters, but they were exactly the same kind of simple, earnest sermons. His father sent him up to Paris to the normal school, and there he resolved to do great things, but he was carried away by a homesickness for the smell of the tannery yard, and he came back to Arbois, abandoning his high ambition. In another year he was back at the same school in Paris, and this time he stuck at it, and then one day he passed, in a tear-stained trance, out of the lecture-room of the chemist Dumas. "What a science is chemistry," he muttered, "and how marvelous is the popularity and glory of Dumas." He knew then that he was going to be a great chemist, too. The misty gray streets of the Latin Quarter dissolved into a confused and frivolous world that chemistry alone could save. He had left off his painting, but he was still the artist. Presently he began to make his first stumbling independent researches, with stinking bottles and rows of tubes filled with gorgeous colored fluids. His good friend, Chapuis, a mere student of philosophy, had listened for hours to Pasteur's lectures on the crystals of tartaric acid, and Pasteur told Chapuis, "It is sad that you are not a chemist, too." He would have made all students chemists, just as 40 years later he tried to turn all doctors into microbe hunters. Just then, as Pasteur was bending his snub nose and broad forehead over confused piles of crystals, the subvisible living microbes were beginning to come back into serious notice. They were beginning to be thought of as important, serious fellow creatures, just as useful as horses or elephants, by two lonely searchers, one in France and one in Germany. A modest but original Frenchman, Cagnard de la Toux, in 1837, poked round in beer vats of breweries. He dredged up a few foamy drops from such a vat and looked at them through a microscope, and noticed that the tiny globules of the yeasts he found in them sprouted buds from their sides, buds like seeds sprouting. "They are alive, then, these yeasts. They multiply like other creatures," he cried. His further searchings made him see that no brew of hops and barley ever changed into beer without the presence of the yeasts, living, growing yeasts. "It must be their life that changes barley into alcohol," he meditated, and he wrote a short, clear paper about it. The world refused to get excited about this fine work of the wee yeasts. Cagnard was no propagandist. He had no press agent to offset his own modesty. In the same year, in Germany, Dr. Schwann published a short paper in long sentences, and these muddy phrases told a bored public the exciting news that meat only becomes putrid when subvisible animals get into it. Quote, "Boil meat thoroughly and put it in a clean bottle and lead air into it that has passed through red-hot pipes. The meat will remain perfectly fresh for months. But in a day or two after you remove the stopper and let in ordinary air with its little animals, the meat will begin to smell dreadfully. It will teem with wriggling, cavorting creatures 1,000 times smaller than a pinhead. It is these beasts that make meat go bad." End quote. How Leeuwenhoek would have opened his large eyes at this! Spallanzani would have dismissed his congregation and rushed from his masses to his laboratory. But Europe hardly looked up from its newspapers, and young Pasteur was getting ready to make his own first great chemical discovery. When he was 26 years old he made it. After long peerings at heaps of tiny crystals, he discovered that there are 4 distinct kinds of tartaric acid instead of 2, that there are a variety of strange compounds in nature that are exactly alike, excepting that they are mirror images of each other. When he stretched his arms and straightened up his lame back and realized what he had done, he rushed out of his dirty, dark little laboratory into the hall, threw his arms around a young physics assistant — he hardly knew him — and took him out under the thick shade of the gardens of the Luxembourg. There he poured mouthfuls of triumphant explanation at him. He must tell someone. He wanted to tell the world. In a month he was praised by gray-haired chemists, and became the companion of learned men 3 times his age. He was made professor at Strasbourg, and in the off moments of researches he determined to marry the daughter of the dean. He didn't know if she cared for him, but he sat down and wrote her a letter that he knew must make her love him. "There is nothing in me to attract a young girl's fancy," he wrote, "but my recollections tell me that those who have known me very well have loved me very much." So she married him, and became one of the most famous and long-suffering, and in many ways one of the happiest wives in history, and this story will have more to tell about her. Now the head of a house, Pasteur threw himself more furiously into his work. Forgetting the duties and chivalries of a bridegroom, he turned his nights into days. "I am on the verge of mysteries," he wrote, "and the veil is getting thinner and thinner. The nights seem to me too long. I am often scolded by Madame Pasteur, but I tell her I shall lead her to fame." He continued his work on crystals. He ran into blind alleys. He did strange and foolish and impossible experiments, the kind a crazy man might devise. and the kind that turn a crazy man into a genius when they come off. He tried to change the chemistry of living things by putting them between huge magnets. He devised weird clockworks that swung plants back and forward, hoping so to change the mysterious molecules that formed these plants into mere images of themselves. He tried to imitate God. He tried to change species. Madame Pasteur waited up nights for him, and marveled at him and believed in him, and she wrote to his father, "You know that the experiments he is undertaking this year will give us, if they succeed, a Newton or a Galileo." It is not clear whether good Madame Pasteur formed this so high opinion of her young husband by herself. At any rate, truth, that will-o'-the-wisp, failed him this time. His experiments didn't come off. Then Pasteur was made professor and dean of the Faculty of Sciences in Lille, and there he settled down in the Street of the Flowers, and it was here that he ran, or rather stumbled for the first time, upon microbes. It was in this good, solid town of distillers and sugar-beet raisers and farm implement dealers that he began his great campaign, part science, part drama and romance, part religion and politics, to put microbes on the map. It was from this not too interesting middle-sized city, never noted for learning, that he splashed up a great wave of excitement about microbes that rocked the boat of science for 30 years. He showed the world how important microbes were to it, and in doing this, he made enemies and worshippers. His name filled the front pages of newspapers, and he received challenges to duels. The public made vast jokes about his precious microbes, while his discoveries were saving the lives of countless women in childbirth. In short, it was here he hopped off in his flight to immortality. When he left Strasbourg, truth was tricking him, and he was confused. He came to Lille and fairly stumbled on to the road to fame by offering to help a beet sugar distiller. When Pasteur settled in Lille, he was told by the authorities that highbrow science was all right. But what we want, what this enterprising city of Lille wants most of all, Professor, you can hear the committee of businessmen telling him, is a close cooperation between your science and our industries. What we want to know is, does science pay? Raise our sugar yield from our beets and give us a bigger alcohol output, and we'll see you and your laboratory are taken care of. Pasteur listened politely and then proceeded to show them the stuff he was made of. He was much more than a man of science. Think of a committee of businessmen asking Isaac Newton to show them how his laws of motion were going to help their ironworks. That shy thinker would have thrown up his hands and set himself to studying the meaning of the prophecies of the book of Daniel at once. Faraday would have gone back to his first job as a bookbinder's apprentice. But Pasteur was no shrinking flower. A child of the 19th century, he understood that science had to earn its bread and butter, and he started to make himself popular with everybody by giving thrilling lectures to the townspeople on science. Where in your families will you find a young man whose curiosity and interest will not immediately be awakened when you put into his hands a potato, and when, with that potato, he may produce sugar, and with that sugar, alcohol, and with that alcohol, ether and vinegar? He shouted enthusiastically one evening to an audience of prosperous manufacturers and their wives. Then one day, Mr. Bijot, a distiller of alcohol from sugar beets, came to his laboratory in distress. "We're having trouble with our fermentations, Professor," he complained. "We're losing thousands of francs every day. I wonder if you could come over to the factory and help us out," said the good Bigot. Bigot's son was a student in the science course, and Pasteur hastened to oblige. He went to the distillery and sniffed at the vats that were sick, that wouldn't make alcohol. He fished up some samples of the grayish, slimy mess and put them in bottles to take to his laboratory, and he didn't fail to take some of the beet pulp from the healthy, foamy vats where good amounts of alcohol were being made. Pasteur had no idea he could help Bigot. He knew nothing of how sugar ferments into alcohol. Indeed, no chemist in the world knew anything about it. He got back to his laboratory, scratched his head, and decided to examine the stuff from the healthy vats first. He put some of this stuff, a drop of it, before his microscope, maybe with an aimless idea of looking for crystals, and he found this drop was full of tiny globules, much smaller than any crystal, and these little globes were yellowish in color, and their insides were full of a swarm of curious dancing specks. "What can these things be?" he muttered. Then suddenly he remembered. "Of course, I should have known. These are the yeasts you find in all stews that have sugar which is fermenting into alcohol." He looked again, and saw the wee spheres alone. He saw some in bunches, others in chains, and then, to his wonder, he came on some with queer buds sprouting from their sides. They looked like sprouts on infinitely tiny seeds. Cagni de Latour is right. These yeasts are alive. It must be the yeasts that change beet sugar into alcohol, he cried. But that doesn't help Mr. Bigot. What on earth can be the matter with the stuff in the sick vats? He grabbed for the bottle that held the stuff from the sick vat. He sniffed at it. He peered at it with a little magnifying glass. He tasted it. He dipped little strips of blue paper in it and watched them turn red. Then he put a drop from it before his microscope and looked. But there are no yeasts in this one. Where are the yeasts? There is nothing here but a mass of confused stuff. What is it? What does this mean? He took the bottle up again and brooded over it with an eye that saw nothing, till at last a different, a strange look of the juice forced its way up into his wool-gathering thoughts. Here are little gray specks sticking to the walls of the bottle. Here are some more floating on the surface. Wait! No, there aren't any in the healthy stuff where there are yeasts and alcohol. What can that mean? He pondered. Then he fished down into the bottle and got a speck. With some trouble, into a drop of pure water. He put it before his microscope. His moment had come. No yeast globes here, no, but something different, something strange he had never seen before. Great, tangled, dancing masses of tiny rod-like things, some of them alone, some drifting along like strings of boats, all of them shimmying with a weird, incessant vibration. He hardly dared to guess at their size. They were much smaller than the yeasts. They were only 1/25,000th of an inch long. That night he tossed and didn't sleep, and next morning his stumpy legs hurried him back to the beet factory. His glasses awry on his near-sighted eyes, he leaned over and dredged up other samples from other sick vats. He forgot all about Bigot and thought nothing of helping Bigot. Bigot didn't exist. Nothing in the world existed but his sniffing, curious self and these dancing, strange rods. In every one of the grayish specks he found millions of them. Feverishly at night, with Madame Pasteur waiting up for him, and at last going to bed without him, he set up apparatus that made his laboratory look like an alchemist's den. He found that the rod-swarming juice from the sick vats always contained the acid of sour milk, and no alcohol. Suddenly a thought flooded through his brain. Those little rods in the juice of the sick fats are alive, and it is they that make the acid of sour milk. The rods fight with the yeasts, perhaps, and get the upper hand. They are the ferment of the sour milk acid, just as the yeasts must be the ferment of the alcohol. He rushed up to tell the patient Madame Pasteur about it, the only half-understanding Madame Pasteur, who knew nothing of fermentations, the Madame Pasteur who helped him so by believing always in his wild enthusiasms. It was only a guess, but there was something inside him that whispered to him that it was surely true. There was nothing uncanny about the rightness of his guess. Pasteur made thousands of guesses about the thousand strange events of nature that met his short-sighted peerings. Many of these guesses were wrong, but when he did hit on a right one, how he did test it, and prove it, and sniff along after it, and chase it, and throw himself on it, and bring it to earth. So it was now, when he was sure he had solved the 10,000-year-old mystery of fermentation. His head buzzed with 100 confused plans to see if he was really right, but he never neglected the businessmen and their troubles, or the authorities, or the farmers, or his students. He turned part of his laboratory into a manure testing station. He hurried to Paris and tried to get himself elected to the Academy of Sciences, and failed. And he took his classes on educational trips to breweries in Valenciennes and foundries in Belgium. In the middle of this, he felt sure, one day, that he had a way to prove that the little rods were alive, that in spite of their miserable littleness, they did giants' work, the work no giant could do, of changing sugar into lactic acid. I can't study these rods that I think are alive in this mixed-up mess of the juice of the beet pulp from the vats, Pasteur pondered. I shall have to invent some kind of clear soup for them, so that I can see what goes on. I'll have to invent this special food for them, and then see if they multiply, if they have young, if 1,000 of the small dancing beings appears when there was only one at first. He tried putting some of the grayish specks from the sick fats into pure sugar water. They refused to grow in it. The rods need a richer food, he meditated, and after many failures, he devised a strange soup. He took some dried yeast and boiled it in pure water and strained it so that it was perfectly clear. He added an exact amount of sugar and a little carbonate of chalk to keep the soup from being acid. Then, on the point of a fine needle, he fished up one of the gray specks from some juice of a sick fermentation. Carefully he sewed this speck in his new clear soup, and put the bottle in an incubating oven, and waited, anxious and nervous. It is this business of experiments not coming off at once that is always the curse of microbe hunting. He waited and signed some vouchers and lectured to students, and came back to peer into his incubator at his precious bottle, and advised farmers about their crops and fertilizers, and bolted absent-minded meals, and peered once more at his tubes, and waited. He went to bed without knowing what was happening in his bottle. It is hard to sleep when you do not know such things. All the next day it was the same, but toward evening, when his legs began to be heavy with failure once more, he muttered, "There is no clear broth that will let me see these beastly rods growing, but I'll just look once more." He held the bottle up to the solitary gaslight that painted grotesque giant shadows of the apparatus on the laboratory walls. "Sure enough, there's something changing here," he whispered. "There are rows of little bubbles coming up from some of the gray specks I sewed in the bottle yesterday. There are many new gray specks. All of them are sprouting bubbles." Then he became deaf and dumb and blind to the world of men. He stayed entranced before his little incubator. Hours floated by, hours that might have been seconds for him. He took up his bottle caressingly. He shook it gently before the light. Little spirals of gray, murky cloud curled up from the bottom of the flask, and from these spirals came big bubbles of gas. Now he would find out. He put a drop from the bottle before his microscope. Eureka! The field of the lens swarmed and vibrated with shimmying millions of the tiny rods. They multiply. They are alive, he whispered to himself, then shouted, "Yes, I'll be up in a little while," to Madame Pasteur, who had called down, begging him to come up for dinner, to come for a little rest. For hours he did not come. Time and again in the days that followed, he did the same experiment, putting a tiny drop from a flask that swarmed with rods into a fresh, clear flask of yeast soup that had none at all, and every time the rods appeared in billions, and each time they made new quantities of the acid of sour milk. Then Pasteur burst out. He was not a patient man, to tell the world. He told Mr. Bigot it was the little rods that made his fermentation sick. Keep the little rods out of your vats, and you'll always get alcohol, Mr. Bigot. He told his classes about his great discovery, that such infinitely tiny beasts could make acid of sour milk from sugar, a thing no mere man had ever done or could do. He wrote the news to his old Professor Dumas and to all his friends, and he read papers about it to the Lille Scientific Society, and sent a learned treatise to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. It is not clear whether Mr. Bigot found it possible to keep the little rods out of his vats, for they were like bad weeds that get into gardens. But to Pasteur, that didn't matter so much. Here was the one important fact. It is living things, subvisible living beings, that are the real cause of fermentations. Innocently, he told everyone that his discovery was remarkable. He was too much of a child to be modest, and from now on and for years these little ferments filled his sky. He ate and slept and dreamed and loved, after his absent-minded fashion, with his ferments by him. They were his life. He worked alone, for he had no assistant, not even a boy to wash his bottles for him. How, then, you will ask, did he find time to cram his days with such a bewildering jumble of events? Partly because he was an energetic man, and partly it was thanks to Madame Pasteur, who, in the words of Roux, quote, loved him even to the point of understanding his work. End quote. On those evenings when she wasn't waiting up lonely for him, when she had finished putting to bed those children whose absent-minded father he was, this brave lady sat primly on a straight-backed chair at a little table and wrote scientific papers at his dictation. Again, while he was below brooding over his tubes and bottles, she would translate the cramped scrawls of his notebooks into a clear, beautiful handwriting. Pasteur was her life, and since Pasteur thought only of work, her own life melted more and more into his work. End of section 6. Section 7 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. Pasteur. Microbes Are a Menace. Part 2. Then one day, in the midst of all this, they were just nicely settled in Lille, he came to her and said, "We are going to Paris. I have just been made administrator and director of scientific studies in the normal school. This is my great chance." They moved there, and Pasteur found there was absolutely no place for him to work in. There were a few dirty laboratories for the students, but none for the professors. What was worse, the Minister of Instruction told him there was not 1 cent in the budget for those bottles and ovens and microscopes, without which he could not live. But Pasteur snooped round in every cranny of the dirty old building, and at last climbed tricky stairs to a tiny room where rats played, to an attic under the roof. He chased the rats out and proclaimed this den his laboratory. He got money, in some mysterious way that is still not clear, for his microscopes and tubes and flasks. The world must know how important ferments are in its life. The world soon knew. His experiment with the little rods that made the acid of sour milk convinced him, why no one can tell, that other kinds of small beings did 1,000 other gigantic and useful and perhaps dangerous things in the world. It is those yeasts that my microscope showed me in the healthy beet vats. It is those yeasts that turn sugar into alcohol. It is undoubtedly yeasts that make beer from barley, and it is certainly yeasts that ferment grapes into wine. I haven't proved it yet, but I know it. Energetically he wiped his fogged spectacles, and cheerfully he climbed to his attic. Experiments would tell him. He must make experiments. He must prove to himself he was right. More especially, he must prove to the world he was right. But the world of science was against him. Liebig, the great German, the prince of chemists, the pope of chemistry, was opposed to his idea. So Liebig says yeasts have nothing to do with the turning of sugar into alcohol. So he claims that you have to have albumin there, and that it is just the albumin breaking down that carries the sugar along down with it into alcohol. He would show this Liebig. Then a trick to beat Liebig flashed into his head, a crafty trick, a simple, clear experiment that would smash Liebig and all other poobahs of chemistry who scorned the important work that his precious microscopic creatures might do. What I have to do is to grow yeasts in a soup that has no albumin in it at all. If yeasts will turn sugar into alcohol in such a soup, then Liebig and his theories are finished. Defiance was in every fiber of him. This business was turning from an affair of cold science into a purely personal matter. But it was one thing to have this bright idea, and quite another to find an albuminless food for yeasts. Yeasts were squeamish in their tastes, confound them. And he fussed around his drafty attic, and was for weeks an exasperated, a very grumpy Pasteur, until one morning a happy accident cleared the road for him. He had, by chance, put some salt of ammonia into an albumin soup, in which he grew the yeasts for his experiments. "What's this?" he meditated. "The ammonia salt keeps disappearing as my yeasts bud and multiply. What does this mean?" He thought. He fumbled. "Wait. The yeasts use up the ammonia salt. They will grow without albumin." He slammed shut the door of his attic room. He must be alone while he worked. He loved to be alone as he worked, just as he greatly enjoyed spouting his glorious results to worshipful, brilliant audiences. He took clean flasks and poured distilled water into them, and carefully weighed out pure sugar and slid it into this water, and then put in his ammonia salt. It was the tartrate of ammonia that he used. He reached for a bottle that swarmed with young budding yeasts. With care he fished out a yellowish flake of them and dropped it into his new albuminless soup. He put the bottle in his incubating oven. Would they grow? That night he turned over and over in his bed. He whispered his hopes and fears to Madame Pasteur. She couldn't advise him, but she comforted him. She understood everything, but couldn't explain away his worries. She was his perfect assistant. He was back in his attic next morning, not knowing how he had got up the stairs, not remembering his breakfast. He might have floated from his bed directly to the rickety, dusty incubator that held his flask, that fatal flask. He opened the bottle and put a tiny cloudy drop from it between two thin bits of glass and slid the specimen under the lens of his microscope, and knew the world was his. "Here they are," he cried. "Lovely, budding, growing young yeasts, hundreds of thousands of them. Yes, and here are some of the old ones, the parent yeasts I sowed in the bottle yesterday." He wanted to rush out and tell someone, but he held himself. He must find out something more. He got some of the soup from the fatal bottle into a retort to find out whether his budding beings had made alcohol. Liebig is wrong. Albumin isn't necessary. It is yeasts, the growth of yeasts, that ferments sugar. And he watched trickling tears of alcohol run down the neck of the retort. He spent the next weeks in doing the experiment over and over, to be sure that the yeasts would keep on living, to be certain that they would keep on making alcohol. He transferred them monotonously from one bottle to another. He put them through countless flasks of this same simple soup of ammonia salt and sugar and water, and always the yeasts budded lustily and filled the bottles with a foamy collar of carbonic acid gas. Always they made alcohol. This checking up of his discoveries was dull work. There was not the excitement, the sleepless waiting for a result he hoped for passionately or feared terribly would not come. His new fact was old stuff by now, but still he kept on. He cared for his yeasts like some tender father. He fed them and loved them, and was proud of their miraculous work of turning great quantities of sugar into alcohol. He ruined his health watching them, and he violated sacred customs of all good middle-class Frenchmen. He writes of how he sat down before his lens at 7 in the evening, and this is the dinner hour of France. He sat down to watch and see if he could spy on his yeasts in the act of budding, and from that time, he writes, I did not take my eye from the microscope. It was 9:30 before he was satisfied that he had seen them bud. He made vast, crazy tests that lasted from June until September to find out how long yeasts would keep at their work of turning sugar into alcohol, and at the end he cried, "Give your yeasts enough sugar, and they will not stop working for 3 months, or even more." Then, for a moment, the searcher in him changed into a showman, an exhibitor of stupendous surprises, a missionary in the cause of microbes. The world must know, and the people of the world must gasp at this astounding news, that millions of gallons of wine in France and boundless oceans of beer in Germany are not made by men at all, but by incessantly toiling armies of creatures 10 billion times smaller than a wee baby. He read papers about this, and gave speeches, and threw his proofs insolently at the great Liebig's head. And in a little while a storm was up in the little republic of science on the left bank of the Seine in Paris. His old professors beamed pride on him, and the Academy of Sciences, which had refused to elect him a member, now gave him the prize of physiology, and the magnificent Claude Bernard, whom Frenchmen called physiology itself, praised him in stately sentences. The next night Dumas, his old professor, whose brilliant lectures had made him cry when he was a green boy in Paris, threw bouquets at Pasteur in a public speech that would have made another man than Pasteur bow his head and blush and protest. Pasteur did not blush. He was perfectly sure that Dumas was right. Instead, he sat down proudly and wrote to his father. Quote, Mr. Dumas, after praising the so great penetration I had given proof of, added, The Academy, sir, rewarded you a few days ago for other profound researches. Your audience this evening will applaud you as one of the most distinguished professors we possess. All that I have underlined was said in these very words by Mr. Dumas, and was followed by great applause. End quote. It is only natural that in the midst of all this hurrahing, there was some quiet hissing. Opponents began to rise on all sides. Pasteur made these enemies, not entirely because his discovery stepped on the toes of old theories and beliefs. No, his bristling, curious, impudent air of challenge got him enemies. He had a way of putting, "Am I not clever to have found this, and aren't all of you fools not to believe it at once?" between the lines of all of his writings and speeches. He loved to fight with words. He had a cocky eagerness to get into an argument with everyone about anything. He would have sputtered indignantly at an innocently intended comment on his grammar or punctuation. Look at portraits of him taken at this time. It was 1860. Read his researches, and you will find a fighting sureness of his perpetual rightness in every hair of his eyebrow, and even in the technical terms and chemical formulas of his famous scientific papers. Many people objected to this scornful cockiness, but some good men of science had better reasons for disagreeing with him. His experiments were brilliant, they were startling, but his experiments stopped short of being completely proved. They had loopholes. Every now and then, when he set out confidently with some of his gray specks of ferment to make the acid of sour milk, he would find, to his disgust, a nasty smell of rancid butter wafting up from his bottles. There would be no little rods in the flask, alas, and none of the sour milk acid that he had set out to get. These occasional failures, the absence of sure fire in these tests, gave ammunition to his enemies and brought sleepless nights to Pasteur. But not for long. It is not the least strange thing about him that it didn't seem to matter to him that he never quite solved this confusing going wrong of his fermentations. He was a cunning man. Instead of butting his head against the wall of this problem, he slipped around it and turned it to his great fame and advantage. Why this annoying rancid butter smell? Why sometimes no sour milk acid? One morning, in one of his bottles that had gone bad, he noticed another kind of wee beasts swimming around among a few of the discouraged dancing rods which should have been there in great swarms. What are these beasts? They're much bigger than the rods. They don't merely quiver and vibrate, they actually swim around like fish. They must be little animals. He watched them peevishly. He had an instinct. They had no business there. There were processions of them hooked together like barges on the river Seine, strings of clumsy barges that snaked along. Then there were lonely ones that would perform a stately twirl now and again. Sometimes they would make a pirouette and balance. The next moment they would shiver at one end in a curious kind of shimmy. It was all very interesting, these various pretty cavortings of these new beasts. But they had no business there. He tried 100 ways to keep them out, ways that would seem very clumsy to us now. But just as he thought he had cleaned them out of all his bottles, back they popped. Then one day it flashed over him that every time that his bottles of soup swarmed with this gently moving, larger sort of animal, these same bottles of soup had the strong, nasty smell of rancid butter. So he proved, after a fashion, that this new kind of beast was another kind of ferment, a ferment that made the rancid butter acid from sugar. But he didn't nail down his proof, because he couldn't be sure, absolutely, that there was one kind, and only one kind of beast, present in his bottles. While he was a little confused and uncertain about this, he turned his troubles once more to his advantage. He was peering, one day, at the rancid butter microbes, swarming before his microscope. "There's something new here. In the middle of the drop they are lively, going every which way." Gently, precisely, a little aimlessly, he moved the specimen so that the edge of the drop was under his lens. But here at the edge they're not moving. They're lying round, stiff as pokers. It was so with every specimen he looked at. "Air kills them," he cried, and was sure he had made a great discovery. A little while afterward he told the Academy proudly that he had not only discovered a new ferment, a wee animal that had a curious trick of making stale butter acid from sugar, but besides this he had discovered that these animals could live and play and move and do their work without any air whatever. Air even killed them. And this, he cried, is the first example of little animals living without air. Unfortunately, it was the third example. 200 years before, old Leeuwenhoek had seen the same thing. 100 years later, Spallanzani had been amazed to find that microscopic beasts could live without breathing. Very probably Pasteur didn't know about these discoveries of the old trailblazers. I am sure he was not trying to steal their stuff. But as he went up in his excited climb toward glory and toward always increasing crowds of new discoveries, he regarded less and less what had been done before him and what went on around him. He rediscovered the curious fact that microbes make meat go bad. He failed to give the first discoverer, Schwann, proper credit for it. But this strange neglect to give credit for the good work of others must not be posted too strongly against him in the book of St. Peter, because you can see his fine imagination, the poet's thought of his, making its first attempts at showing that microbes are the real murderers of the human race. He dreams in this paper that just as there is putrid meat, so there are putrid diseases. He tells how he suffered in this work with meat gone bad. He tells about the bad smells and how he hated bad smells that filled his little laboratory during these researches. Quote, "My researches on the fermentations have led me naturally toward these studies, to which I have resolved to devote myself, without too much thought of their danger or of the disgust which they inspire in me." End quote. And then he told the Academy of the hard job that awaited him. He explained to them why he must not shrink from it, by making a graceful quotation from the great Lavoisier. Quote, "Public usefulness and the interests of humanity ennoble the most disgusting work, and only allow enlightened men to see the zeal which is needed to overcome obstacles." End quote. So he prepared the stage for his dangerous experiments years before he entered on them. He prepared a public stage setting. His proposed heroism thrilled the calm men of science that were his audience. As they returned home through the gray streets of the ancient Latin Quarter, they could imagine Pasteur bidding them a farewell full of emotion. They could see him marching with set lips, wanting to hold his nose but bravely not doing it, into the midst of stinking pestilences where perilous microbes lay in wait for him. It is so that Pasteur proved himself much more useful than Leeuwenhoek or Spallanzani. He did excellent experiments, and then had a knack of presenting them in a way to heat up the world about them. Grave men of science grew excited. Simple people saw clear visions of the yeasts that made the wine that was their staff of life, and they were troubled at nights by thoughts of hovering, invisible, putrid microbes in the air. He did curious tests that waited 3 years to be completed. He took flasks and filled them part way full with milk or urine. He doused them in boiling water and sealed their slender necks shut in a blast flame. Then, for years, he guarded them. At last he opened them to show that the urine and the milk were perfectly preserved, that the air above the fluid in the bottles still had almost all of its oxygen, no microbes, no destruction of the milk. He allowed germs to grow their silent swarms in other flasks of urine and milk that he had left unboiled, and when he tested these for oxygen, he found that the oxygen had been completely used up. The microbes had used it to burn up, to destroy the stuff on which they fed. Then, like a great bird, Pasteur spread his wings of fancy and soared up to fearsome speculations. He imagined a weird world without microbes, a world whose air had plenty of oxygen, but this oxygen would be of no use, alas, to destroy dead plants and animals, because there were no microbes to do the oxidations. His hearers had nightmare glimpses of vast heaps of carcasses choking the deserted, lifeless streets. Without microbes, life would not be possible. Now Pasteur ran hard up against a question that was bound to pop up and look him in the face, sooner or later. It was an old question. Adam had without doubt asked it of God, while he wondered where the 10,000 living beings of the Garden of Eden came from. It was the question that had all thinkers by the ears for 100 centuries, that had given Spallanzani so much exciting fun 100 years before. It was the simple but absolutely insoluble question: where do microbes come from? How is it, Pasteur's opponents asked him, how is it that yeasts appear from nowhere every year of every century in every corner of the earth to turn grape juice into wine? Where do the little animals come from, these little animals that turn milk sour in every can and butter rancid in every jar, from Greenland to Timbuktu? Like Spallanzani, Pasteur could not believe that the microbes rose from the dead stuff of the milk or butter. Surely microbes have to have parents. He was, you see, a good Catholic. It is true that he lived among the brainy skeptics on the left bank of the Seine in Paris, where God is as popular as a Soviet would be in Wall Street. But the doubts of his colleagues didn't touch Pasteur. It was beginning to be the fashion of the doubters to believe in evolution, the majestic poem that tells of life starting as a formless stuff stirring in a steamy ooze of 1,000,000 years ago, unfolding through a stately procession of living beings until it gets to monkeys, and at last, triumphantly, to men. There doesn't have to be a god to start that parade or to run it. It just happened, said the new philosophers with an air of science. But Pasteur answered, "My philosophy is of the heart and not of the mind. I give myself up, for instance, to those feelings about eternity that come naturally at the bedside of a cherished child drawing its last breath. At those supreme moments, there is something in the depths of our souls which tells us that the world may be more than a mere combination of events due to a machine-like equilibrium brought out of the chaos of the elements, simply through the gradual action of the forces of matter." He was always a good Catholic. Then Pasteur dropped philosophy and set to work. He believed that his yeasts and rods and little animals came from the air. He imagined an air full of these invisible things. Other microbe hunters had shown there were germs in the air, but Pasteur made elaborate machines to prove it all over again. He poked gun cotton into little glass tubes, put a suction pump on one end of them, and stuck the other end out of the window, sucked half the air of the garden through the cotton, and then gravely tried to count the number of living beings in this cotton. He invented clumsy machines for getting these microbe-loaded bits of cotton into yeast soup to see whether the microbes would grow. He did the good old experiment of Spallanzani over. He got himself a round bottle and put some yeast soup in it, and sealed off the neck of the bottle in the stuttering blast lamp flame, then boiled the soup for a few minutes, and no microbes grew in this bottle. But you have heated the air in your flask when you boiled the yeast soup. What yeast soup needs to generate little animals is natural air. You can't put yeast soup together with natural unheated air without its giving rise to yeasts or molds or torullas or vibrions or animalcules, cried the believers in spontaneous generation, the evolutionists, the doubting botanists, cried all godless men from their libraries and their armchairs. They shouted, but made no experiments. Pasteur, in a muddle, tried to invent ways of getting unheated air into a boiled yeast soup, and yet keep it from swarming with living subvisible creatures. He fumbled at getting a way to do this. He muddled, keeping all the time a brave face toward the princes and professors and publicists that were now beginning to swarm to watch his miracles. The authorities had promoted him from his rat-infested attic to a little building of 4 or 5 2-by-4 rooms at the gate of the normal school. It would not be considered good enough to house the guinea pigs of the great institutes of today, but it was here that Pasteur set out on his famous adventure to prove that there was nothing to the notion that microbes could arise without parents. It was an adventure that was part good experiment, part unseemly scuffle, a scuffle that threatened at certain hilariously vulgar moments to be settled by a fist fight. He messed around, I say, and his apparatus kept getting more and more complicated, and his experiments kept getting easier to object to and less clear. He began to replace his customary easy experiments that convinced with sledgehammer force by long drools of words. He was stuck. Then one day old Professor Ballat walked into his workroom. Ballat had started life as a druggist. He had been an owlish original druggist who had amazed the scientific world by making the discovery of the element bromine, not in a fine laboratory, but on the prescription counter in the back room of a drugstore. This had got him fame and his job of professor of chemistry in Paris. Ballat was not ambitious. He had no yearning to make all the discoveries in the world. Discovering bromine was enough for one man's lifetime. But Ballat did like to nose around to watch what went on in other laboratories. You say you're stuck. You say you do not see how to get air and boiled yeast soup together without getting living creatures into the yeast soup, my friend. You can hear the lazy Ballat asking the then confused Pasteur. Look here, you and I both believe there is no such thing as microbes rising in a yeast soup by themselves. We both believe they fall in or creep in with the dust of the air. Is it not so? Yes, answered Pasteur, but— Wait a minute, interrupted Ballat. Why don't you just try the trick of putting some yeast soup in a bottle, boiling it, then fixing the opening so the dust can't fall in? At the same time, the air can get in all it wants to. But how? Asked Pasteur. Easy, replied the now forgotten Balot. Take one of your round flasks. Put the yeast soup in it, then soften the glass of the flask neck in your blast lamp, and draw the neck out and downward into a thin little tube. Turn this little tube down the way a swan bends his neck when he's picking up something out of the water. Then just leave the end of the tube open. It's like this. And Balot sketched a diagram. Pasteur looked, then suddenly saw the magnificent ingeniousness of this little experiment. Why, then microbes can't fall into the flask, because the dust they stick to can't very well fall upward. Marvelous! I see it now. Exactly, smiled Balot. Try it and find out if it works. See you later. And he left to continue his genial round of the laboratories. Pasteur had bottle washers and assistants now, and he ordered them to hurry and prepare the flasks. In a moment the laboratory was buzzing with the stuttering, ear-shattering brrr of the enameller's lamps. He fell to work savagely. He took flasks and put yeast soup into them, and then melted their necks, and drew them out and curved them downward into swans' necks and pigtails and Chinaman's queues and a half-dozen fantastic shapes. Next he boiled the soup in them. That drove out all the air. But as the flasks cooled down, new air came in, unheated air, perfectly clean air. The flasks ready, Pasteur crawled on his hands and knees, back and forth, with a comical dignity on his hands and knees, carrying one flask at a time, through a low cubbyhole under the stairs to his incubating oven. Next morning he was first at the laboratory, and in a jiffy, battered notebook in his hand. If you had been there, you would have seen his rear elevation disappearing underneath the stairway. Like a beagle to its rabbit, Pasteur was drawn to this oven with its swan-neck flasks. Family, love, breakfast, and the rest of a silly world no longer existed for him. Had you still been there a half-hour later, you would have seen him come crawling out, his eyes shining through his fogged glasses. He had a right to be happy, for every one of the long, twisty-necked bottles in which the yeast soup had been boiled was perfectly clear. There was not a living creature in them. The next day they remained the same, and the next. There was no doubt now that Balot's scheme had worked. There was no doubt that spontaneous generation was nonsense. What a fine experiment is this experiment of mine! This proves that you can leave any kind of soup. After you've boiled it, you can leave it open to the ordinary air, and nothing will grow in it, so long as the air gets into it through a narrow, twisty tube. Balot came back and smiled as Pasteur poured the news of the experiment over him. I thought it would work. You see, when the air comes back in, as the flask cools, the dusts and their germs start in through the narrow neck, but they get caught on the moist walls of the little tube. Yes, but how can we prove that? Puzzled Pasteur. Just take one of those flasks that has been in your oven all these days, a flask where no living things have appeared, and shake that flask so that the soup sloshes over and back and forth into the swan's neck part of it. Put it back in the oven, and next morning the soup will be cloudy with thick swarms of little beasts, children of the ones that were caught in the neck. Pasteur tried it, and it was so. A little later, at a brilliant meeting where the brains and wit and art of Paris fought to get in, Pasteur told of his swan-neck flask experiment in rapturous words. Never will the doctrine of spontaneous generation recover from the mortal blow that this simple experiment has dealt it, he shouted. If Balot was there, you may be sure he applauded as enthusiastically as the rest. A rare soul was Ballat. Then Pasteur invented an experiment that was, so far as one can tell from a careful search through the records, really his own. It was a grand experiment, a semi-public experiment, an experiment that meant rushing across France in trains. It was a test in which he had to slither around on glaciers. Once more his laboratory became a shambles of cluttered flask and hurrying assistants and tinkling glassware and sputtering, bubbling pots of yeast soup. Pasteur and his enthusiastic slaves, they were more like fanatic monks than slaves, were getting ready hundreds of round-bellied bottles. They filled each one of them part full of yeast soup, and then, during many hours that shot by like moments, such was their excitement, they doused each bottle for a few minutes in boiling water, and while the soup was boiling, they drew the flask necks out in a spitting blue flame until they were sealed shut. Each one of this regiment of bottles held boiled yeast soup and a vacuum. Armed with these dozens of flasks, and fussing about them, Pasteur started on his travels. He went down first into the dank cellars of the Observatory of Paris, that famous observatory where worked the great Leverrier, who had done the proud feat of prophesying the existence of the planet Neptune. "Here the air is so still, so calm," said Pasteur to his boys, "that there will be hardly any dust in it, and almost no microbes." Then, holding the flasks far away from their bodies, using forceps that had been heated red-hot in a flame, they cracked the necks of 10 of the flasks in succession. As the neck came off each one, there was a hissing tss of air rushing in. At once they sealed the bottles shut again in the flickering flame of an alcohol lamp. They did the same stunt in the yard of the observatory with another 10 bottles, then hurried back to the little laboratory to crawl under the stairs to put the bottles in the incubating oven. A few days later, Pasteur might have been seen squatting before his oven, handling his rows of flasks lovingly, laughing his triumph with one of those extremely rare laughs of his. He only laughed when he found out he was right. He put down tiny scrawls in his notebook, and then crawled out of his cubbyhole to tell his assistants, 9 out of 10 of the bottles we opened in the cellar of the observatory are perfectly clear. Not a single germ got into them. All the bottles we opened in the yard are cloudy, swarming with living creatures. It's the air that sucks them into the yeast soup. It's the dust of the air they come in with." He gathered up the rest of the bottles and hurried to the train. It was the time of the summer vacation when other professors were resting. And he went to his old home in the Jura Mountains and climbed the hill of Poupée and opened 20 bottles there. He went to Switzerland and perilously let the air hiss into 20 flasks on the slopes of Mont Blanc, and found, as he had hoped, that the higher he went, the fewer were the flasks of yeast soup that became cloudy with swarms of microbes. "That is as it ought to be," he cried. "The higher and clearer the air, the less dust, and the fewer the microbes that always stick to particles of the dust." He came back proudly to Paris and told the Academy, with proofs that would astonish everybody, that it was now sure that air alone could never cause living things to rise in yeast soup. "Here are germs. Right beside them there are none. A little further on there are different ones. And here, where the air is perfectly calm, there are none at all," he cried. Then once more he set a new stage for possible magnificent exploits. I would have liked to have gone up in a balloon to open my bottles still higher up. But he didn't go up in that balloon, for his hearers were already sufficiently astonished. Already they considered him to be more than a man of science. He became for them a composer of epic searchings, a Ulysses of Microbe Hunters, the first adventurer of that heroic age to which you will soon come in this story. Many times Pasteur won his arguments by brilliant experiments that simply floored everyone, but sometimes his victories were due to the weakness or silliness of his opponents, and again they were the result of luck. Before a society of chemists, Pasteur had insulted the scientific ability of naturalists. He was astonished, he shouted, that naturalists didn't stretch out a hand to the real way of doing science, that is, to experiments. I am of the persuasion that would put a new sap into their science, he said. You can imagine how the naturalists like that kind of talk, particularly Mr. Pouchet, director of the Museum of Rouen, did not like it, and he was enthusiastically joined in not liking it by Professor Joly and Mr. Musset, famous naturalists of the College of Toulouse. Nothing could convince these enemies of Pasteur that microscopic beasts did not come to life without parents. They were sure there was such a thing as life arising spontaneously. They decided to beat Pasteur on his own ground at his own game. Like Pasteur, they filled up some flasks, but unlike him, they used a soup of hay instead of yeast. They made a vacuum in their bottles and hastened to the high Maladet in the Pyrenees, and they kept climbing until they had got up many feet higher than Pasteur had been on Mont Blanc. Here, beaten upon by nasty breezes that howled out of the caverns of the glaciers and sneaked through the thick linings of their coats, they opened their flasks. Mr. Joly almost slid off the edge of the ledge and was only saved from a scientific martyr's death when a guide grabbed him by the coat-tail. Out of breath and chilled through and through, they staggered back to a little tavern and put their flasks in an improvised incubating oven, and in a few days, to their joy, they found every one of their bottles swarming with little creatures. Pasteur was wrong. Now the fight was on. Pasteur became publicly sarcastic about the experiments of Pouchet, Joly, and Musset. He made criticisms that today we know are quibbles. Pouchet came back with the remark that Pasteur, quote, had presented his own flasks as an ultimatum to science to astonish everybody, end quote. Pasteur was furious, denounced Pouchet as a liar, and bawled for a public apology. It seemed, alas, as if the truth were going to be decided by the spilling of blood instead of by calm experiment. Then Pouchet and Joly and Musset challenged Pasteur to a public experiment before the Academy of Sciences, and they said that if one single flask would fail to grow microbes after it had been opened for an instant, they would admit they were wrong. The fatal day for the tests dawned at last. What an interesting day it would have been. But at the last moment, Pasteur's enemies backed down. Pasteur did his experiments before the commission. He did them confidently, with ironical remarks. And a little while later the commission announced, quote, the facts observed by Mr. Pasteur and contested by Messrs. Pouchet, Joly, and Musset are of the most perfect exactitude. End quote. Luckily for Pasteur, but alas for truth, both sides happened to be right. Pouchet and his friends had used hay instead of yeast soup, and a great Englishman, Tyndall, found out years later that hay holds wee stubborn seeds of microbes that will stand boiling for hours. It was really Tyndall that finally settled this great quarrel. It was Tyndall that proved Pasteur was right. End of section 7. Section 8 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. Pasteur. Microbes Are a Menace. Part 3. Pasteur was now presented to the Emperor Napoleon III. He told that dreamy gentleman that his whole ambition was to find the microbes that he was sure must be the cause of disease. He was invited to an imperial house party at Compiègne. The guests were commanded to get ready to go hunting, but Pasteur begged to be excused. He had had a dray load of apparatus sent up from Paris, though he was only staying at the palace for a week. And he impressed their imperial majesties enormously by bending over his microscope, while everybody else was occupied with frivolous and gay amusements. The world must know that microbes have got to have parents. At Paris, he made a popular speech at the scientific soirée at the Sorbonne, before Alexander Dumas, the novelist, and the woman genius, George Sand, the Princess Mathilde, and 100 more smart people. That night he staged a scientific vaudeville that sent his audience home in awe and worry. He showed them lantern slides of a dozen different kinds of germs. Mysteriously he darkened the hall and suddenly shot a single bright beam of light through the blackness. "Observe the thousands of dancing specks of dust in the path of this ray," he cried. "The air of this hall is filled with these specks of dust, these thousands of little nothings that you should not despise always, for sometimes they carry disease and death, the typhus, the cholera, the yellow fever, and many other pestilences." This was dreadful news. His audience shuddered, convinced by his sincerity. Of course, this news was not strictly true, but Pasteur was no mountebank. He believed it himself. Dust and the microbes of the dust had become his life. He was obsessed with dust. At dinner, even at the smartest houses, he would hold his plates and spoons close up to his nose, peer at them, scour them with his napkin. He was, with a vengeance, putting microbes on the map. Every Frenchman, from the Emperor down, was becoming excited about Pasteur and his microbes. Whisperings of mysterious and marvelous events seeped through the gates of the normal school. Students, even professors, passed the laboratory a little a-tremble with awe. One student might be heard remarking to another, as they passed the high gray walls of the normal school in the Rue d'Ulm, "There is a man working here, his name is Pasteur, who is finding out wonderful things about the machinery of life. He knows even about the origin of life. He is even going to find out, perhaps, what causes disease." So Pasteur succeeded in getting another year added to the course of scientific studies. New laboratories began to go up. His students shed tears of emotion at the fiery eloquence of his lectures. He talked about microbes causing disease long before he knew anything about whether or not they caused disease. He hadn't yet got his fingers at the throats of mysterious plagues and dreadful deaths. But he knew there were other ways to interest the public, to arouse even such a hard-headed person as the average Frenchman. "I beg you," he addressed the French people in a passionate pamphlet, "take some interest in those sacred dwellings, meaningly called laboratories. Ask that they be multiplied and completed. They are the temples of the future, of riches and comfort." 50 years ahead of his time as a forward-looking prophet, he held fine, austere ideals up to his countrymen, while he appealed to their wishes for a somewhat piggish material happiness. A good microbe hunter, he was much more than a mere wool-gathering searcher, much more than a mere man of science. Once more he started out to show all of France how science could save money for her industry. He packed up boxes of glassware and an eager assistant, Duclos, and bustled off to Arbois, his old home. He hurried off up there to study the diseases of wine, to save the imperiled wine industry. He set up his laboratory in what had been an old cafe, and instead of gas burners he had to be satisfied with an open charcoal brazier that the enthusiastic Duclos kept glowing with a pair of bellows. From time to time, Duclos would scamper across to the town pump for water. Their clumsy apparatus was made by the village carpenter and tinsmith. Pasteur rushed around to his friends of long ago and begged bottles of wine, bitter wine, ropey wine, oily wine. He knew from his old researches that it was yeasts that changed grape juice into wine. He felt certain that it must be some other wee microscopic being that made wines go bad. Sure enough, when he turned his lens on to ropey wines, he found them swarming with very tiny, curious microbes, hitched together like strings of beads. He found the bottles of bitter wine infested with another kind of beasts, and the kegs of turned wine by still another. Then he called the wine growers and the merchants of the region together, and proceeded to show them magic. "Bring me a half-dozen bottles of wine that has gone bad with different sicknesses," he asked them. "Do not tell me what is wrong with them, and I'll tell you what ails them, without tasting them." The wine-growers didn't believe him. Among each other they snickered at him as they went to fetch the bottles of sick wine. They laughed at the fantastic machinery in the old cafe. They took Pasteur for some kind of earnest lunatic. They planned to fool him, and brought him bottles of perfectly good wine among the sick ones. Then he set about flabbergasting them. With a slender glass tube he sucked a drop of wine out of a bottle and put it between two little slips of glass before his microscope. The wine raisers nudged each other and winked French winks of humorous common sense, while Pasteur sat hunched over his microscope, and they became more merry as minutes passed. Suddenly he looked at them and said, "There is nothing the matter with this wine. Give it to the taster. Let him see if I'm right." The taster did his tasting, then puckered up his purple nose, and admitted that Pasteur was correct. And so it went through a long row of bottles. When Pasteur looked up from his microscopes and prophesied bitter wine, it turned out to be bitter. And when he foretold that the next sample was ropey, the taster acknowledged that ropey was right. The wine raisers mumbled their thanks and lifted their hats to him as they left. "We don't get the way he does this, but he is a very clever man. Very, very clever," they muttered. That is much for a peasant Frenchman to admit. When they left, Pasteur and Duclos worked triumphantly in their tumble-down laboratory. They tackled the question of how to keep these microbes out of healthy wines. They found at last that if you heat wine just after it has finished fermenting, even if you heat it gently, way below the point of boiling, the microbes that have no business in the wine will be killed, and the wine will not become sick. That little trick is now known to everybody by the name of pasteurization. Now that people of the east of France had been shown how to keep their wine from going bad, the people of the middle of France clamored for Pasteur to come and save their vinegar-making industry. So he rushed down to Tours. He had got used to looking for microscopic beings in all kinds of things by now. He no longer groped, as he had had to do at first. He approached the vinegar kegs, where wine was turning itself into vinegar. He saw a peculiar-looking scum on the surface of the liquor in the barrels. "That scum has to be there, otherwise we get no vinegar," explained the manufacturers. In a few weeks of swift, sure-fingered investigation that astonished the vinegar makers and their wives, Pasteur found that the scum on the kegs was nothing more nor less than billions upon billions of microscopic creatures. He took off great sheets of this scum and tested it and weighed it and fussed with it, and at last he told an audience of vinegar makers and their wives and families that the microbes which change wine to vinegar actually eat up and turn into vinegar 10,000 times their own weight of alcohol in a few days. What gigantic things these infinitely tiny beings can do! Think of a man of 200 pounds chopping 2 millions of pounds of wood in 4 days. It was by some such homely comparison as this one that he made microbes part of these humble people's lives. It was so that he made them respect these miserably small creatures. It was by pondering on their fiendish capacity for work that Pasteur himself got used to the idea that there was nothing so strange about a tiny beast, no larger than the microbe of vinegar, getting into an ox or an elephant or a man and doing him to death. Before he left them, he showed the people of Tours how to cultivate and care for those useful wee creatures that so strangely added oxygen to wine to turn it into vinegar, and millions of francs for them. These successes made Pasteur drunk with confidence in his method of experiment. He began to dream impossible gaudy dreams of immense discoveries and super-Napoleonic microbe huntings, and he did more than brood alone over these dreams. He put them into speeches and preached them. He became, in a word, a new John the Baptist of the religion of the germ theory. But unlike the unlucky Baptist, Pasteur was a forerunner who lived to see at least some of his prophecies come true. Then, for a short time, he worked quietly in his laboratory in Paris. There was nothing for him to save just then, until one day in 1865, Fate came to his door and knocked. Fate in the guise of his old professor, Dumas, who called on him and asked him to change himself from a man of science into a silkworm doctor. What's wrong with the silkworms? I did not know that they ever had diseases. I know nothing at all about silkworms. What's more, I've never even seen one, protested Pasteur. The silk country of the South is my native country, answered Dumas. I've just come back from there. It is terrible. I cannot sleep nights for thinking of it, my poor country, my village of Alais. This country that used to be rich, that used to be gay with mulberry trees, which my people used to call the golden tree. This country is desolate now. The lovely terraces are going to ruin. The people, they are my people. They are starving. Tears were in his voice. Anything but a respecter of persons, Pasteur, who loved and respected himself above all men, had always kept a touching reverence for Dumas. He must help his sad old professor. But how? It is doubtful at this time if Pasteur could have told a silkworm from an angleworm. Indeed, a little later, when he was first given a cocoon to examine, he held it up to his ear, shook it, and cried, "Why, there's something inside it!" Pasteur hated to go south to try to find out what ailed silkworms. He knew he risked a horrid failure by going, and he detested failure above everything. But it is one of the charming things about him that, in the midst of all his arrogance, his vulgar sureness of himself, he had kept that boyish love and reverence for his old master. So he said to Dumas, "I am in your hands. I am at your disposal. Do with me as you wish. I will go." So he went. He packed up the never-complaining Madame Pasteur and the children and a microscope and 3 energetic and worshipping young assistants, and he went into the epidemic that was slaughtering millions of silkworms and ruining the south of France. Knowing less of silkworms and their sicknesses than a babe in swaddling clothes, he arrived in Ehrlich. He got there, and he learned that a silkworm spins a cocoon round itself, and turns into a chrysalid inside the cocoon. He found out that the chrysalid changes into a moth that climbs out and lays eggs, which hatch out the next spring into new broods of young silkworms. The silkworm growers, disgusted at his great ignorance, told him that the disease which was killing their worms was called pea-breen, because the sick worms were covered with little black spots that looked like pepper. Pasteur found out that there were 1,000 or so theories about the sickness, but that the little pepper spots and the curious little globules inside the sick worms, wee globules that you could only see with a microscope, were the only facts that were known about it. Then Pasteur unlimbered his microscope, before he had got his family settled. He was like one of those trout-fishing maniacs who starts to cast without thought of securing his canoe safely on the bank. He unlimbered his microscope, I say, and began to peer at the insides of sick worms, and particularly at these wee globules. Quickly he concluded that the globules were a sure sign of the disease. 15 days after he had come to Ehrlich, he called the agricultural committee together and told them, "At the moment of egg-laying, put aside each couple of moths, the father and the mother. Let them mate. Let the mother lay her eggs. Then pin the father and mother moths down onto a little board, slit open their bellies, and take out a little of the fatty tissue under their skin. Put this under a microscope, and look for those tiny globules. If you can't find any, you can be sure the eggs are sound. You can use those eggs for new silkworms in the spring." The committee looked at the shining microscope. "We farmers can't run a machine like that," they objected. They were suspicious. They didn't believe in this newfangled machine. Then the salesman that was in Pasteur came to the front. "Nonsense," he answered. "There is an 8-year-old girl in my laboratory who handles this microscope easily, and is perfectly able to spot these little globules, these corpuscles. And then you grown men try to tell me you couldn't learn to use a microscope?" So he shamed them, and the committee obediently bought microscopes and tried to follow his directions. Then Pasteur started a hectic life. He was everywhere around the tragic silk country, lecturing, asking innumerable questions, teaching the farmers to use microscopes, rushing back to the laboratory to direct his assistants. He directed them to do complicated experiments that he hadn't time to do, or even watch, himself. And in the evenings he dictated answers to letters and scientific papers and speeches to Madame Pasteur. The next morning he was off again to the neighboring towns, cheering up despairing farmers and haranguing them. But the next spring his bubble burst, alas. The next spring, when it came time for the worms to climb their mulberry twigs, to spin their silk cocoons, there was a horrible disaster. His confident prophecy to the farmers did not come true. These honest people glued their eyes to their microscopes to pick out the healthy moths, so as to get healthy eggs, eggs without the evil globules in them, and these supposed healthy eggs hatched worms, sad to tell, who grew miserably, languid worms who would not eat, strange worms who failed to molt, sick worms who shriveled up and died, lazy worms who hung around at the bottoms of their twigs, not caring whether there was ever another silk stocking on the leg of any fine lady in the world. Poor Pasteur! He had been so busy trying to save the silkworm industry that he hadn't taken time to find out what really ailed the silkworms. Glory had seduced him into becoming a mere savior. For a moment he forgot that truth is a will-o'-the-wisp that can only be caught in the net of glory-scorning, patient experiment. Some silkworm raisers laughed despairing laughs at him. Others attacked him bitterly. Dark days were on him. He worked the harder for them, but he couldn't find bottom. He came on broods of silkworms who fairly galloped up the twigs and proceeded to spin elegant cocoons. Then, at the microscope, he found these beasts swarming with the tiny globules. He discovered other broods that sulked on their branches and melted away with a gassy diarrhea and died miserably. But in these he could find no globules whatever. He became completely mixed up. He began to doubt whether the globules had anything to do with the disease. Then, to make things worse, mice got into the broods of his experimental worms and made cheerful meals on them, and poor Duclos, Mayo, and Zernay had to stay up by turns all night to catch the raiding mice. Next morning everybody would be just started working when black clouds appeared in the west, and all of them, Madame Pasteur and the children bringing up the rear, had to scurry out to cover up the mulberry trees. In the evenings, Pasteur had to settle his tired back in an armchair to dictate answers to peeved silkworm growers who had lost everything, using his method of sorting eggs. After a series of such weary months, his instinct to do experiments, this instinct and the goddess of chance, came together to save him. He pondered to himself, "I've at least managed to scrape together a few broods of healthy worms. If I feed these worms mulberry leaves smeared with the discharges of sick worms, will the healthy worms die?" He tried it, and the healthy worms died sure enough, but, confound it, the experiment was a fizzle again, for instead of getting covered with pepper spots and dying slowly in 25 days or so, as worms always do of pea-brine, the worms of his experiment curled up and passed away in 72 hours. He was discouraged. He stopped his experiments. His faithful assistants worried about him. Why didn't he try the experiment over? At last, Zornay went off to the north to study the silkworms of Valenciennes, and Pasteur, not clearly knowing the reason why, wrote to him and asked him to do that feeding experiment up there. Zornay had some nice broods of healthy worms. Zornay was sure in his own head, no matter what his chief might think, that the wee globules were really living things, parasites, assassins of the silkworm. He took 40 healthy worms and fed them on good, healthy mulberry leaves that had never been fed on by sick beasts. These worms proceeded to spin 27 good cocoons, and there were no globules in the moths that came from them. He smeared some other leaves with crushed-up sick moths and fed them to some day-old worms, and these worms wasted away to a slow death. They became covered with pepper spots, and their bodies swarmed with the subvisible globules. He took some more leaves with crushed-up sick moths and fed these to some old worms just ready to spin cocoons. The worms lived to spin the cocoons, but the moths that came out of the cocoons were loaded with the globules, and the worms from their eggs came to nothing. Cernay was excited, and he became more excited when still nights at his microscope showed him that the globules increased tremendously as the worms faded to their deaths. Cernay hurried to Pasteur. "It is solved," he cried. "The little globules are alive. They are parasites. They are what makes the worms sick." It was 6 months before Pasteur was convinced that Cernay was right, but when at last he understood, he swooped back on his work and once more called the committee together. The little corpuscles are not only a sign of the disease, they are its cause. These globules are alive, they multiply, they force themselves into every part of the moth's body. Where we made our mistake was to examine only a little part of the moth. We only looked under the skin of the moth's belly. We've got to grind up the whole beast and examine all of it. Then, if we do not find the globules, we can safely use the eggs for next year's worms. The committee tried the new scheme, and it worked. The next year they had fine worms that gave them splendid yields of silk. Pasteur saw now that the little globule, the cause of the pebrine, came from outside the worm. It did not rise by itself inside the worm, and he went everywhere, showing the farmers how to keep their healthy worms away from all contact with leaves that sick worms had soiled. Then suddenly he fell a victim of a hemorrhage of the brain. He nearly died, but when he heard that work of building his new laboratory had been stopped, frugally stopped in expectation of his death, he was furious and made up his mind to live. He was paralyzed on one side after that. He never got over it, but he earnestly read Dr. Smiles's book, Self-Help, and vigorously decided to work in spite of his handicap. At a time when he should have stayed in his bed or have gone to the seaside, he staggered to his feet and limped to the train for the South, exclaiming indignantly that it would be criminal not to finish saving the silkworms while so many poor people were starving. All Frenchmen, excepting a few nasty fellows who called it a magnificent gesture, joined in praising him and adoring him. For 6 years Pasteur struggled with the diseases of silkworms. He had no sooner settled pebrine than another malady of these unhappy beasts popped up, but he knew his problem and found the microbe of this new disease much more quickly. Tears of joy were in the voice of old Dumas now as he thanked his dear Pasteur, and the mayor of the town of Alais talked enthusiastically of raising a golden statue to the great Pasteur. End of section 8. Section 9 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. Pasteur. Microbes Are a Menace. Part 4. He was 45. He wallowed in this glory for a moment, and then, having saved the silkworm industry with the help of God and Cernay, he raised his eyes toward one of those bright, impossible, but always partly true visions that it was his poet's gift to see. He raised his artist's eyes from the sicknesses of silkworms to the sorrows of men. He sounded a trumpet call of hope to suffering mankind. Quote, "It is in the power of man to make parasitic maladies disappear from the face of the globe, if the doctrine of spontaneous generation is wrong, as I am sure it is." End quote. The siege of Paris in the bitter winter of 1870 had driven him from his work to his old home in the Jura hills. He wandered pitifully around battlefields, looking for his son, who was a sergeant. Here he worked himself up into a tremendous hate, a hate that never left him, of all things German. He became a professional patriot. Every one of my works will bear on its title page, "Hatred to Prussia, Revenge, Revenge," he shrieked, good loyal Frenchman that he was. Then, with a magnificent silliness, he proceeded to make his next research a revenge research. Even he had to admit that French beer was much inferior to the beer of the Germans. Well, he would make the beer of France better than the beer of Germany. He must make the French beer the peer of beers. No, the emperor of all beers of the world. He embarked on vast voyages to the great breweries of France, and here he questioned everybody, from the brewmaster in his studio to the lowest workman that cleaned out the vats. He journeyed to England and gave advice to those red-faced artists who made English porter, and to the brewers of the divine ale of Bass and Burton. He trained his microscope on the must of 1,000 beer vats to watch the yeast globules at their work of budding and making alcohol. Sometimes he discovered the same kind of miserable, subvisible beings that he had found in sick wines years before, and he told the brewers that if they would heat their beer, they would keep these invaders out. He assured them that then they would be able to ship their beer long distances, that then they would be able to brew the most incredibly marvelous of all beers. He begged money for his laboratory from brewers, explaining to them how they would be repaid 1,000-fold, and with this money he turned his old laboratory at the normal school into a small scientific brewery that glittered with handsome copper vats and burnished kettles. But in the midst of all this feverish work, alas, Pasteur grew sick of working on beer. He hated the taste of beer, just as he loathed the smell of tobacco smoke. To his disgust, he found that he would have to become a good beer taster in order to become a great beer scientist. To his dismay, he discovered that there was much more to the art of brewing than simply keeping vicious invading microbes out of beer vats. He puckered his snub nose and buried his serious mustache in foamy mugs and guzzled determined draughts of the product of his pretty kettles. But he detested this beer, even good beer, in fact, all beer. Burton, the physics professor, his old friend, smacked his lips and laughed at him as he swallowed great gulps of beer that Pasteur had denounced as worthless. Even the young assistant snickered, but never to his face. Pasteur, most versatile of men, was after all not a god. He was an investigator and a marvelous missionary, but beer-loving is a gift that is born in a limited number of connoisseurs, just as the ear for telling good music from trash is born in some men. Pasteur did help the French beer industry. For that we have the testimony of the good brewers themselves. It is my duty to doubt, however, the claims of those idolizers of his who insist that he made French the equal of German beer. I do not deny this claim, but I beg that it be submitted to a commission, one of those solemn, impartial international commissions, the kind of commission that Pasteur himself so often demanded to decide before all the world whether he or his detested opponents were in the right. Pasteur's life was becoming more and more unlike the austere, cloistered existence that most men of science lead. His experiments became powerful answers to the objections that swarmed on every side against his theory of germs. They became loud, public answers to such objections, rather than calm quests after facts. But, in spite of his dragging science into the marketplace, there is no doubt that his experiments were marvelously made, that they fired the hopes and the imagination of the world. He got himself into a noisy argument on the way yeasts turn grape juice into wine, with two French naturalists, Freme and Trecul. Freme admitted that yeasts were needed to make alcohol from grape juice, but he argued ignorantly before the amused Academy that yeasts were spontaneously generated inside of grapes. The wise men of the Academy pooh-poohed. They were amused, all except Pasteur. So Freme says that yeasts rise by themselves inside the grape, cried Pasteur. Well, let him answer this experiment, then. He took a great number of round-bellied flasks and filled them part full of grape juice. He drew each one out into a swan's neck. Then he boiled the grape juice in all of them for a few minutes, and for days and weeks this grape juice, in every one of all these flasks, showed no bubbles, no yeasts. There was no fermentation in them. Then Pasteur went to a vineyard and gathered a few grapes. They were just ripe, and with the pure water he washed the outsides of them with a clean, heated badger hairbrush. He put a drop of the wash water under his lens. Sure enough, there were globules, a few wee globes of yeasts. Then he took 10 of his swan-neck flasks and ingeniously sealed straight tubes of glass into their sides, and through these straight tubes, in each one he put a drop of this wash-water from the ripe grapes. Presto! Every one of these 10 flasks was filled to the neck in a few days with the pink foam of a good fermentation. There was a little of the wash-water left. He boiled that, and put drops of this through the straight tubes of 10 more flasks. Just so, he cried a few days later, there's no fermentation in these flasks. The boiling has killed the yeasts in the wash-water. Now I shall do the most remarkable experiment of all. I'll prove to this ignorant Freme that there are no yeasts inside of ripe grapes. And he took a little hollow tube with a sharp point, sealed shut. It was a little tube he had heated very hot in an oven to kill all life, all yeasts that might have been in it. Carefully he forced the sharp closed point of the tube through the skin into the middle of the grape. Delicately he broke the seal tip inside the grape, and the little drop of juice that welled up into the tube he transferred with devilish cunning into another swan-necked flask, part filled with grape juice. A few days later he cried, "That finishes, Freme. There is no fermentation in this flask at all. There is no yeast inside the grape." He went on to one of those sweeping statements he loved to make. Microbes never rise by themselves inside of grapes, or silkworms, or inside of healthy animals, in animals' blood or urine. All microbes have to get in from the outside. That settles Freme. Then you can fancy him whispering to himself, "The world will soon learn the miracles that will grow from this little experiment." Surely it looked then as if Pasteur had a right to his fantastic dreams of wiping out disease. He had just received a worshipping letter from the English surgeon Lister, and this letter told of a scheme for cutting up sick people in safety, of doing operations in a way that kept out that deadly, mysterious infection that in many hospitals killed 8 people out of 10. "Permit me," wrote Lister, "to thank you cordially for having shown me the truth of the theory of germs of putrefaction by your brilliant researches, and for having given me the single principle which has made the antiseptic system a success. If you ever come to Edinburgh, it will be a real recompense to you, I believe, to see in our hospital in how large a measure humanity has profited from your work. Like a boy who has just built a steam engine all by himself, Pasteur was proud. He showed the letter to all his friends. He inserted it with all its praise in his scientific papers. He published it, of all places, in his book on beer. Then he took a final smash at poor old Flemme, who you would have thought was already sufficiently crushed by the gorgeous experiments. He smashed Flemme, not by damning Flemme, but by praising himself. He spoke of his own, quote, remarkable discoveries, end quote. He called his own theories the true ones, and ended, quote, in a word, the mark of true theories is their fruitfulness. This is the characteristic which Mr. Ballot, with an entirely fatherly friendliness, has made stand out in speaking of my researches. End quote. Flemme had no more to say. All Europe by now was in a furor about microbes, and he knew it was himself that had changed microbes from playthings into useful helpers of mankind, and perhaps the world would soon be astounded by it, into dread infinitesimal ogres and murdering marauders, the worst enemies of the race. He had become the first citizen of France, and even in Denmark, prominent brewers were having his bust put in their laboratories. When suddenly Claude Bernard died, and some of Bernard's friends published this great man's unfinished work. Horrible to tell, this unfinished work had, for its subject, fermentation of grape juice into wine, and it ended by showing that the whole theory of Pasteur was destroyed because... And Bernard closed by giving a series of reasons. Pasteur could not believe his eyes. Bernard had done this, the great Bernard, who had been his seatmate at the Academy and had always praised his work. Bernard, who had exchanged sly, sarcastic remarks with him at the Academy of Medicine about those blue-coated, pompous, brass-buttoned doctors, whose talk was keeping real experiment out of medicine. It's bad enough for these doctors and these half-witted naturalists to contradict me, but truly great men have always appreciated my work. And now Bernard, you can hear him muttering. Pasteur was overwhelmed, but only for a moment. He demanded Bernard's original manuscript. They gave it to him. He studied it with all the close attention in his power. He found Bernard's experiments were only beginnings, rough sketches. Gleefully, he found that Bernard's friends, who had published it, had made some discreet changes to make it read better. Then he rose one day, to the scandal of the entire Academy and the shocked horror of all the great men of France, and bitterly scolded Bernard's friends for publishing a research that had dared to question his own theories. Vulgarly, he shouted objections at Bernard, who, after all, could not answer Pasteur from his grave. Then he published a pamphlet against his old dead friend's last researches. It was a pamphlet in the worst of taste, accusing Bernard of having lost his memory. That pamphlet even claimed that Bernard, who was to his fingertips a hard man of science, had become tainted with mystical ideas by associating too much with literary lights of the French Academy. It even proved that, in his last researches, Bernard couldn't see well any more. I'll wager he had become far-sighted and could not see the yeasts, cried Pasteur. Vulgarly, by all this criticism, he left people to conclude that Bernard had been in his dotage when he did his last work. Without any sense of the fitness of things, this passionate Pasteur jumped up and down on Bernard's grave. Finally, he argued with Bernard by beautiful experiments a thing most other men would have done without making unseemly remarks. Like an American about to build a skyscraper in 6 weeks, he rushed to carpenters and hardware stores and bought huge pieces of expensive glass, and with this glass he had the carpenters build ingenious portable hothouses. His assistants worked dinnerless and sleepless, preparing flasks and microscopes and wads of heated cotton, and in an unbelievably short time Pasteur gathered up all this ponderous paraphernalia and hastened to catch a train for his old home in the Jura Mountains. Like the so typical misplaced American that he really was, he threw every consideration and all other work to the winds, and went directly to the point of settling, does my theory of fermentation hold? Coming to his own little vineyard in Arbois, he hastily put up his hothouses around a part of his grapevines. They were admirable, close-fitting hothouses that sealed the grapevines from the outside air. It's midsummer now. The grapes are far from ripe, he pondered, and I know that at this time there are never any yeasts to be found on the grapes. Then, to make doubly sure that no yeasts from the air could fall on the grapes, he carefully wrapped wads of cotton, which his assistants had heated to kill all living beings, around some of the bunches under the glass of the hothouses. He hurried back to Paris and waited nervously for the grapes to ripen. He went back to Arbois too soon in his frantic eagerness to prove that Bernard was wrong, but at last he got there to find them ripe. He examined the hothouse grapes with his microscope. There was not a yeast to be found on their skins. Feverishly he crushed some of them up in carefully heated bottles. Not a single bubble of fermentation rose in these flasks, and when he did the same thing to the exposed grapes from the vines outside the hothouse, these bubbled quickly into wine. At last he gathered up Madame Pasteur and some of the vines with their cotton-wrapped bunches of grapes. He was going to take these back to the academy, where he would offer a bunch to each member that wanted one, and he was going to challenge everybody to try to make wine from these protected bunches. He knew they couldn't do it without putting yeasts into them. He would show them all Bernard was wrong. Madame Pasteur sat stiffly in the train all the way back to Paris, carefully holding the twigs straight up in front of her so that the cotton wrappings wouldn't come undone. It was a whole day's trip to Paris. Then, at the next meeting, Pasteur told the Academy of how he had quarantined his grapevines against yeasts. "Is it not worthy of attention," he shouted, "that in this vineyard of Arbois, and this would be true of millions of acres of vineyards all over the world, there was, at the moment I made these experiments, not a speck of soil which was not capable of fermenting grapes into wine? And is it not remarkable that, on the contrary, the soil of my hothouses could not do this? And why? Because at a definite moment I covered this soil with some glass." Then he jumped to marvelous predictions, prophecies that have since his time come true. He leaped to poetry, I say, that makes you forget his vulgar wrangling with his dead friend Bernard. Must we not believe, as well, that a day will come when preventative measures that are easy to apply will arrest these plagues? And he painted them a lurid picture of the terrible yellow fever that just then had changed the gay streets of New Orleans into a desolation. He made them shiver to hear of the Black Plague on the far banks of the Volga. Finally, he made them hope. Meanwhile, in a little village in eastern Germany, a young, stubborn, round-headed Prussian doctor was starting on his road to those very miracles that Pasteur was prophesying. This young doctor was doing strange experiments with mice in time, stolen from his practice. He was devising ingenious ways to handle microbes so that he could be dead sure he was handling only one kind. He was learning to do a thing that Pasteur, with all his brilliant skill, had never succeeded in doing. Let us leave Pasteur for a while, even though he is on the threshold of his most exciting experiments and funniest arguments. Let us leave him for a chapter and go with Robert Koch, while he is learning to do fantastic and marvelously important things with those microbes, which had been the subjects of Pasteur's kingdom for so many years. End of section 9. Section 10 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. Koch, the Death Fighter. Part 1. In those astounding and exciting years between 1860 and 1870, when Pasteur was saving vinegar industries and astonishing emperors and finding out what ailed sick silkworms, a small, serious, and nearsighted German was learning to be a doctor at the University of Göttingen. His name was Robert Koch. He was a good student, but while he hacked at cadavers, he dreamed of going tiger hunting in the jungle. Conscientiously, he memorized the names of several hundred bones and muscles, but the fancied moan of the whistles of steamers bound for the East chased this Greek and Latin jargon out of his head. Koch wanted to be an explorer, or to be a military surgeon and win iron crosses, or to be ship's doctor and voyage to impossible places. But, alas, when he graduated from the medical college in 1866, he became an intern in a not very interesting insane asylum in Hamburg. Here, busy with raving maniacs and helpless idiots, the echoes of Pasteur's prophecies that there were such things as terrible man-killing microbes hardly reached Koch's ears. He was still listening for steamer whistles, and in the evenings he took walks down by the wharves with Emmy Fratz. He begged her to marry him. He held out the bait of romantic trips around the world to her. Emmy told Robert that she would marry him, but on condition that he forget this nonsense about an adventurous life, provided that he would settle down to be a practicing doctor, a good, useful citizen in Germany. Koch listened to Emmy. For a moment the allure of 50 years of bliss with her chased away his dreams of elephants and Patagonia, and he settled down to practice medicine. He began what was to him a totally uninteresting practice of medicine in a succession of unromantic Prussian villages. Just now, while Koch wrote prescriptions and rode horseback through the mud and waited up nights for Prussian farmer women to have their babies, Lister in Scotland was beginning to save the lives of women in childbirth by keeping microbes away from them. The professors and the students of the medical colleges of Europe were beginning to be excited and to quarrel about Pasteur's theory of malignant microbes. Here and there, men were trying crude experiments, but Koch was almost as completely cut off from this world of science as old Leeuwenhoek had been 200 years before, when he first fumbled at grinding glass into lenses in Delft, in Holland. It looked as if his fate was to be consoling of sick people and the beneficent and praiseworthy attempt to save the lives of dying people. Mostly, of course, he did not save them, and his wife Emmy was quite satisfied with this, and was proud when Koch earned $5.45 on especially busy days. But Robert Koch was restless. He trekked from one deadly village to another, still more uninteresting, until at last he came to Wolstein in East Prussia, and here, on his 28th birthday, Mrs. Koch bought him a microscope to play with. You can hear the good woman say, "Maybe that will take Robert's mind off what he calls his stupid practice. Perhaps this will satisfy him a little. He's always looking at everything with his old magnifying glass." Alas for her, this new microscope, this plaything, took her husband on more curious adventures than any he would have met in Tahiti or Lahore. And these weird experiences, that Pasteur had dreamed of, but which no man had ever had before, came on him out of the dead carcasses of sheep and cows. These new sights and adventures jumped at him, impossibly, on his own very doorstep, and in his own drug-reeking office, that he was so tired of, that he was beginning to loathe. I hate this bluff that my medical practice is. It isn't because I do not want to save babies from diphtheria, but mothers come to me crying, asking me to save their babies. And what can I do? Grope, fumble, reassure them, when I know there is no hope. How can I cure diphtheria when I do not even know what causes it, when the wisest doctor in Germany doesn't know? So you can imagine Koch complaining bitterly to Emmy, who was irritated and puzzled, and thought that it was a young doctor's business to do as well as he could with the great deal of knowledge that he had got at medical school. Oh, would he never be satisfied? But Koch was right. What, indeed, did doctors know about the mysterious causes of disease? Pasteur's experiments were brilliant, but they had proved nothing about the how and why of human sicknesses. Pasteur was a trailblazer, a forerunner, crying possible future great victories over disease, shouting about magnificent stampings out of epidemics. But meanwhile, the moujiks of desolate towns in Russia were still warding off scourges by hitching 4 widows to a plow, and with them drawing a furrow round their villages in the dead of night, and their doctors had no sounder protection to offer them. But the professors, the great doctors in Berlin, Robert, they must know what is the cause of these sicknesses you don't know how to stop. So Frau Koch might have tried to console him. But in 1873, that is only 50 years ago, I must repeat that the most eminent doctors had not one bit better explanation for the causes of epidemics than the ignorant Russian villagers who hitched the town widows to their plows. In Paris, Pasteur was preaching that microbes would soon be found to be the murderers of consumptives, and against this crazy prophet rose the whole corps of the doctors of Paris, headed by the distinguished, brass-buttoned Dr. Pideau. "What?" roared this Pideau. "Consumption due to a germ? One definite kind of germ? Nonsense! A fatal thought. Consumption is one and many at the same time. Its conclusion is the necrobiotic and infecting destruction of the plasmatic tissue of an organ by a number of roads that the hygienist and the physician must endeavor to close." It was so that the doctors fought Pasteur's prophecies with utterly meaningless and often idiotic words. Koch was spending his evenings fussing with his new microscope. He was beginning to find out just the right amount of light to shoot up into its lens with the reflecting mirror. He was learning just how needful it was to have his thin glass slides shining clean, those bits of glass on which he liked to put drops of blood from the carcasses of sheep and cows that had died of anthrax. Anthrax was a strange disease which was worrying farmers all over Europe, that here and there ruined some prosperous owner of 1,000 sheep, that in another place sneaked in and killed the cow, the one support of a poor widow. There was no rhyme or reason to the way this plague conducted its maraudings. One day a fat lamb in a flock might be frisking about. That evening this same lamb refused to eat. His head drooped a little, and the next morning the farmer would find him cold and stiff. His blood turned ghastly black. Then the same thing would happen to another lamb, and a sheep, 4 sheep, 6 sheep. There was no stopping it. And then the farmer himself, and a shepherd, and a wool sorter, and a dealer in hides might break out in horrible boils, or gasp out their last breaths in a swift pneumonia. Koch had started using his microscope with the more or less thorough aimlessness of old Leeuwenhoek. He examined everything under the sun, until he ran on to this blood of sheep and cattle dead of anthrax. Then he began to concentrate, to forget about making a call when he found a dead sheep in a field. He haunted butcher shops to find out about the farms where anthrax was killing the flocks. Koch hadn't the leisure of Leeuwenhoek. He had to snatch moments for his peerings, between prescribing for some child that bawled with a bellyache and the pulling out of a villager's aching tooth. In these interrupted hours he put drops of the blackened blood of a cow dead of anthrax between 2 thin pieces of glass, very clean, shining bits of glass. He looked down the tube of his microscope, and among the wee, round, drifting, greenish globules of this blood he saw strange things that looked like little sticks. Sometimes these sticks were short. There might be only a few of them, floating, quivering a little, among the blood globules. But here were others, hooked together without joints, many of them ingeniously glued together, till they appeared to him like long threads, 1,000 times thinner than the finest silk. What are these things? Are they microbes? Are they alive? They do not move. Maybe the sick blood of these poor beasts just changes into these threads and rods, Koch pondered. Other men of science, Darwin and Rhea, in France, had seen these same things in the blood of dead sheep, and they had announced that these rods were bacilli, living germs, that they were undoubtedly the real cause of anthrax. But they hadn't proved it, and except for Pasteur, no one in Europe believed them. But Koch was not particularly interested in what anybody else thought about the threads and rods in the blood of dead sheep and cattle. The doubts and the laughter of doctors failed to disturb him, and the enthusiasms of Pasteur did not for one moment make him jump at conclusions. Luckily, nobody anxious to develop young microbe hunters had ever heard of Koch. He was a lone wolf searcher. He was his own man, alone with the mysterious tangled threads in the blood of the dead beasts. I do not see a way yet of finding out whether these little sticks and threads are alive, he meditated, but there are other things to learn about them. Then, curiously, he stopped studying diseased creatures and began fussing around with perfectly healthy ones. He went down to the slaughterhouses and visited the string butchers and hobnobbed with the meat merchants of Wallstein, and got bits of blood from 10s, dozens, 50s of healthy beasts that had been slaughtered for meat. He stole a little more time from his tooth pullings and professional layings on of hands. More and more, Mrs. Koch worried at his not tending to his practice. He bent over his microscope hours on end, watching the drops of healthy blood. Those threads and rods are never found in the blood of any healthy animal, Koch pondered. This is all very well, but it doesn't tell me whether they are bacilli, whether they are alive. It doesn't show me that they grow, breed, and multiply. But how to find this out? Consumptives, whom, alas, he could not help, babies choking with diphtheria, old ladies who imagined they were sick, all his cares of a good physician began to be shoved away into one corner of his head. How to prove these wee sticks are alive? This question made him forget to sign his name to prescriptions. It made him a morose husband. It made him call the carpenter in to put up a partition in his doctor's office. And behind this wall, Koch stayed more and more hours, with his microscope and drops of black blood of sheep mysteriously dead, and with a growing number of cages full of scampering white mice. I haven't the money to buy sheep and cows for my experiments, you can hear him muttering, while some impatient invalid shuffled her feet in the waiting room. Besides, cows would be a little inconvenient to have around my office, but maybe I can give anthrax to these mice. Maybe in them I can prove that the sticks really grow. So this foiled globetrotter started on his strange explorations. To me, Koch is a still more weird and uncanny microbe hunter than Leeuwenhoek. Certainly he was just as much a self-made scientist. Koch was poor. He had his nose on the grindstone of a medical practice. All the science he knew was what a common medical course had taught him, and from this, God knows, he had learned nothing whatever about the art of doing experiments. He had no apparatus but Emmy's birthday present, that beloved microscope. Everything else he had to invent and fashion out of bits of wood and strings and sealing wax. Worst of all, when he came into the living room from his mice and microscope to tell Frau Koch about the new strange things he had discovered, this good lady wrinkled up her nose and told him, "But, Robert, you smell so." Then he hit upon a sure way to give mice the fatal disease of anthrax. He hadn't a convenient syringe with which to shoot the poisonous blood into them, but after sundry cursings and the ruin of a number of perfectly good mice, he took slivers of wood, cleaned them carefully, heated them in an oven to kill any chance of ordinary microbes that might be sticking to them. These slivers he dipped into drops of blood from sheep dead of anthrax, blood filled with the mysterious, motionless threads and rods, and then, heaven knows how he managed to hold his wiggling mouse, he made a little cut with a clean knife at the root of the tail of the mouse, and into this cut he delicately slid the blood-soaked splinter. He dropped this mouse into a separate cage, and washed his hands, and went off in a kind of conscientious wool-gathering way to see what was wrong with the sick baby. Will that beast, that mouse, die of anthrax? Your child will be able to go back to school next week, Frau Schmidt. I hope I didn't get any such of that anthrax blood into that cut on my finger. Such was Koch's life. And next morning, Koch came into his homemade laboratory to find the mouse on its back, stiff, its formerly sleek fur standing on end, and its whiteness of yesterday turned into a leaden blue, its legs sticking up in the air. He heated his knives, fastened the poor dead creature onto a board, dissected it, opened it down to its liver and lights, peered into every corner of its carcass. Yes, this looks like the inside of an anthrax sheep. See the spleen, how big, how black it is? It almost fills the creature's body. Swiftly he cut with a clean heated knife into this swollen spleen and put a drop of the blackish ooze from it before his lens. At last he muttered, "They're here, these sticks and threads. They are swarming in the body of this mouse, exactly as they were in the drop of dead sheep's blood that I dipped the little sliver in yesterday." Delighted, Koch knew that he had caused in the mouse, so cheap to buy, so easy to handle, the sickness of sheep and cows and men. Then for a month his life became a monotony of one dead mouse after another, as, day after day, he took a drop of the blood or the spleen of one dead beast, put it carefully on a clean splinter, and slid this sliver into a cut at the root of the tail of a new, healthy mouse. Each time, next morning, Koch came into his laboratory to find the new animal had died, of anthrax, and each time in the blood of the dead beast His lens showed him myriads of these sticks and tangled threads, those motionless 25 thousandths of an inch thick filaments that he could never discover in the blood of any healthy animal. "These threads must be alive," Koch pondered. "The sliver that I put into the mouse has a drop of blood on it, and that drop holds only a few hundreds of those sticks. And these have grown into billions in the short 24 hours in which the beast became sick and died. But, confound it, I must see these rods grow, and I can't look inside a live mouse. How shall I find a way to see the rods grow out into threads?" This question pounded at him while he counted pulses and looked at his patients' tongues. In the evenings he hurried through supper and growled good night to Mrs. Koch, and shut himself up in his little room that smelled of mice and disinfectant, and tried to find ways to grow his threads outside a mouse's body. At this time Koch knew little or nothing about the yeast soups and flasks of Pasteur, and the experiments he fussed with had the crude originality of the first caveman trying to make fire. "I will try to make these threads multiply in something that is as near as possible like the stuff an animal's body is made of. It must be just like living stuff," Koch muttered, and he put a wee pinpoint piece of spleen from a dead mouse, spleen that was packed with the tangled threads, into a little drop of the watery liquid from the eye of an ox. "That ought to be good food for them," he grumbled. "But maybe, too, the threads have got to have the temperature of a mouse's body to grow," he said, and he built with his own hands a clumsy incubator heated by an oil lamp. In this uncertain machine he deposited the 2 flat pieces of glass between which he had put the drop of liquid from the ox eye. Then, in the middle of the night, after he had gone to bed, but not to sleep, he got up to turn the wick of his smoky incubator lamp down a little, and instead of going back to rest, again and again he slid the thin strips of glass with their imprisoned infinitely little sticks before his microscope. Sometimes he thought he could see them growing, but he could not be sure, because other microbes, swimming and cavorting ones, had an abominable way of getting in between these strips of glass, overgrowing, choking out the slender, dangerous rods of anthrax. "I must grow my rods pure, absolutely pure, without any other microbes around," he muttered. And he kept flounderingly trying ways to do this, and his perplexity pushed up huge wrinkles over the bridge of his nose, and built crow's feet round his eyes. Then one day a perfectly easy, a foolishly simple way to watch his rods grow flashed into Koch's head. "I'll put them in a hanging drop, where no other bugs can get in among them," he muttered. On a flat, clear piece of glass, very thin, which he had heated thoroughly to destroy all chance microbes, Koch placed a drop of the watery fluid of an eye from a just butchered healthy ox. Into this drop he delicately inserted the weeest fragment of spleen, fresh out of a mouse that had a moment before died miserably of anthrax. Over the drop he put a thick oblong piece of glass, with a concave well scooped out of it so that the drop would not be touched. Around this well he had smeared some Vaseline, to make the thin glass stick to the thick one. Then, dexterously, he turned this simple apparatus upside down, and presto! Here was his hanging drop, his ox-eye fluid with its rod-swarming spleen imprisoned in the well, away from all other microbes. Koch did not know it, perhaps, but this, apart from that day when Leeuwenhoek first saw little animals in rainwater, was a most important moment in microbe hunting, and in the fight of mankind against death. Nothing can get into that drop, only the rods are there, Now we'll see if they will grow," whispered Koch, as he slid his hanging drop under the lens of his microscope. In a kind of stolid excitement, he pulled up his chair and sat down to watch what would happen. In the gray circle of the field of his lens, he could see only a few shreddy lumps of mouse spleen. They looked microscopically enormous, and here and there a very tiny rod floated among these shreds. He looked. 50 minutes out of each hour for 2 hours he looked, and nothing happened. But then a weird business began among the shreds of diseased spleen, an unearthly moving picture, a drama that made shivers shoot up and down his back. The little drifting rods had begun to grow. Here were two where one had been before. There was one slowly stretching itself out into a tangled endless thread, pushing its snaky way across the whole diameter of the field of the lens. In a couple of hours, the dead small chunks of spleen were completely hidden by the myriads of rods, the masses of thread that were like a hopelessly tangled ball of colorless yarn, living yarn, silent, murderous yarn. "Now I know that these rods are alive," breathed Koch. "Now I see the way they grow into millions in my poor little mice, in the sheep, in the cows even. One of these rods, these bacilli, he is 1,000,000,000 times smaller than an ox. Just one of them maybe gets into an ox, and he doesn't bear any grudge against the ox. He doesn't hate him, but he grows, this bacillus, into millions, everywhere through the big animal, swarming in his lungs and brain, choking his blood vessels. It is terrible." Time, his office and its dull duties, his waiting and complaining patients, all of these things became nonsense, seemed of no account, were unreal to Koch, whose head was now full of nothing but dreadful pictures of the tangled skeins of the anthrax threads. Then, each day of a nervous experiment that lasted 8 days, Koch repeated his miracle of making 1,000,000 bacilli grow where only a few were before. He planted a wee bit of his rod-swarming hanging drop into a fresh, pure drop of the watery fluid of an ox-eye, and in every one of these new drops the few rods grew into myriads. "I have grown these bacilli for 8 generations away from any animal. I have grown them pure, apart from any other microbe. There is no part of the dead mouse's spleen, no diseased tissue left in this 8th hanging drop. Only the children of the bacilli that killed the mouse are in it. Will these bacilli still grow in a mouse, or in a sheep, if I inject them? Are these threads really the cause of anthrax?" Carefully, Koch smeared a wee bit of his hanging drop that swarmed with the microbes of the 8th generation. This drop was murky, even to his naked eye, with countless bacilli. He smeared a part of this drop onto a little splinter of wood. Then, with that guardian angel who cares for daring, stumbling, imprudent searchers of nature standing by him, Koch deftly slid this splinter under the skin of a healthy mouse. The next day Koch was bending nearsightedly over the body of this little creature pinned on his dissecting board, giddy with hope. He was carefully flaming his knives. Not 3 minutes later, Koch is seated before his microscope, a bit of the dead creature's spleen between 2 thin bits of glass. "I've proved it," he whispers. "Here are the threads, the rods. Those little bacilli from my hanging drop were just as murderous as the ones right out of the spleen of a dead sheep." So it was that Koch found in this last mouse exactly the same kind of microbe that he had spied long before, having no idea it was alive, in the blood of the first dead cow he had peered at when his hands were fumbling and his microscope was new. It was precisely the same kind of bacillus that he had nursed so carefully through long successions of mice, through I don't know how many hanging drops. first of all searchers, of all men that ever lived, ahead of the prophet Pasteur, who blazed the trail for him, Koch had really made sure that one certain kind of microbe causes one definite kind of disease, that miserably small bacilli may be the assassins of formidable animals. He had angled for these impossibly tiny fish, and spied on them without knowing anything at all of their habits, their lurking places, of how hardy they might be or how vicious, of how easy it might be for them to leap upon him from the perfect ambush their invisibility gave them. End of section 10. Section 11 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. Koch, the Death Fighter. Part 2. Cool and stolid, Koch, now that he had come through these perils, never thought himself a hero. He did not even think of publishing his experiments. Today it would be inconceivable for a man to do such magnificent work and discover such momentous secrets and keep his mouth shut about it. But Koch plugged on, and it is doubtful whether this hesitating, entirely modest genius of a German country doctor realized the beauty or the importance of his lonely experiments. He plugged on. He must know more. He went pell-mell at the inoculating of guinea pigs and rabbits, and at last even sheep, with the innocent-looking but fatal fluid from the hanging drops. And in each one of these beasts, in the sheep just as quickly and horribly as the mouse, the few thousands of microbes on the splinter multiplied into billions in the animals. In a few hours they teemed poisonously in what had been robust tissues, choking the little veins and arteries with their myriads, turning to a sinister black the red blood, so killing the sheep, the guinea pigs, and the rabbits. At one fantastic jump, Koch had soared out of the vast anonymous rank and file of pill rollers and landed among the most original of the searchers. And the more ingeniously he hunted microbes, the more miserably he tended to the important duties of his practice. Babies in far-off farms howled, but he did not come. Peasants, with jumping aches in their teeth, waited sullen hours for him, and at last he had to turn over part of his practice to another doctor. Mrs. Koch saw little of him, and worried, and wished he would not go on his calls smelling of germicides and of his menagerie of animals. But so far as he was concerned, his suffering patients and his wife might have been inhabitants of the other side of the moon, for a new, mysterious question was worrying at his head, tugging at him, keeping him awake. How, in nature, do these little weak anthrax bacilli that fade away and die so easily on my slides, how do they get from sick animals to healthy ones? There were superstitions among the farmers and horse doctors of Europe about this disease, strange beliefs in regard to the mysterious power of this plague that hung always over their flocks and herds like some cruel invisible sword. Why? This disease is too terrible to be caused by such a wretched little creature as a 20,000th of an inch long bacillus. Your little germ may be what kills our herds, all right, Herr Doctor, the cattleman told Koch. But how is it that our cows or sheep can be all right in one pasture, perfectly healthy, and then, when we take them into another field with fine grazing in it, they die like flies? Koch knew of this troublesome, mysterious fact, too. He knew that in Auvergne, in France, there were green mountains, horrible mountains, where no flock of sheep could go without being picked off, one by one, or in dozens, or even hundreds, by the black disease, anthrax. And in the country of the Beauce, there were fertile fields where sheep grew fat, only to die of anthrax. The peasants shivered at night by their fires. "Our fields are cursed," they whispered. These things bothered Koch. How could this tiny bacilli live over winter, even for years, in the fields and on the mountains? How could they, indeed, when he had smeared a little bacillus-swarming spleen from a dead mouse on a clean slip of glass, and watched the microbes grow dim, break up, and fade from view? And when he put the nourishing watery fluid of oxeyes on these bits of glass, the bacilli would no longer grow. When he washed the dried blood off and injected it into mice, these little beasts continued to scamper gaily about in their cages. The microbes, which 2 days before could have killed a heavy cow, were dead. "What keeps them alive in the fields, then," muttered Koch, "when they die on my clean glasses in 2 days?" Then one day he ran on to a curious sight under his microscope, a strange transformation of his microbes that gave him a clue to his question. And Koch sat down on his stool in his 8x10 laboratory in East Prussia and solved the mystery of the cursed fields and mountains of France. He had kept a hanging drop in its closed glass well at the temperature of a mouse's body for 24 hours. "Ah, this ought to be full of nice long threads of bacilli," he muttered, and looked down the tube of his microscope. "What's this?" he cried. The outlines of the threads had grown dim, and each thread was speckled, through its whole length, with little ovals that shone brightly like infinitely tiny glass beads, and these beads were arranged along the threads as perfectly as a string of pearls. To himself Koch muttered guttural curses. "Other microbes have doubtless gotten into my hanging drop," he grumbled, but when he looked very carefully, he saw that wasn't true, for the shiny little beads were inside the threads. The bacilli that make up the threads have turned into these beads. He dried this hanging drop and put it away carefully for a month or so, and then, as luck would have it, looked at it once more through his lens. The strange strings of beads were still there, shining as brightly as ever. Then an idea for an experiment caught hold of him. He took a drop of pure, fresh, watery fluid from the eye of an ox. He placed it on the dried-up smear with its months-old bacilli that had turned into beads. His head swam with confused surprise as he looked and watched. The beads had grown back into the ordinary bacilli, and then into long threads once more. It was outlandish. "Those queer, shiny beads have turned back into ordinary anthrax bacilli again," cried Koch. "The beads must be the spores of the microbe, the tough form of them that can stand great heat and cold and drying. That must be the way the anthrax microbe can keep itself alive in the fields for so long. The bacilli must turn into spores." Then Koch launched himself into thorough, ingenious tests to see if his quick guess was right. Expertly now, he took spleens out of mice which had perished of anthrax. He lifted this deadly stuff out carefully with heated knives and forceps. Protected from all chance of contamination by stray microbes of the air, he kept the spleens for a day at the temperature of a mouse's body, and, sure enough, the microbes, every thread of them, turned into glassy spores. Then, in experiments that kept him incessantly in his dirty little room, he found that the spores remained alive for months, ready to hatch out into deadly bacilli the moment he put them into a fresh drop of the watery fluid of oxeyes, or the instant he stuck them, on one of his thin slivers, into the root of a mouse's tail. These spores never form in an animal while he is still alive. They only appear after he has died, and then only when he is kept very warm," said Koch. And he proved this beautifully by clapping spleens into an ice chest, and in a few days this stuff, smeared on splinters, was no more dangerous than if he had shot so much beefsteak into his mice. It was now the year 1876, and Koch was 34 years old, and at last he emerged out of the bush of Wolstein to tell the world, stuttering a little, that it was at last proved that microbes were the cause of disease. Koch put on his best suit and his gold-rimmed spectacles, and packed up his microscope, a few hanging drops in their glass cells, swarming with murderous anthrax bacilli, and besides these things, he bundled a cage into the train with him, a cage that bounced a little with several dozen healthy white mice. He took a train for Breslau to exhibit his anthrax microbes and the way they kill mice, and the weird way in which they turn into glassy spores. He wanted to demonstrate these things to old Professor Cohn, the botanist at the university, who had sometimes written him encouraging letters. Professor Cohn, who had been amazed at the marvelous experiments about which the lonely Koch had written him, old Cohn snickered when he thought of how this greenhorn doctor, who had no idea, himself, of how original he was, would surprise the highbrows of the university. He sent out invitations to the most eminent medicos of the school to come to the first night of Koch's show. And they came. To hear the unscientific backwoodsman, they came. They came, maybe out of friendliness to old Professor Cohn, but Koch didn't lecture. He was never much at talking. Instead of telling them that his microbes were the true cause of anthrax, he showed these sophisticated professors. For 3 days and nights he showed them, taking them in swift steps through those searchings he had sweated at, groping and failing often, for years. Never was there a greater come-down for bigwigs who had arrived prepared to be indulgent to a nobody. Koch never argued once. He never bubbled and raved and made prophecies, but he slipped slivers into mouse tails with an unearthly cleverness, and the experienced professors of pathology opened their eyes to see him handle his spores and bacilli in microscopes like a 60-year-old master. It was a knockout. At last Professor Cohnheim, one of the most skillful scientists in the study of diseases in all of Europe, could hold himself no longer. He rushed from the hall, hurried to his own laboratory, and burst into the room where his young student searchers were working. He shouted to them, "My boys, drop everything and go see Dr. Koch. This man has made a great discovery." Cohnheim gasped to get his breath. "But who is this Koch, Herr Professor? We've never even heard of him." "No matter who he is, it is a great discovery, so exact, so simple. It is astounding. This Koch is not a professor, even. He hasn't even been taught how to do research. He's done it all by himself, complete. There is nothing more to do." "But what is this discovery, Herr Professor?" "Go, I tell you, every one of you, and see for yourselves. It is the most marvelous discovery in the realm of microbes. He will make us all ashamed of ourselves. Go!" But by this time all of them, including Paul Ehrlich, had disappeared through the door. 7 years before, Pasteur had foretold, quote, "It is within the power of man to make parasitic maladies disappear from the face of the earth." End quote. And when he said these words, the wisest doctors in the world put their fingers to their heads, thinking, "The poor fellow is cracked." But this night, Robert Koch had shown the world the first step toward the fulfillment of Pasteur's seemingly insane vision. Tissues from animals dead of anthrax, whether they are fresh or putrid or dried or a year old, can only produce anthrax when they contain bacilli or the spores of bacilli. Before this fact, all doubt must be laid aside that these bacilli are the cause of anthrax, he told them finally, as if his experiments had not convinced them already. And he ended by telling his amazed audience how to fight this terrible disease, how his experiments showed a way to stamp it out in the end. All animals that die of anthrax must be destroyed at once after they die, or if they cannot be burned, they should be buried deep in the ground, where the earth is so cold that the bacilli cannot turn into the tough, long-lived spores. So it was that in these 3 days at Breslau, this Koch put a sword Excalibur into the hands of men, with which to begin the fight against their enemies, the microbes, their fight against lurking death. So it was that he began to change the whole business of doctors, from a foolish hocus-pocus with pills and leeches, into an intelligent fight, where science, instead of superstition, was the weapon. Koch fell among friends, among honest, generous men, at Breslau. Kohn and Cohnheim, instead of trying to steal his stuff, there are no fewer shady fellows in science than in any other human activity. These 2 professors immediately set up a great whooping for Koch, an applause that echoed over Europe, and made Pasteur a bit uneasy for his job as Dean of the Microbe Hunters. These 2 friends began to bombard the authorities of the Imperial Health Office at Berlin about this unknown that Germany ought to be proud of. They did their best to give Koch a chance to do nothing but chase the microbes of disease, to get away from that dull practice of his. Left alone, or snubbed at Breslau, he might easily have gone back to Wolstein to his business of telling people to stick out their tongues. In short, men of science have either to be showmen, as were the magnificent Spallanzani and the passionate Pasteur, or they have to have impresarios. Koch packed up Emmy and his household goods and moved to Breslau, and was given a job as city physician at $450 a year, and was supposed to eke out his living with the private patients that would undoubtedly flock to be treated by such a brilliant man. So thought Kohn and Cohnheim, but the doorbell of Koch's little office didn't ring. Hardly anyone came to ring it, and so Koch learned that it is a great disadvantage for a doctor to be brainy and inquire into the final causes of things. He went back to Wolstein, beaten, and here from 1878 to 1880 he made long jumps ahead in microbe hunting once more, spying on and tracking down the strange, subvisible beings that cause the deadly infections of wounds in animals and in human beings. He learned to stain all kinds of bacilli with different colored dyes, so that the very tiniest microbe would stand out clearly. In some unknown way, he saved money enough to buy a camera and stuck its lens against his microscope and learned, no one helping him, how to take pictures of these little creatures. You'll never convince the world about these murderous bugs until you can show them photographs, Koch said. 2 men can't look through one microscope at the same time. No 2 men will ever draw the same picture of a germ, so there will always be wrangling and confusion. But these photographs can't lie, and 10 men can study them and come to an agreement on them. So it was that Koch began to try to introduce rhyme and reason into the baby science of microbe hunting, which, up until now, had been as much a wordy brawl as a quest for knowledge. Meanwhile, his friends at Breslau had not forgotten him, and in 1880, it was like some bushleaguer breaking into the big team, he was told by the government to come to Berlin and be Extraordinary Associate of the Imperial Health Office. Here he was given a fine laboratory and a sudden undreamed-of wealth of apparatus, and 2 assistants, and enough money so that he could spend 16 or 18 hours of his working day among his stains and tubes and chittering guinea pigs. By this time the news of Koch's discoveries had spread to all of the laboratories of Europe, and had crossed the ocean and inflamed the doctors of America. The vast, exciting battle of the germ theory was on. Every medical man and professor of diseases who knew, or thought he knew, the top end from the bottom of a microscope set out to become a microbe hunter. Every week brought glad news of some supposed discovery of some new deadly microbe, surely the assassin of suffering from cancer or typhoid fever or consumption. One enthusiast would shout across continents that he had discovered a kind of pan-germ that caused all diseases from pneumonia to the pip, only to be forgotten for an idiot who might claim that he had proved one disease, let us say consumption, to be the result of the attack of 100 different species of microbes. So great was the enthusiasm about germs, and the confusion, that Koch's discoveries were in danger of being laughed into obscurity along with the vast magazines full of balderdash that were being printed on the subject of the germ theory. And yet, today, we demand with a great hue and cry more laboratories, more microbe hunters, better paid searchers to free us from the diseases that scourge us. How futile! For progress, God must send us a few more infernal marvelous searchers of the kind of Robert Koch. But, in the midst of the danger that foolish enthusiasm would kill the new science of microbe hunting, Koch kept his head and sat down to find a way to grow germs pure. One germ, one kind of germ only, causes one definite kind of disease. Every disease has its own specific microbe. I know that, said Koch, without knowing it. I've got to find a sure, easy method of growing one species of germ away from all other contaminating ones that are always threatening to sneak in. But how to cage one kind of microbe? All manner of weird machines were being invented to try to keep different sorts of germs apart. Several microbe hunters devised apparatus so complicated that when they had finished building it, they probably had already forgotten what they set out to invent it for. To keep stray germs of the air from falling into their bottles, some heroic searchers did their inoculations in an actual rain of poisonous germicides. Until one day, Koch, who frankly admitted it was by accident, looked at the flat surface of half of a boiled potato left on a table in his laboratory. "What's this, I wonder?" he muttered, as he stared at a curious collection of little colored droplets scattered on the surface of the potato. "Here's a gray-colored drop. Here's a red one. There's a yellow, a violet one. These little specks must be made up of germs from the air. I'll have a look at them." He stuck his short-sighted eyes down close to the potato, so that his scraggly little beard almost dragged in it. He got ready his thin plates of glass and polished off the lenses of his microscope. With a slender wire of platinum, he fished delicately into one of the gray droplets, and put a bit of its slimy stuff in a little pure water between 2 bits of glass under his microscope. Here he saw a swarm of bacilli swimming gently about, and every one of these microbes looked exactly like his thousands of brothers in this drop. Then Koch peered at the bugs from a yellow droplet on the potato, and at those of a red one, and a violet one. The germs from one were round, from another they had the appearance of swimming sticks, from a third microbes looked like living corkscrews. But all the microbes in one given drop were like their brothers, invariably. Then, in a flash, Koch saw the beautiful experiment nature had done for him. Every one of these droplets is a pure culture of one definite kind of microbe, a pure colony of one species of germs. How simple! When germs fall from the air into the liquid soups we have been using, the different kinds of them get all mixed up and swim among each other. But when different bugs fall from the air on the solid surface of this potato, each one has to stay where it falls. It sticks there. Then it grows there, multiplies into millions of its own kind. Absolutely pure. Koch called Loeffler and Gaffke his two military doctor assistants, and soberly he showed them the change in the whole mixed-up business of microbe hunting that his chance glance at an abandoned potato had brought. It was revolutionary. The three of them set to work with an amazing, loyal Frenchman might call it stupid, German thoroughness to see if Koch was right. There they sat before the three windows of their room. Koch before his microscope on a high stool in the middle, Loeffler and Gaffke on stools on his left hand and his right, a kind of grimly toiling trinity. They tried to defeat their hopes, but quickly they discovered that Koch's prophecy was an even more true one than he had dreamed. They made mixtures of 2 or 3 kinds of germs, mixtures that could never have been untangled by growing in flasks of soup. They streaked these confused species of microbes on the cut flat surface of boiled potatoes, and where each separate tiny microbe landed, there it stuck, and grew into a colony of millions of its own kind, and nothing but its own kind. Now Koch, who, by this simple experience of the old potato, had changed microbe hunting from a guessing game into something that came near the sureness of a science. Koch, I say, got ready to track down the tiny messengers that bring a dozen murderous diseases to mankind. Up till this time, Koch had had very little criticism or opposition from other men of science, mainly because he almost never opened his mouth until he was sure of his results. He told of his discoveries with a disarming modesty, and his work was so unanswerably complete. He had a way of seeing the objections that critics might make and replying to them in advance, that it was hard to find protesters. Full of confidence, Koch went to Professor Rudolf Virchow, by far the most eminent German researcher in disease, an incredible savant, who knew more than there was to be known about a greater number of subjects than any 16 scientists together could possibly know. Virchow was, in brief, the ultimate poobah of German medical science. He had spoken the very last word on clots in blood vessels, and had invented the impressive words heteropopia, agenesia, and ochronosis, and many others that I have been trying for years to understand the meaning of. He had, with tremendous mistakenness, maintained that consumption and scrofula were 2 different diseases. But with his microscope he had made genuinely good, even superb descriptions of the way sick tissues look, and he had turned his lens into every noisome nook and cranny of 26,000 dead bodies. Virchow had printed, I do not exaggerate, thousands of scientific papers on every subject imaginable, from the shapes of little German schoolboys' heads and noses to the remarkably small size of the blood vessels in the bodies of sickly, green-faced girls. Properly awed, as anyone would be, Koch tiptoed respectfully into this presence. I have discovered a way to grow microbes pure, unmixed with other germs, Herr Professor, the bashful Koch told Virchow with deference. And how, I beg you tell me, can you do that? It looks to me to be impossible. By growing them on solid food, I can get beautiful isolated colonies of one kind of microbe on the surface of a boiled potato, and now I have invented a better way than that. I mix gelatin with beef broth, and the gelatin sets and makes a solid surface. But Furco was not impressed. He made a sardonic remark that it was so hard to keep different races of germs from getting mixed up that Koch would have to have a separate laboratory for each species of microbe. In short, Furco was very sniffish and cold to Koch, for he had come to that time of life when aging men believe that everything is known and there is nothing more to be found out. Koch went away a bit depressed, but not one jot was he discouraged. Instead of arguing and writing papers and making speeches against Furco, he launched himself into the most exciting and superb of all his microbe huntings. He set out to spy upon and discover the most vicious of microbes, that mysterious marauder which each year killed 1 man, woman, and child out of every 7 that died in Europe, in America. Koch rolled up his sleeves and wiped his gold-rimmed glasses and set out to hunt down the microbe of tuberculosis. End of section 11. Section 12 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. Koch, the Death Fighter, Part 3. Compared to this sly murderer, the bacillus of anthrax had been reasonably easy to discover. It was a large bug, as microbes go, and the bodies of sick animals were literally alive with anthrax germs when the beasts were about to die. But this tubercle germ, if indeed there was such a creature, was a different matter. Many searchers were looking in vain for it. Leeuwenhoek, with his sharpest of all eyes, would never have found it, even if he had looked at 100 sick lungs. Spallanzani's microscopes would not have been good enough to have revealed this sly microbe. Pasteur, searcher that he was, had neither the precise methods of searching nor, perhaps, the patience to lay bare this assassin. All that was known about tuberculosis was that it must be caused by some kind of microbe, since it could be transmitted from sick men to healthy animals. An old Frenchman, Villemain, had pioneered in this work, and Cohnheim, the brilliant professor of Breslau, had found that he could give tuberculosis to rabbits by putting a bit of the consumptive's sick lung into the front chamber of a rabbit's eye. Here Cohnheim could watch the little islands of sick tissue, the tubercules, spread and do their deadly work. It was a strange, clever experiment that was like looking through a window at a disease growing. Koch had studied Cohnheim's experiments closely. "This is what I need," he meditated. "I may not use human beings for experimental animals, but now I can give the disease, whenever I wish, to animals. Here is a real chance to study it, handle it, to look for the microbe that must be causing it. There must be a microbe there." So Koch set to work. He did everything with a cold system that gives one the shivers when one reads his scientific reports, and he got his first consumptive stuff from a powerful man, a laborer, aged 36. This man had been superbly healthy 3 weeks before, when, all at once, he began to cough. Little pains shot through his chest. His body seemed literally to melt away. 4 days after this poor fellow entered the hospital, he was dead, riddled with tubercules. Every organ was peppered with little grayish-yellow, millet-seed-like specks. With this dangerous stuff, Koch set to work, alone, for Loeffler had set out to track down the microbe of diphtheria, and Gafke was busy trying to find the subvisible author of typhoid fever. Koch, meanwhile, crushed the yellowish tubercules from the body of the dead man between two heated knives. He ground these granules up, and delicately, with a little syringe, injected them into the eyes of numerous rabbits and under the skins of flocks of foolish guinea pigs. He put these beasts in clean cages and tended them lovingly, and while he waited for his creatures to develop signs of the consumption, he began to peer with his most powerful microscope through the sick tissues that he had taken from the body of the dead workman. For days he saw nothing. His best lenses, that magnified many 100 times, showed him only the dead ruins of what had once been good healthy lung or liver. If there is a tubercle microbe, he is such a sneaky fellow that I won't be able, perhaps, to see him in his native state, but I can try painting the tissue with a powerful dye. That may make this bug stand out. Day after day, Koch set about staining the stuff from the dead workman brown and blue and violet, and most of the colors of the rainbow, carefully, dipping his hands in the germ-killing bichloride of mercury after almost every move, blackening and wrinkling them with it. He smeared the perilous material from the tubercles on thin, clean bits of glass, and kept these pieces of glass for hours in a strong blue dye. Then one morning he took his specimens out of their bath of stain and put them under his lens, and focused his microscope, and out of the gray mist a strange picture untangled itself. Lying among the shattered, diseased lung cells were curious masses of little, infinitely thin bacilli, blue-colored rods, so slim that he could not guess their size, and they were less than a 15,000th of an inch long. "Ah, they are pretty," he muttered. "They're not straight like the anthrax bugs. They have little bends and curves in them. Wait, here are whole bunches of them, like cigarettes in a pack. Hey, here is one lone devil inside a lung cell. I wonder, have I found him, that tubercle bug, already?" Koch went on, precisely, with that efficiency of his, to staining tubercles from every part of the workman's body, and everywhere his blue dye showed up these same slender, crooked bacilli, strange creatures, unlike any he had seen in all the thousands of animals or men, diseased or healthy, into whose insides he had pried. And now sorry things began to happen to his inoculated guinea pigs and rabbits. The guinea pigs began to huddle disconsolately in the corners of their cages. Their sleek coats ruffled, and their bouncing little bodies began to fall away until they were sad bags of bones. They were feverish. Their cavorting stopped, and they looked listlessly at their fine carrots and their fragrant meals of hay, and one by one they died. And as these unconscious martyrs died, for Koch's mad curiosity and for suffering men, the little microbe hunter pinned them down on his post-mortem board and soaked their sick hair with bichloride of mercury, and precisely and with breathless care cut them open with sterile knives. And inside these poor beasts, Koch found the same kind of grayish-yellow, sinister tubercles that had filled the body of the workman. Into the baths of blue stain on his eternal strips of glass, Koch dipped them, and everywhere, in every one, he found the same terrible curved sticks that had jumped into his astounded gaze when he had stained the lung of the dead man. "I have it," he whispered, and called the busy Loeffler and the faithful Gaffke from their own spyings on other microbes. "Look," Koch cried, "one little speck of tubercle I put into this beast 6 weeks ago. There could not have been more than a few hundred of those bacilli in that small bit, and now they've grown into billions. What devils they are, those germs! From that one place in the guinea pig's groin, they have sneaked everywhere into his body. They have gnawed. They have grown through the walls of his arteries. The blood has carried them into his bones, into the farthest corner of his brain. Now he went to hospitals everywhere in Berlin and begged the bodies of men or women that had died of consumption. He spent dreary days in dead houses, and every evening before his microscope in his laboratory, where the stillness was broken only by the eerie purrings and scurryings of guinea pigs. He injected the sick tissue from the wasted bodies of consumptives who had died into hundreds of guinea pigs, into rabbits and 3 dogs, 13 scratching cats, 10 flopping chickens, and 12 pigeons. He didn't stop with these wholesale insane inoculations, but shot the same kind of deadly cheesy stuff into white mice and rats, and field mice, and into 2 marmots. Never in microbe hunting has there been such appalling thoroughness. "Ah, this is a little hard on the nerves, this work," he muttered, thinking perhaps of the lightning move of the paw of one of his cats jabbing the germ-filled syringe needle into his own hand. For Koch, hunting his invisible foes alone, there were so many disagreeable and always imminent possibilities of excitement, of something tragically worse than mere excitement. But the hand of this completely unheroic-looking little microbe hunter never slipped. It just grew drier and more wrinkled and blacker from its incessant baths in the bichloride of mercury, that good bichloride, with which, in those old days, the groping microbe hunters used to swab down everything, including their own persons. Then, week by week, in all of Koch's meowing, crowing, barking, clucking menagerie of beasts, those small curved bacilli grew into their relentless millions, and one by one the animals died, and gave 18-hour days of work to Robert Koch in post-mortems and blear-eyed peerings through his microscope. It is only when a man or beast has tuberculosis that I can find these blue-stained rods, these bacilli, Koch told Loeffler and Gaffke. In healthy animals, I have looked, at hundreds of them. I never find them. That means, without doubt, that you have discovered the bacillus that is the cause, Herr Doctor. No, not yet. What I have done might make Pasteur sure, but I am not at all convinced yet. I have to get these bacilli out of the bodies of my dying animals now, grow them on our beef broth jelly, pure colonies of these microbes I must get, and cultivate them for months, away from any living creature, and then, if I inoculate these cultivations into good healthy animals, and they get tuberculosis. And Koch's sober wrinkled face smiled for a moment. Loeffler and Gaffke, ashamed of their jumping at conclusions, went back awed to their own searchings. Testing every possible combination that his head could invent, Koch set out to try to grow his bacilli pure on beef broth jelly. He made a dozen different kinds of good soup for them. He kept his tubes and bottles at the temperature of the room, and the temperature of a man's body, and the temperature of fever. He cleverly used the sick lungs of guinea pigs that teemed with bacilli, lungs that held no other stray microbes which might overgrow and choke out those delicate germs which he was sure must be the authors of consumption. The stuff from these lungs he planted dangerously into hundreds of tubes and bottles, but all this work ended in nothing. In brief, those slim bacilli that grew like weeds in tropic gardens in the bodies of his sick animals, those microbes that swarmed in millions in sick men, those bacilli turned up their noses, that is, they would have if they had been equipped with noses, at the good soups and jellies that Koch cooked for them. It was no go. But one day a reason for his failures popped into Koch's head. The trouble is that these tubercle bacilli will only grow in the bodies of living creatures. They are maybe almost complete parasites. I must fix a food for them that is as near as possible like the stuff a living animal's body is made of. So it was that Koch invented his famous food, blood serum jelly, for microbes that are too finicky to grow on common provender. He went to string butchers and got the clear straw-colored serum from the clotted blood of freshly slaughtered healthy cattle, and carefully heated this fluid to kill all the stray microbes that might have fallen into it. Delicately, he poured this serum into each one of dozens of narrow test tubes, and placed these on a slant, so that there would be a long flat surface on which to smear the sick consumptive tissues. Then, ingeniously, he heated each tube just hot enough to make the serum set, on a slant, into a clear, beautiful jelly. That morning a guinea pig, sadly riddled with tuberculosis, had died. He dissected out of it a couple of the grayish-yellow tubercules, and then, with a wire of platinum, he streaked bits of this bacillus-swarming stuff on the moist surface of his serum jelly, on tube after tube of it. Then, with that drawing in and puffing out of breath that comes after a nasty piece of work well done, Koch took his tubes and put them in the oven, at the exact temperature of a guinea pig's body. Day after day, Koch hurried in the morning to his incubating oven and took out his tubes and held them close to his gold-rimmed glasses and saw nothing. "Well, I have failed again," he mumbled. It was the 14th day after he had planted his consumptive stuff. Every other microbe I have ever grown multiplies into large colonies in a couple of days. But here, confound it, there is nothing. Nothing. Any other man would have pitched these barren, disappointing serum tubes out. But at this stubble-haired country doctor's shoulder, his familiar demon whispered, "Wait. Be patient, my master. You know that tubercle germs sometimes take months, years to kill men. Maybe, too, they grow very slowly in the serum tubes." So Koch did not pitch the tubes out, and on the morning of the 15th day he came back to his incubator to find the velvety surface of the serum jelly covered with tiny glistening specks. Koch reached a trembling hand for his pocket lens, clapped it to his eye, and peered at one tube after another, and through his lens these glistening specks swelled out into dry, tiny scales. In a daze, Koch pulled the cotton plug out of one of his tubes. Mechanically, he flamed its mouth in the sputtering blue fire of the Bunsen burner. With a platinum wire he picked off one of these little flaky colonies. They must be microbes, and not knowing how or what, he got them before his microscope. Then he knew that he had got to a warm inn on the stony road of his adventure. Here they were, countless myriads of these same bacilli, these crooked rods that he had first spied in the lung of the dead workman. They were motionless, but surely multiplying and alive. They were delicate and finicky about their food and feeble in size, but more savage than hordes of Huns, and more murderous than 10,000 nests of rattlesnakes. Now Koch, in taut, intent months, confirmed his first success. He went after proving it with a patience and a detail that made me sick of his everlasting thoroughness and prudence, as I read the endlessly multiplied experiments in his classic report on tuberculosis, from consumptive monkeys and consumptive oxen and consumptive guinea pigs. Koch grew 43 different families of these deadly rods on his slanted tubes of serum jelly. And only from animals sick or dying of tuberculosis could he grow them. For months he nursed these wee murderers along, planting them from one tube to another. With marvelous watchfulness, he kept all other chance microbes away from them. Now I must shoot these bacilli, these pure cultivations of my bacilli, into healthy guinea pigs, into all kinds of healthy animals. If then these creatures get tuberculosis, I shall know that my bacilli are necessarily, and beyond all doubt, the cause. That man, with the terrible single-mindedness of a maniac driven by a fixed idea, changed his laboratory into the weirdest kind of zoo. He became grouchy to everyone. To curious visitors he was a sarcastic, spiteful little German ogre. Alone, he sterilized batteries of shining syringes and shot the crinkly masses of microbes from the cultivations in his serum jelly tubes. He injected these bacilli, ground up in a little pure water, into guinea pigs and rabbits and hens and rats and mice and monkeys. "That's not enough," he growled. "I'll try some animals that never are known to have tuberculosis naturally." So he ranged abroad and gathered to his laboratory and injected his beloved terrible bacilli into tortoises, sparrows, 5 frogs, and 3 eels. Insanely, Koch completed this most fantastic test by sticking his microbes from the serum cultivation into a goldfish. Days dragged by, weeks passed, and every day Koch walked into his workshop in the morning and made straight for the cages and jars that held these momentous animals. The goldfish continued to open and shut his mouth and swim placidly about in his round-bellied bowl. The frogs croaked unconcernedly, and the eels kept all their slippery liveliness. The tortoise now and then stuck his head out of his shell and seemed to wink an eye at Koch as if to say, "Your tubercle bugs are food for me. Give me some more." But while his injections worked no harm to these creatures, that do not in the course of nature get consumption anyway, at the same time the guinea pigs began to droop, to lie pitifully on their sides, gasping. One by one they died, their bodies wasting terribly into tubercules. Now Koch had forged the last link of the chain of his experiments, and was ready to give his news to the world. The bacillus, the true cause of tuberculosis, has been trapped, discovered, when suddenly he decided there was one more thing to do. Human beings surely must catch these bacilli by inhaling them in dust or from the coughing of sick people with consumption. I wonder, will healthy animals be infected that way too? At once Koch began to devise ways of doing this experiment. It was a nasty job. "I'll have to spray the bacilli from my cultivations at the animals," he pondered. But this was a more serious business than turning 10,000 murderers out of jail. Like the good hunter that he was, he took a chance with the dangers that he couldn't avoid. He built a big box and put guinea pigs and mice and rabbits inside it, and set this box in the garden. Then, through the window, he ran a lead pipe that opened in a spray nozzle inside the box, and for 3 days, for half an hour each day, he sat in his laboratory, pumping at a pair of bellows that shot a poisonous mist of bacilli into the box, to be breathed by the cavorting beasts inside it. In 10 days, 3 of the rabbits were gasping, fighting for that precious air that their sick lungs could no longer give them. In 25 days, the guinea pigs had done their humble work. One and all, they were dead, of tuberculosis. Koch told nothing of the ticklish job it was to take these beasts out of their germ-soaked box. If I had been in his place, I would rather have handled a box full of boa constrictors. And he makes no mention of how he disposed of this little house, whose walls had been wet with this so deadly spray. What chances for making heroic flourishes were missed by this quiet Koch? On the 24th of March in 1882, in Berlin, there was a meeting of the Physiological Society in a plain, small room made magnificent by the presence of the most brilliant men of science in Germany. Paul Ehrlich was there, and the most eminent professor, Rudolf Virchow, who had but lately sniffed at this crazy Koch and his alleged bacilli of disease. and nearly all of the famous German battlers against disease were there. A bespectacled, wrinkled small man rose and put his face close to his papers and fumbled with them. The papers quivered, and his voice shook a little as he started to speak. With an admirable modesty, Robert Koch told these men the plain story of the way he had searched out the invisible assassin of one human being out of every 7 that died. With no oratorical raisings of his voice, he told these disease fighters that the physicians of the world were now able to learn all of the habits of this bacillus of tuberculosis, this smallest but most savage enemy of men. Koch recited to them the lurking places of this slim microbe, its strengths and weaknesses, and he showed them how they might begin the fight to crush, to wipe out this subvisible, deadly enemy. At last Koch sat down to wait for the discussion, the inevitable arguments and objections that greet the finish of revolutionary papers. But no man rose to his feet, no word was spoken, and finally eyes began to turn toward Virchow, the oracle, the Tsar of German science, the thunderer whose mere frown had ruined great theories of disease. All eyes looked at him, but Virchow got up, put on his hat, and left the room. He had no word to say. If old Leeuwenhoek, 200 years before, had made so astounding a discovery, Europe of the 17th century would have heard the news in months. But in 1882, the news that Robert Koch had found the microbe of tuberculosis trickled out of the little room of the Physiological Society the same evening, sang to Kamchatka and to San Francisco on the cable wires that night, and exploded on the front pages of the newspapers in the morning. Then the world went wild over Koch. Doctors boarded ships and hopped trains for Berlin to learn from him the secret of hunting microbes. Vast crowds of them rushed to Berlin to sit at Koch's feet, to learn how to make beef broth jelly, and how to stick syringes full of germs into the wiggling carcasses of guinea pigs. Pasteur's deeds had set France by the ears, but Koch's experiments with the dangerous tubercle bacilli rocked the earth, and Koch waved worshippers away, saying, "This discovery of mine is not such a great advance." He tried to get away from his adorers, and to dodge his eager pupils, to snatch what moments he could for his own new searchings. He loathed teaching. That way he was precisely like Leeuwenhoek, but he was forced, cursing under his breath, to give lessons in microbe hunting to Japanese who spoke horrible German and understood less than they spoke, and to Portuguese who could never, by any amount of instruction, learn to hunt microbes. He started a huge fight with Pasteur, but of this I shall tell in the next chapter. And between times he showed his assistant, Gaffke, how to spy on and track down the bacillus of typhoid fever. He was forced to attend idiotic receptions and receive medals, and came away from these occasions to guide his fierce-mustached assistant, Loeffler, who was on the trail of the poison-dripping microbe that kills babies with diphtheria. It was thus that Koch shook the tree of his marvelous, simple method of growing microbes on the surface of solid food. He shook that tree, as Gaffke said long afterward, and discoveries rained into his lap. In all of his writings, I never found any evidence that Koch considered himself a great originator. Never, like Pasteur, did he seem to realize that he was the leader in the most beautiful and one of the most thrilling battles of men against cruel nature. There was no actor in this mussy-bearded little man, but he did set underway an inspiring drama, a struggle with the messengers of death that turned some of the microbe-hunting actors into maniac searchers, men who went to nearly suicidal lengths, almost murderous extremes, to prove that microbes were the cause of dangerous diseases. Dr. Feeleyson, to take one instance, went out from Koch's laboratory and found a curious little ball-shaped microbe, hitched to its brothers in chains like the beads of a rosary. He cultivated these bugs from the skin gouged out of people sick with erysipelas, that skyrockety disease that used to be called St. Anthony's fire. On the theory that an attack of erysipelas might cure cancer, a madman's excuse, Feeleyson shot billions of these chain microbes, now known as streptococci, into people hopelessly sick with cancer. And in a few days, each one of these human experimental animals of his flamed red with St. Anthony's fire. Some collapsed dangerously and nearly died. And so this desperado proved his case, that Streptococcus is the cause of erysipelas. Another pupil of Koch was now the forgotten hero, Dr. Geri of Basel, who gravely rubbed whole test tubes full of another kind of microbe, which Pasteur had alleged was the cause of boils, into his own arm. Geri came down horribly with an enormous carbuncle and 20 boils. The tremendous dose of microbes he shot into himself might easily have finished him, but he dismissed his danger as merely unpleasant, and shouted triumphantly, "I now know that this microbe, this Staphylococcus, is the true cause of boils and carbuncles." Meanwhile, at the end of 1882, when Koch had finished his virulent and partly comic wrangle with Pasteur, who was just then, with prodigious enthusiasm, saving the lives of sheep and cattle in France, the discoverer of the tubercle bacillus started sniffing along the trail of one of the most delicate, the most easy to kill, and yet the most terribly savage of all microbes. In 1883, the Asiatic cholera knocked at the door of Europe. This cholera had stolen out of its lurking place in India and slipped mysteriously across the sea and over desert sands to Egypt. Suddenly, a murderous epidemic of it exploded in Alexandria, and Europe across the Mediterranean was frightened. In Alexandria, the streets were still with fear. The murderous virus, no one had the slightest notion of what kind of an invisible beast it was. This virus, I say, sneaked into healthy men in the morning, doubled them into knots of spasm-racked agony by afternoon, and put them to rest beyond the reach of all pain by night. Then a strange race started between Pasteur and Koch, which meant between France and Germany, to search out the microbe of this cholera that flared threatening on the horizon. Koch and Gafke went armed with microscopes and a menagerie of animals from Berlin. Pasteur, who was desperately busy, struggling to conquer the mysterious microbe of hydrophobia, sent the brilliant and devoted Emile Roux and the silent Thuillier, youngest of the microbe hunters of Europe. Koch and Gafke worked, forgetting to eat or sleep. They toiled in dreadful rooms, cutting up the bodies of Egyptians dead of cholera. In their muggy laboratory, with the air fairly dripping with a steamy heat, sweat dropping off the ends of their noses onto the lenses of their microscopes, they shot stuff from the tragic carcasses of just dead Alexandrians into apes and dogs and hens and mice and cats. But while these rival teams of searchers hunted frantically, the epidemic began to fade away as mysteriously as it came. None of them had yet found a microbe they could surely accuse, and all of them, there is a kind of twisted humor in this, grumbled as they saw death receding, their chance of trapping their prey slipping from them. Koch and Gafke were getting ready to return to Berlin, when one morning a frightened messenger came to them and told them, "Dr. Thuillier of the French Commission is dead of cholera." Koch and Pasteur hated each other sincerely and enthusiastically, like the good patriots that they were, But now the two Germans went to the bereaved Roux and offered their help and their condolences, and Koch was one of those that carried in a plain box to its last home the body of Thulier, this daring young Thulier, whom the miserably weak but treacherous cholera microbe had turned upon and done to death before he ever had a chance to spy upon and trap it. At the grave, Koch laid wreaths upon the coffin. They are very simple, he said, but they are of laurel, such as are given to the brave. The funeral of this first of the martyred microbe hunters over, Koch hurried back to Berlin with certain mysterious boxes that held specimens that he had painted with powerful dyes, and these specimens had in them a curious microbe shaped like a comma. Koch made his report to the Minister of State. "I have found a germ," he said, "in all cases of cholera, but I haven't proved yet that it is the cause. Send me to India, where cholera is always smoldering. What I have found justifies your sending me there." So Koch sailed from Berlin for Calcutta, with the fate of Thulier hanging over him, drolly chaperoning 50 mice, and dreadfully annoyed by seasickness. I have often wondered what his fellow passengers took him for. Probably they guessed that he was some earnest little missionary or a serious professor intent to delve into ancient Hindu lore. Koch found his comma bacillus in the dead bodies of every one of the 40 carcasses into which he peered, and he unearthed the same microbe in the intestines of patients at the moment the fatal disease hit them. But he never found this germ in any of the hundreds of healthy Hindus that he examined, nor in any animal, from mice to elephants. Quickly, Koch learned to grow the comma bacillus pure on beef broth jelly, and once he had it imprisoned in his tubes, he studied all the habits of this vicious little vegetable, how it perished quickly when he dried it the least bit, how it could sneak into a healthy man by way of the soiled linen of patients that had died. He dredged this comma microbe up out of the stinking water of the tanks around which clustered the miserable Hindus' huts, sad hovels, from which drifted the moans of helpless ones that were dying of cholera. At last Koch sailed back to Germany, and here he was received like some returning victorious general. Cholera never rises spontaneously, he told his audience of learned doctors. No healthy man can ever be attacked by cholera unless he swallows the comma microbe, and this germ can only develop from its like. It cannot be produced from any other thing, or out of nothing, and it is only in the intestine of man, or in highly polluted water like that of India, that it can grow. It is thanks to these bold searchings of Robert Koch that Europe and America no longer dread the devastating raids of these puny but terrible little murderers from the Orient, and their complete extermination from the world waits only upon the civilization and sanitation of India. From the German Emperor's own hand, Koch now received the Order of the Crown, with star, but in spite of that, his countrified hat continued to fit his stubbly head, and when admirers adored him, he only said to them, "I have worked as hard as I could. If my success has been greater than that of most, the reason is that I came in my wanderings through the medical field upon regions where the gold was still lying by the wayside, and that is no great merit." The hunters who believed that microbes were the chief foes of man, these men were brave, but there was careless heroism too among some of the ancient doctors and old fogey sanitarians who thought that all of this new stuff about microbes was claptrap and nonsense. Old Professor Pettenkofer of Munich was the leader of the skeptics, who were not convinced by Koch's clear experiments, and when Koch came back from India with those comma bacilli that he was sure were the authors of cholera, Pettenkofer wrote him something like this: "Send me some of your so-called cholera germs, and I'll show you how harmless they are." Koch sent him on a tube that swarmed with wee virulent microbes, and so Pettenkofer, to the great alarm of all good microbe hunters, swallowed the entire contents of the tube. There were enough billions of wiggling germs in this tube to infect a regiment. Then he growled his scorn through his magnificent beard and said, "Now let us see if I get cholera." Mysteriously, nothing happened, and the failure of the mad Pettenkofer to come down with cholera remains to this day an enigma, without even the beginning of an explanation. Pettenkofer, who was foolhardy enough to try such a possibly suicidal experiment, was also sufficiently cocksure to believe that his drinking of the cholera soup had settled the question in his favor. "Germs are of no account in cholera," shouted the old doctor. "The important thing is the disposition," whatever that means, "of the individual." "There can be no cholera without the bacillus," said Koch in reply. "But I have just swallowed millions of your alleged fatal bacilli, and have not even had a cramp in my stomach," came back Pettenkofer in rebuttal. As it is so often the case, alas, in violent scientific controversies, both sides were partly right and partly wrong. Every event of the past 40 years has shown that Koch was right when he said that people can never have cholera without swallowing his bacillus. And the years that have gone by have revealed that Pettenkofer's experiment pointed out a mystery behind the curtains of the unknown, and these obscuring draperies have not now even begun to be lifted by modern microbe hunters. Murderous germs are everywhere, sneaking into all of us, yet they are able to assassinate only some of us, and that question of the strange resistance of the rest of us is still just as much an unsolved puzzle as it was in those days of the roaring 1880s, when men were ready to risk dying to prove that they were right. For, make no mistake, Pettenkofer walked within an inch of death. Other microbe hunters have since then swallowed cultures of virulent cholera microbes by accident and died horribly. But we come to the end of the great days of Robert Koch, and the exploits of Louis Pasteur begin once more to push Koch and all other microbe hunters into the background of the world's attention. Let us leave Koch while his ambitious but well-meaning countrymen prepare, without knowing it, a disaster for him, a tragedy that, alas, has partly tarnished the splendor of his trapping of the microbes that murder animals and men with anthrax and cholera and tuberculosis. But before you read the perfect and brilliant finale of the gorgeous career of Pasteur, I beg leave to remove my hat and make bows of respect to Koch, the man who really proved that microbes are our most deadly enemies, who brought microbe hunting near to being a science, the man who is now the partly forgotten captain of an obscure, heroic age. End of section 12. Section 13 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. Pasteur and the Mad Dog. Part 1. Do not think for a moment that Pasteur allowed his fame and name to be forgotten in the excitement kicked up by the sensational proofs of Koch that microbes murder men. It is certain that less of a hound for snipping out microbes, less of a poet, less of a master at keeping people wide-eyed with their mouths open, would have been shoved off into a fairly complete oblivion by such events. But not Pasteur. It was in the late 1870s, Koch had just swept the German doctors off their feet by his fine discovery of the spores of anthrax. That Pasteur, who was only a chemist, had the effrontery to dismiss with a grunt, a shrug, and a wave of his hand the 10,000 years of experience of doctors in studying and fighting diseases. At this time, in spite of Semmelweis, the Austrian, who had proved childbed fever was contagious, the lying-in hospitals of Paris were pest holes. Out of every 19 women who went hopeful into their doors, one was sure to die of childbed fever, to leave her baby motherless. One of these places, where 10 young mothers perished in succession, was called the House of Crime. Women hardly dared to trust themselves to the most expensive physicians. They were beginning to boycott the hospitals. Large numbers of them, with reason, no longer cared to risk the grim danger of having babies. Even the doctors themselves, accustomed though they were helplessly but sympathetically to preside at the demise of their patients, even the physicians themselves, I say, were scandalized at this dreadful presence of death at the birth of new life. One day, at the Academy of Medicine in Paris, a famous physician was holding an oration, with plenty of long Greek and elegant Latin words, on the cause, alas, completely unknown to him, of childbed fever. Suddenly, one of his learned and stately sentences was interrupted by a voice bellowing from the rear of the hall. "The thing that kills women with childbed fever, it isn't anything like that. It is you doctors that carry deadly microbes from sick women to healthy ones." It was Pasteur who said this. He was out of his seat. His eyes flamed excitement. "Possibly you are right, but I fear you will never find that microbe." The orator tried to start his speech again, but by this time Pasteur was charging up the aisle, dragging his partly paralyzed left leg behind him a little. He reached the blackboard, grabbed a piece of chalk, and shouted to the annoyed orator and the scandalized academy. "You say I will not find the microbe? Man, I have found it. Here's the way it looks." And Pasteur scrawled a chain of little circles on the blackboard. The meeting broke up in confusion. Pasteur was in his late 50s now, but he was still as impetuous and enthusiastic as he had been at 25. He had been a chemist and an expert on beet sugar fermentations. He had shown the vintners how to keep their wines from spoiling. He had rushed from this job into the saving of sick silkworms. He had preached the slogan of "Better beer for France," and had really made the French beer better. But during all these hectic years, while he was doing the life work of a dozen men, Pasteur dreamed about the tracking down of microbes that he knew must be the scourges of the human race, the authors of disease. Then suddenly he found Koch had done the trick ahead of him. He must catch up with this Koch. Microbes are in a way mine. I was the first to show how important they were 20 years ago when Koch was a child. You can imagine Pasteur muttering, but there were difficulties in the way of his catching up. In the first place, Pasteur had never felt a pulse or told a bilious man to stick out his tongue. It is doubtful if he could have told a lung from a liver, and it is certain that he did not know the first thing about how to hold a scalpel. As for those cursed hospitals, phew, the smell of them gave him nasty feelings at the pit of his stomach, and he wanted to stop his ears and run away from the moans that floated down their dingy corridors. But presently, it was ever the way with this unconquerable man, he got around his medical ignorance. 3 physicians, Schubert at first and then Roux and Chamberlain, became his assistants. Youngsters they were, these 3, radicals who were Bolshevik against ancient idiotic medical doctrines. They sat worshipping Pasteur at his unpopular lectures in the Academy of Medicine, believing every one of his laughed-at prophecies of dreadful scourges caused by subvisible bugs. He took these boys into his laboratory, and in return they explained the machinery of animals' insides to Pasteur. They taught him the difference between the needle and the plunger of a hypodermic syringe, and convinced him, he was very squeamish about such things, that animals like guinea pigs and rabbits hardly felt the prick of the syringe needle when he injected them. Privately, these 3 men swore to be his slaves, and the priests of this new science. Nothing is truer than that there is no one orthodox way of hunting microbes, and the differences between the ways Koch and Pasteur went at their work are the best illustrations of this. Koch was as coldly logical as a textbook of geometry. He searched out his bacillus of tuberculosis with systematic experiments, and he thought of all the objections that doubters might make before such doubters knew that there was anything to have doubts about. Koch always recited his failures with just as much and no more enthusiasm than he did his triumphs. There was something inhumanely just and right about him, and he looked at his own discoveries as if they had been those of another man of whom he was a little overcritical. But Pasteur, this man, was a passionate groper, whose head was incessantly inventing right theories and wrong guesses, shooting them out like a display of village fireworks going off bewilderingly by accident. Pasteur started hunting microbes of disease, and punched into a boil on the back of the neck of one of his assistants, and grew a germ from it, and was sure it was the cause of boils. He hurried from these experiments to the hospital to find his chain microbes in the bodies of women dying with childbed fever. From here he rushed out into the country to discover, but not to prove it precisely, that earthworms carry anthrax bacilli from the deep-buried carcasses of cattle to the surface of the fields. He was a strange genius, who seemed to need the energetic, gusto-ish doing of a dozen things at the same time, more or less accurately, in order to discover that grain of truth which lies at the bottom of most of his work. In this variety of simultaneous goings-on, you can fairly feel Pasteur fumbling at a way of getting ahead of Koch. Koch had shown with beautiful clearness that germs cause disease. There is no doubt about that. But this isn't the most important thing to do. This is nothing, this proof. The thing to do is to find a way to prevent the germs from killing people, to protect mankind from death. What impossible, what absurd experiments didn't we discuss? Said Roux long after this distressing time, when Pasteur was stumbling about in the dark. We would laugh at them ourselves next day. To understand Pasteur, it is important to know his wild stabs and his failures, as well as his triumphs. He had not the precise methods of growing microbes pure. It took the patience of Koch to devise such things. And one day, to his disgust, Pasteur observed that a bottle of boiled urine in which he had planted anthrax bacilli was swarming with unbidden guests, contaminating microbes of the air that had sneaked in. The following morning, he observed that there were no anthrax germs left at all. They had been completely choked out by the bacilli from the air. At once Pasteur jumped to a fine idea. If the harmless bugs from the air choke out the anthrax bacilli in the bottle, they will do it in the body, too. It is a kind of dog-eat-dog, shouted Pasteur, and at once he put Roux and Chamberlain to work on the fantastic experiment of giving guinea pigs anthrax, and then shooting doses of billions of harmless microbes into them. beneficent germs, which were to chase the anthrax bacilli around the body and devour them. They were to be like the mongoose, which kills cobras. Pasteur gravely announced that there were high hopes for the cure of disease from this experiment, but that is the last you hear of it, for Pasteur was never a man to give the world of science the benefit of studying his failures. But a little later the Academy of Sciences sent him on a queer errand, and on this mission he stumbled across a fact that gave him the first clue to a genuine, a remarkable way of turning savage microbes into friendly ones. It was an outlandish plan he began to devise, to dream about, of turning living microbes of disease against their own kind, so guarding animals and men from invisible deaths. At this time there was a great to-do about a cure for anthrax, invented by the horse doctor Leuvrier in the Jura Mountains in the east of France. Leuvrier had cured hundreds of cows, who were at death's door, said the influential men of the district. It was time that this treatment received scientific approval. Pasteur arrived there, escorted by his young assistants, and found that this miraculous cure consisted first in having several farmhands rub the sick cow violently to make her as hot as possible. Then long gashes were cut in the poor beast's skin, and into these cuts Leuvrier poured turpentine. Finally, the now bellowing and deplorably maltreated cow was covered, excepting her face, with an inch-thick layer of unmentionable stuff soaked in hot vinegar. This ointment was kept on the animal, who now doubtless wished she were dead, by a cloth that covered her entire body. Pasteur said to Leuvrier, "Let us make an experiment. All cows attacked by anthrax do not die. Some of them just get better by themselves. There is only one way to find out, Dr. Leuvrier, whether or no it is your treatment that saves them." So 4 good healthy cows were brought, and Pasteur, in the presence of Leuvrier and a solemn commission of farmers, shot a powerful dose of virulent anthrax microbes into the shoulder of each one of these beasts. This stuff would have surely killed a sheep. It was enough to do to death a few dozen guinea pigs. The next day Pasteur and the commission and Leuvrier returned, and all the cows had large feverish swellings on their shoulders. Their breath came in snorts. They were in a bad way. That was very evident. "Now, doctor," said Pasteur, "choose 2 of these sick cows. We'll call them A and B. Give them your new cure, and we'll leave cows C and D without any treatment at all." So Leuvrier assaulted poor A and B with his villainous treatment. The result was a terrible blow to the sincere would-be curer of cows, for one of the cows that Leuvrier treated got better, but the other perished. And one of the creatures that had got no treatment at all died, but the other got better. "Even this experiment might have tricked us, doctor," said Pasteur. "If you had given your treatment to cows A and D instead of A and B, we all would have thought you had really found a sovereign remedy for anthrax." Here were 2 cows left over from the experiment, beasts that had had a hard siege of anthrax and got better from it. "What shall I do with these 2 cows?" pondered Pasteur. "Well, I might try shooting a still more savage strain of anthrax bacilli into them. I have one family of anthrax germs in Paris that would give even a rhinoceros a bad night." So Pasteur sent to Paris for his vicious cultivation, and injected 5 drops into the shoulders of those 2 cows that had got better. Then he waited. But nothing happened to the beasts, not even a tiny swelling at the point where he had injected millions of poisonous bacilli. The cows remained perfectly happy. Then Pasteur jumped to one of his quick conclusions. Once a cow has anthrax, but gets better from it, all the anthrax microbes in the world cannot give her another attack. She is immune. This thought began playing and flitting about in his head, and made him wool-gather, so that he did not hear questions that Madame Pasteur asked him, nor see obvious things at which his eyes looked directly. How to give an animal a little attack of anthrax, a safe little attack that won't kill him, but will surely protect him. There must be a way to do that. I must find a way. So it went with Pasteur for months, and he kept saying to Roux and Chamberlain, "What mystery is there, like the mystery of the non-recurrence of virulent maladies?" He went about muttering to himself, "We must immunize against microbes." Meanwhile, Pasteur and his faithful crew were training their microscopes on stuff from men and animals dead of a dozen different diseases. There was a kind of mixed-up fumbling in this work between 1878 and 1880, when one day fate, or God, put a marvelous way to immunize right under Pasteur's lucky nose. It is hard for me to give you this story exactly straight because all of the various people who have written about Pasteur tell it differently, and Pasteur himself, in his scientific paper, says nothing whatever about this remarkable discovery having been a happy accident. But here it is, as well as I can do, with certain gaps that I've had to fill in myself. In 1880, Pasteur was playing with a very tiny microbe that kills chickens with a malady known as chicken cholera. Dr. Peroncito had discovered this microbe, so tiny that it was hardly more than a quivering point before the strongest lens. Pasteur was the first microbe hunter to grow it pure, in a soup that he cooked for it from chicken meat. And after he had watched these dancing points multiply into millions in a few hours, he let fall the smallest part of a drop of this bug-swarming broth onto a crumb of bread, and fed this bread to a chicken. In a few hours the unfortunate beast stopped clucking and refused to eat. Her feathers ruffled until she looked like a fluffy ball, and the next day Pasteur came in to find the bird tottering, its eyes shut in a kind of invincible drowsiness that turned quickly into death. Roux and Chamberlain nursed these terrible wee microbes along carefully. Day after day they dipped a clean platinum needle into a bottle of chicken broth that teemed with germs, and then carefully shook the same still wet needle into a fresh flask of soup that held no microbe at all. So day after day these transplantations went on, always with new myriads of germs, growing from the few that had come in on the moistened needle. The benches of the laboratory became cluttered with abandoned cultures, some of them weeks old. "We'll have to clean this mess up tomorrow," thought Pasteur. Then the god of good accidents whispered in his ear, and Pasteur said to Roux, "We know the chicken cholera microbes are still alive in this bottle. They're several weeks old, it is true, but just try shooting a few drops of this old cultivation into some chickens." Roux followed these directions, and the chickens promptly got sick, turned drowsy, lost their customary lively frivolousness. But next morning, when Pasteur came into the laboratory looking for these birds, to put them on the post-mortem board, he was sure they would be dead, he found them perfectly happy and gay. "This is strange," pondered Pasteur. "Always before this, the microbes from our cultivations have killed 20 chickens out of 20. But the time for his discovery was not yet, and next day, after these strangely recovered chickens had been put in charge of the caretaker, Pasteur and his family and Roux and Chamberlain went off to their summer vacations. They forgot about those birds. But at last, one day, Pasteur told the laboratory servant, "Bring up some healthy birds, new chickens, and get them ready for inoculation. But we only have a couple of unused chickens left, Mr. Pasteur, remember? You used the last ones before you went away. You injected the old cultures into them, and they got sick but didn't die. Pasteur made a few appropriate remarks about servants who neglected to keep a good supply of fresh chickens on hand. Well, all right, bring up what new chickens you have left. And let's have a couple of those used ones, too. The ones that had cholera but got better. The squawking birds were brought up. The assistant shot the soup with its myriads of germs into the breast muscles of the chickens, into the new ones, and into the ones that had got better. Roux and Chamberlain came into the laboratory next morning. Pasteur was always there an hour or so ahead of them. They heard the muffled voice of their master shouting to them from the animal room below stairs. "Roux, Chamberlain, come down here, hurry!" They found him pacing up and down before the chicken cages. "Look," said Pasteur, "the new birds we shot yesterday, they're dead all right, as they ought to be. But now see these chickens that recovered after we shot them with the old cultures last month? They got the same murderous dose yesterday, but look at them. They have resisted the virulent dose perfectly. They are gay. They are eating." Roux and Chamberlain were puzzled for a moment. Then Pasteur raved. "But don't you see what this means? Everything is found. Now I have found out how to make a beast a little sick, just a little sick, so that he will get better, from a disease. All we have to do is to let our virulent microbes grow old in their bottles, instead of planting them into new ones every day. When the microbes age, they get tame. They give the chickens the disease, but only a little of it, and when she gets better, she can stand all the vicious virulent microbes in the world. This is our chance. This is my most remarkable discovery. This is a vaccine I've discovered, much more sure, more scientific than the one for smallpox, where no one has seen the germ. We'll apply this to anthrax, too, to all virulent diseases. We will save lives." End of section 13. Section 14 of Microbe Hunters by Paul de Kruif. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. Pasteur and the Mad Dog, Part 2. A lesser man than Pasteur might have done this same accidental experiment, for this was no test planned by the human brain. A lesser man might have done it, and would have spent years trying to explain to himself the mystery of it, but Pasteur, stumbling on this chance protection of a couple of miserable chickens, saw at once a new way of guarding living things against virulent germs, of saving men from death. His brain jumped to a new way of tricking the hitherto inexorable God, who ruled that men must be helpless before the sneaking attacks of his subvisible enemies. Pasteur was 58 years old now. He was past his prime, but with this chance discovery of the vaccine that saved chickens from cholera, he started the 6 most hectic years of his life, years of appalling arguments and unhoped-for triumphs and terrible disappointments. Into these years, in short, he poured the energy and the events of the lives of 100 ordinary men. Hurriedly, Pasteur and Roux and Chamberlain set out to confirm the first chance observation they had made. They let virulent chicken cholera microbes grow old in their bottles of broth. They inoculated these enfeebled bugs into dozens of healthy chickens, which promptly got sick, but as quickly recovered. Then, triumphantly, a few days later, they watched these birds, these vaccinated chickens, tolerate murderous injections of millions of microbes, enough to kill a dozen new birds who were not immune. So it was that Pasteur, ingeniously, turned microbes against themselves. He tamed them first, and then he strangely used them for wonderful protective weapons against the assaults of their own kind. And now Pasteur, with his characteristic impetuousness, after all, it was only chickens he had learned to guard from death so far, became more arrogant than ever with the old-fashioned doctors who talked Latin words and wrote shotgun prescriptions. He went to a meeting of the Academy of Medicine and with complacence told the doctors how his chicken vaccinations were a great advance on the immortal smallpox discovery of Jenner. In this case, I have demonstrated a thing that Jenner never could do in smallpox, and that is that the microbe that kills is the same one that guards the animal from death. The old-fashioned blue-coated doctors were peeved at Pasteur's appointing himself a god superior to the great Jenner. Dr. Jules Guérin, the famous surgeon, became particularly sarcastic about Pasteur making so much of mere fussings with chickens. And the fight was on. Pasteur, in a fury, got up and shouted remarks about the utter nonsensicality of one of Guérin's pet operations, and there occurred a most scandalous scene. It embarrasses me to have to tell about it. A strange shambles, in which Guérin, who was past 80, rose from his seat and was about to fall on the 60-year-old Pasteur. The old man aimed a wallop at Pasteur, but frantic friends jumped in and prevented the impending fisticuffs of these two men who thought they could settle the truth by kicks and blows and mayhem. The next day the ancient Guérin sent his seconds to Pasteur with a challenge to a duel, but Pasteur evidently did not care to risk dying that way, and he sent Guérin's friends to the secretary of the Academy with this message: "I am ready, having no right to act otherwise, to modify whatever the editors may consider as going beyond the rights of criticism and legitimate defense." And so Pasteur once more proved himself to be a human being, if not what is commonly called a man, by backing out of the fight. As I have told you before, Pasteur had a great deal of the mystic in him. He often bowed himself down before that mysterious infinite. He worshipped the infinite, when he was not clutching at it like a baby reaching for the moon. But frequently, the moment one of his beautiful experiments had knocked another little chunk off that surrounding unknown, he made the mistake of believing that all mysteries had dissolved away. It was so now, when he saw that he could really protect chickens perfectly against a fatal disease by his amazing trick of sticking a few of their own tamed assassins into them. At once Pasteur guessed, maybe these foul cholera microbes will guard chickens against other virulent diseases, and promptly he inoculated some hens with his new vaccine of weakened foul cholera germs, and then injected them with some certainly murderous anthrax bacilli. And the chickens did not die. Wildly excited, he wrote to Dumas, his old professor, and hinted that the new foul cholera vaccine might be a wonderful pan-protector against all kinds of virulent maladies. If this is confirmed, he wrote, we can hope for the most important consequences, even in human maladies. Old Dumas, greatly thrilled, had this letter published in the reports of the Academy of Sciences, and there it stands, a sad monument to Pasteur's impetuousness, a blot on his record of reporting nothing but facts. So far as I can find, Pasteur never retracted this error, although he soon found that a vaccine made from one kind of bacillus does not protect an animal against all diseases, but only, and then not absolutely surely, against the one disease in which the microbe in the vaccine is the cause. But one of Pasteur's most charming traits was his characteristic of a scientific phoenix, who rose triumphantly from the ashes of his own mistakes. When his imagination carried him into the clouds, you can find him presently landing on the ground with a bump, making clever experiments again, digging for the good, true, hard facts. So it is not surprising to find him with Roux and Chamberlain in 1881, discovering a very pretty way of taming vicious anthrax microbes and turning them into a vaccine. By this time, the quest after vaccines had become so violent that Roux and Chamberlain hardly had their Sundays off and never went on vacations. They slept at the laboratory to be near their tubes and microscopes and microbes. And here, Pasteur directing them, they delicately weakened anthrax bacilli so that some killed guinea pigs but not rabbits, and others did mice to death but were too weak to harm guinea pigs. They shot the weaker and then the stronger microbes into sheep, who got a little sick but then recovered, and after that these sheep could stand, apparently, the assaults of vicious anthrax germs that were able to kill even a cow. At once Pasteur told this new triumph to the Academy of Sciences. He had left off going to the Academy of Medicine after his brawl with Ehrlich, and he held out purple hopes to them that he would presently invent ingenious vaccines that would wipe out all diseases from mumps to malaria. "What is more easy," he shouted, "than to find in these successive viruses a vaccine capable of making sheep and cows and horses a little sick with anthrax without letting them perish, and so preserving them from subsequent maladies?" Some of Pasteur's colleagues thought he was a little cocksure about this, and they ventured to protest. Pasteur's veins stood out on his forehead, but he managed to keep his mouth shut until he and Roux were on the way home, when he burst out, speaking really, of all people, who failed to see the absolute truth of his idea. "I would not be surprised if such a man were to be caught beating his wife." Make no mistake, science was no cool collecting of facts for Pasteur. In him it set going the same kind of machinery that stirs the human animal to tears at the death of a baby, and makes him sing when he hears his uncle has died and left him $500,000. But enemies were on Pasteur's trail again. Just as he was always stepping on the toes of physicians, so he had offended the high and useful profession of the horse doctors, and one of the leading horse doctors, the editor of one of the most important journals of horse doctoring, his name was Dr. Rationale, cooked up a plot to lure Pasteur into a dangerous public experiment, and so destroy him. This Rationale got up with a great show of scientific fairness at the Agricultural Society of Merle, and said, "Pasteur claims that nothing is easier than to make a vaccine that will protect sheep and cows absolutely from anthrax. If that is true, it would be a great thing for French farmers, who are now losing 20 million francs a year from this disease. Well, if Pasteur can really make such magic stuff, he ought to be willing to prove to us that he has the goods. Let us get Pasteur to consent to a grand public experiment. If he is right, we farmers and veterinarians are the gainers. If it fails, Pasteur will have to stop his eternal blabbing about great discoveries that save sheep and worms and babies and hippopotamuses." Like this argued the sly Rationale. At once the society raised a lot of francs to buy 48 sheep and 2 goats, and several cows, and the distinguished old Baron de la Roche was sent to flatter Pasteur into this dangerous experiment. But Pasteur was not one bit suspicious. "Of course I am willing to demonstrate to your society that my vaccine is a life-saver. What will work in the laboratory on 14 sheep will work on 60 at Merle." That was the great thing about Pasteur. When he prepared to take the rabbit out of the hat, to astonish the world, he was absolutely sincere about it. He was a magnificent showman, and not below some small occasional hocus-pocus. but he was no designing mountebank, and the public test was set for May and June that year. Roux and Chamberlain, who had begun to see animals that were strange combinations of chickens and guinea pigs in their dreams, to drop important flasks, to lie awake injecting millions of imaginary guinea pigs. These fagged-out boys had just started off on a vacation to the country when they received telegrams that brought them back to their exciting treadmill. Come back, Paris, at once. About to make public demonstration that our vaccine will protect sheep against anthrax. El Pasteur. Something like that read these wires. They hurried back. Pasteur said to them, "Before the Agricultural Society of Merle, at the farm of Pouilly-le-Fort, I am going to vaccinate 24 sheep, 1 goat, and several cattle. 24 other sheep, 1 goat, and several other cattle are going to be left without inoculation. Then, at the appointed time, I am going to inject all the beasts with the most deadly virulent culture of anthrax bacilli that we have. The vaccinated animals will be perfectly protected. The not vaccinated ones will die in 2 days, of course." Pasteur sounded as confident as an astronomer predicting an eclipse of the sun. "But, master, you know this work is so delicate. We cannot be absolutely sure of our vaccines. They may kill some of our sheep we try to protect." "What worked with 14 sheep in our laboratory will work with 50 at Merle." Pasteur roared at them. For him just then there was no such thing as a mysterious, tricky nature, an unknown full of failures and surprises. The misty infinite was as simple as 2 + 2 makes 4 to him just then. So there was nothing for Roux and Chamberlain to do but to roll up their sleeves and get the vaccines ready. The day for the first injections came at last. Their bottles and syringes were ready. Their flasks were carefully labeled. "Be sure not to mix up the first and second vaccine, boys," shouted Pasteur, full of a gay confidence, as they left the Rue d'Ulm for the train. As they came on the field at Pouilly-le-Fort and strode toward the sheds that held the 48 sheep, 2 goats, and several cattle, Pasteur marched into the arena like a matador and bowed severely to the crowd. There were senators of the Republic there, and scientists, and horse doctors, and dignitaries, and hundreds of farmers. And as Pasteur walked among them with his little limp, it was, however, a sort of jaunty limp, they cheered him mightily, many of them, and some of them snickered. And there was a flock of newspaper men there, including the now almost legendary De Blewitts of the London Times. The sheep, fine, healthy beasts, were herded into a clear space. Roux and Chamberlain lighted their alcohol lamps and gingerly unpacked their glass syringes and shot 5 drops of the first vaccine, the anthrax bacilli that would kill mice but leave guinea pigs alive, into the thighs of 24 of the sheep, 1 of the goats, and half of the cattle. The beasts got up and shook themselves and were labeled by a little gouge punched out of their ears. Then the audience repaired to a shed, where Pasteur harangued them for half an hour, telling them simply, but with a kind of dramatic portentousness, of these new vaccinations and the hopes they held out for suffering men. 12 days went by, and the show was repeated. The crowd was there once more, and the second vaccine, the stronger one, whose bacilli had the power of killing guinea pigs but not rabbits, was injected, and the animals bore up beautifully under it, and scampered about as healthy sheep, goats, and cattle should do. The time for the fatal final test drew near. The very air of the little laboratory became finicky. The taut workers snapped at each other across the Bunsen flames. Pasteur was never so appallingly quiet, and the bottle washers fairly jumped across the room to fill his growled orders. Every day, Toulier, Pasteur's new youngest assistant, went out to the farm to put his thermometer carefully under the tails of the inoculated animals to see if they had fever. But thank God, every one of them was standing up beautifully under the heavy dose of the vaccine that was not quite murderous enough to kill rabbits. While the heads of Roux and Chamberlain turned several hairs grayer, Pasteur kept his confidence, and he wrote, with his old charmingly candid opinion of himself, "If success is complete, this will be one of the finest examples of applied science in this country, consecrating one of the greatest and most fruitful discoveries." His friends shook their heads and lifted their shoulders and murmured, "Napoleonic, my dear Pasteur," and Pasteur did not deny it. Then, on the fateful 31st of May, all of the 48 sheep, 2 goats, and several cattle, those that were vaccinated and those to which nothing whatever had been done, all of these received a surely fatal dose of virulent anthrax bugs. Roux got down on his knees in the dirt, surrounded by his alcohol lamps and bottles of deadly virus, and awed the crowd by his cool, flawless shooting of the poisonous stuff into the more than 60 animals. With his whole scientific reputation trusted to this one delicate test, realizing at last that he had done the brave but terribly rash thing of letting a frivolous public judge his science, Pasteur rolled and tossed around in his bed and got up 50 times that night. He said absolutely nothing when Madame Pasteur tried to encourage him and told him, Now, everything will come out all right." He sulked in and out of the laboratory. There is no record of it, but without a doubt he prayed. Pasteur did not fancy going up in balloons, and he would not fight duels, but no one can question his absolute gameness when he let the horse doctors get him into this dangerous test. The crowd that came to judge Pasteur on the famous 2nd day of June 1881 made the previous ones look like mere assemblages at country baseball games. General councilors were here today, as well as senators. Magnificos turned out to see this show, tremendous dignitaries, who only exhibited themselves to the public at the weddings and funerals of kings and princes, and the newspaper reporters clustered around the famous de Blewitts. At 2 o'clock, Pasteur and his cohorts marched upon the field, and this time there were no snickers, but only a mighty bellowing of hurrahs. Not one of the 24 vaccinated sheep, though 2 days before millions of deadly germs had taken residence under their hides, not one of these sheep, I say, had so much as a trace of fever. They ate and frisked about as if they had never been within 1,000 miles of an anthrax bacillus. But the unprotected, the not vaccinated beasts, alas, there they lay in a tragic row, 22 out of 24 of them, and the remaining 2 were staggering about, at grips with that last inexorable, always victorious enemy of all living things. Ominous black blood oozed from their mouths and noses. "See, there goes another one of those sheep that Pasteur did not vaccinate," shouted an awed horse doctor. The Bible does not go into details about what the great wedding crowd thought of Jesus when he turned water into wine, but Pasteur, that 2nd of June, was the impresario of a modern miracle, as amazing as any of the marvels wrought by the man of Galilee, and that day Pasteur's whole audience, who many of them had been snickering skeptics, bowed down before this excitable little half-paralyzed man who could so perfectly protect living creatures from the deadly stings of subvisible invaders. To me, this beautiful experiment at Pouilly-le-Fort is an utterly strange event in the history of man's fight against relentless nature. There is no record of Prometheus bringing the precious fire to mankind amid applause. Galileo was actually clapped in prison for those searchings that have done more than any other to transform the world. We do not even know the names of those completely anonymous geniuses who first built the wheel and invented sails and thought to tame a horse. But here stood Louis Pasteur, while his 24 immune sheep scampered about among the carcasses of the same number of pitiful dead ones. Here stood this man, I say, in a gruesomely gorgeous stage setting of an immortal drama, and all the world was there to see and to record and to be converted to his own faith in his passionate fight against needless death. End of section 14.